see. Are we going through here? I think we're good to go. Oh, hello. Yes, you good. All right. Hey everyone, hope you guys are all having a great day here. Bitcoin is definitely soaring. Sorry I wasn't able to stream last night. I was just not feeling good. Even today I'm not even feeling really great. I think I have like really bad sleep apnea, but it comes on and off in waves because basically what happened is I told you guys I was just gonna try to like go to bed early. I went to bed like around 7 o'clock, and then I woke up at 10 o'clock, and then I went to bed again around 2 o'clock in the morning. So I got sleep more than normal, but it was very, very weird. But I did tell you guys in that post last night, hopefully I'd wake up and we'd be celebrating 60,000, let alone, I think it went up to like 63,000 or something here. So we're going to be talking about all that, all the technicals. Coinbase having a really crazy day here. That's also going to be something that was not expecting to see, but you're seeing some of these, institutional, like, things like Coinbase, they're buckling a little bit. There's a lot of money flowing in there all at once, and they just don't know how to deal with it. Usually when they try to predict something like this, I think rightfully so, they're usually predicting something where, oh my gosh, a crash is coming and then everybody's pulling out money. They're really doing the stress test for that type of situation because of everything that happened in the bear market. I don't think they were ready for this, the pure volume coming in from buying and selling and things like that. So we're going to be going over the Coinbase updates as they come out. We'll do a little bit of a recap on that, and then we'll be looking at a lot of tokens out there because Bitcoin's fine, Dogecoin's doing really good, but a lot of other altcoins are they're maybe not doing so hot right now. So we'll talk about that. A little bit of Bitcoin dominance seems to be key right here, and I think as long as Bitcoin slows down here, which it should, because there should be a level of resistance at all-time highs. Like we've already reached that level of resistance a few minutes ago. We should be able to get altcoins to have another surge here. And then we go to the topic, March, all-time highs for Bitcoin in March. Not something I don't think many people said was going to happen, but a loss. Here we are. So let's get into it. You guys already said hi to Loki. Let me see right here. Generate that. Loki, where are you, boy? Come up here. Oh, look at him. Yeah. Dude, your claws, every time your claws just like, he sharpened them on rocks out in the backyard, like just for hunting rabbits and whatnot and coyotes. Alrighty, here we go. Alright, so Bitcoin, look at the weekly chart. We're still soaring. We bounced off of that support level. We weren't able to break down below that $50,000, kind of that sweet spot I was hoping for, around 48,500. Now, go over here to the daily chart. We are still in the midst of a rip. We're pretty high up there. We should be consolidating fairly soon. But now that we're kind of here, and if I zoom out a little bit, there's not really much resistance that we can look at this point. We do have to go back to the monthly charts and the weekly charts, and you'll see we're just smack dab hitting an order block right now. And this order block, I would say there's two ways of looking at this. If you wanted to put your own on here instead of using, a Fibonacci, like a program like a Lux Algo or something, I would be using the high of the body of the candle from back over here in April, and I'd move it to the all-time highs, and this is just the massive order block that we're dealing with right now. I wouldn't try to make it precise. It's not going to be easy because of all the volatility we're seeing. But if we go over here to the 4-hour chart, you'll see that there's a little bit of resistance here. Then we break out, and then we start surging up into the other parts of it. It's too big for me personally because we're basically just I'm just trying to focus on, hey, we're at a level of resistance, and you guys can see that. So I'm not going to clutter up the screens here, but a lot of crazy stuff. Now, Bitcoin on the 15-minute chart, we were doing pretty hot. We were just kind of grinding up. I think we're riding the 20 moving average on the 1-hour chart or something. Yeah. Riding up the 20 moving average on the 1-hour chart, still doing pretty fine. However, we had Coinbase news, and then there's an article about it on CNBC. We'll go about this, and then we'll go over what's going on, like, the Twitter post, looking at their, how would you want to say it, their down detector area, if you will. And then, from there, if you guys have any questions about it, I'll try to answer to the best of my ability. But right now, it's like, ooh, Coinbase is in some trouble. Coinbase users seeing $0 balance after crypto trading app suffers glitch. I'm hoping it's a glitch and not a hack. I would assume it's more of a glitch at this point just because of all the volume that must be going through there. People must be depositing a lot of cash from their bank into Coinbase, and then probably withdrawing it over to other exchanges, and a whole bunch of stuff is moving across here. Coinbase suffered a glitch on Wednesday that left many users seeing a zero balance in their accounts. Bitcoin saw its price drop by about $2,800 in a matter of minutes as reports of an outage surfaced. This is almost doing a reminiscence of AMC and Bitcoin. Logie, don't try to do that. I left my window partially open right over screen, and Loki sometimes likes to pretend like, hey, I can just jump out of a window on the first floor and go say hi to a dog that's running about. So I got to keep an eye on him, but he's right behind the camera. Now, we don't have to read the quotes here. Coinbase is still up on the day. I want to reiterate that even though with this outage, they're still up because everybody sees the potential here. Coinbase is malfunctioning. Let me check. Let me see if I can. I assume I'm going to have a zero balance here. I want to use my phone, but I'm streaming this also on TradeZing. So if I hop off of the app, the entire thing gets messed up and I have to reset everything, which I really don't want to do. But if you guys have zero assets showing up on Coinbase, let me know. As far as I'm concerned, I would not be concerned if I had money on Coinbase. I think I have a few bucks on there just because it's my vehicle to transfer between exchanges and my bank account. But it just goes to show you, even the large dogs still have problems right now, and that's going to be something you guys are going to have to be worried about. Now, going over here to Coinbase, my Coinbase account be tweaking, man. Coinbase crashes following Bitcoin pump. Engineer in charge of fixing Coinbase servers right now. It's definitely going to be a hassle here. Coinbase has crashed. This is from Bloomberg. Let me see if I can actually open up the sound here. Let me raise it up a tad. And then here you guys go.
Now, before we let you go here, we want to take a check here on Coinbase because it said that it's aware that some users may see a zero balance across their accounts and may experience errors in buying or selling. This is according to a status update on their website. The company says the team is investigating, saying assets are safe. Coinbase shares off of the highs experiencing today. Remember, Bitcoin has been barreling past $60,000 and is
okay. So that's all good news right there. So as far as Bitcoin barreling, not the Coinbase stuff. But what I wanted to do is go over here through Coinbase support. A couple hours ago, they said, we are aware that some users may see a zero balance across their Coinbase accounts and may be experiencing errors in buying or selling. Our team is investigating this and will provide an update shortly. Your assets are safe, and you can track this incident at status.coinbase.com. And that's where, I was on this, but I guess I quit out of it. Oh, yeah. Right before the stream started, my computer was acting up, so instead of just starting the stream with a weirdly operating computer, I literally just refreshed everything or restarted everything. All right, so this is an update as of maybe 20 minutes ago. We appreciate your patience. We are beginning to see improvement in customer trading. Due to an increased traffic, some customers may still see errors in login, sends, receives, and with some payment methods. Rest assured your funds are safe. They're making a big point here that say your funds are safe. What I'm going to do here is actually just hide my little old head. And there we go. And after that, a little bit ago, it says we are aware that some users may see a zero balance. We've already talked about that. Now, what I want to do is come down here. All right, so we got Coinbase website, degraded performance. Coinbase mobile, degraded performance. API and a lot of other stuff is good to go. Coinbase advanced trade, that's important here because that's, a lot of people make their money on there. Spot, downgraded performance. Futures, downgraded performance. Perpetual futures, downgraded performance. So, you're seeing not good news there. If they say things are getting better, I would believe them at this point, but it's still important to understand that it's not going to be the best. So if you guys are concerned that Bitcoin may continue going higher, you may actually see this problem extend into tomorrow. And, if you guys have any open trades, it becomes difficult to buy and sell if you don't actually have access to buy and sell, which means if you guys are afraid that you guys may have over leveraged yourself, you may be getting hit with some liquidations. Imagine being the poor guy, that buys Bitcoin. Let's go to a 5-minute chart, right up here on this breakout. And they're buying and buying. All of a sudden, I can't sell my crypto. Oh, no. And they get liquidated like that. So you can anticipate something like that has happened. The trend from Bitcoin right now has kind of been totally changed because of that Coinbase move. And it does, give you reminiscence of the GameStop fiasco from years ago now. So it looks like we're coming back down, maybe to try to bounce back off of this 20 moving average one more time. No, Loki, it's just the FedEx driver. But what do you call it? That's what you're looking at here. As far as other altcoins are concerned, there's a mixed bag. Most altcoins are not having the fantastic day that Bitcoin is. You see Bitcoin's doing pretty well. You see Dogecoin is having a very, very good day. We've been talking about this for a while. It's pretty much just a waiting game. I'm sticking with that philosophy because I have no other choice. Because, I do believe Dogecoin's going to do stuff in the future. I believe in it. But man, from the technical perspective, it's just been a waiting game. And so it's happy to see a Dogecoin up 15% today, backing up a little bit more. We're getting back up to these levels that once we start breaking above 16 cents, 17 cents, we're like in a consistent, not like in a straight shot move. We're kind of golden for a little bit as we try to head back up towards 30 cents and whatnot, and it should catch back up. A good thing about this, as far as I'm concerned, is Dogecoin might be able to take over ADA and maybe USDC if things continue on this path over the next few months, which will be a nice move here. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these other tokens start to make some wild moves as well. Some of the big movers today, not really the typical ones that we look at. It's AR up 44%. Jasmy, that is something we talk about. APT up 22%. Jasmy was up 30%. Fetch AI is up 15. Dogecoin's up 14. Pepe's up 13 after going a lot yesterday and the day before. Toncoin's doing good, Ordi's doing good, and World Token is doing pretty well. As far as our long-term portfolio, I just bought some Ondo token. I don't know much about it, honestly. I just put like 20 bucks into it to see where it would go because I saw it kind of crashing. It looks kind of new. This is a 4-hour chart, so, it's relatively new. 20 bucks because I don't know if this thing's going to fall and get taken off the exchange or whatnot. But the account is now up $3,800. And again, about a month and a half ago, this account was down $900. So it shows how much this past few weeks have really helped out the portfolio. As far as I'm concerned, everything's kind of sloshing around with a few things going up, a few things going down. Ajax is kind of back up here a little bit, giving us a profit of around $1,000. AMB is up $160. You got some small stuff like this with ARPA up $3 and BAD up $2. Not really much there. Bitcoin's up 225, which is nice. Seller is up 185. Fetch AI is up another $923 right here. You got HOTS up 72, so some pretty nice moves. Lever's doing fine. Meme is up 63 when it was down just a few days ago. Reef is up 96, and a bunch of small amounts of money have been leading to some nice profits. Wild Token is up $439 right now, so we're seeing some good moves. I'm still dollar cost averaging a bit here, but not as heavily as I was because I'm afraid of how I don't want to buy into this FOMO. This totally feels like a FOMO moment, right, guys? This is FOMO. Now, as far as everything else is concerned, I wanted to check on XRP very fast. No, XRP is not having the move yet. XRP is in my dark horse watch for a larger move to happen over the next few weeks, just because I'm anticipating this breakout here. And if we can just have this breakout, I think we're going to be in a good spot. But it's just, Dogecoin's up 15% for doing a whole lot of nothing, right? XRP is down 4%. It's not doing anything. It's not, see this, look at that. It tried, and it got smacked back down. I don't know what's going on with XRP. I'm still holding it. I'm still buying it. But man, oh man, do I wish something better was happening at this point in time with it. Now, zooming back out here, let's go back to the daily chart. Bitcoin Cash, still moving higher. Bonk, you see a lot of these plays out here, still doing pretty fine. A little bit of consolidation on some. AVAX looks like it's having a little bit of consolidation. Momentum should be catching back up to this here pretty soon, which should be nice. Crow Token, still moving up higher. Crow Token is usually pretty good, especially if Coinbase is having a bad day. I would anticipate this to go above 14 cents here in not too long, which is like a 40% profit, basically. 30-something%. Matic coming back down a little bit, heading off with this resistance level. Ethereum Classic trying to make a move higher. That's the euro. We don't have to worry about that one. File Token getting rejected off of Fibonacci level / order block. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Some tokens that have been pumping up quite a bit of time, they're having a pretty rough day today. That's okay. This is fine. I can accept this. It's these things that haven't really been doing much over the last few days. These are the ones I'm like, okay, well, let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can have an attempt to go higher. ID token's not doing the best right now. So, Bitcoin dominance is working out. However, look at Loom Network falling down quite a bit. I think this Coinbase thing really spooked out a lot of altcoins. Yeah, Loom fell about 18%. So there was a lot of liquidations that were just forced upon us because of Coinbase, and we're going to have to see how the market reacts. It may just force us into some type of consolidation, which isn't going to be the best here, but it's, it's what we're going to have to deal with, it looks like. And again, This is the 15-minute chart for Bitcoin. We were looking pretty good until the Coinbase disaster happened. And I don't know what else you want to call it. Coinbase has crashed. Coinbase, do not worry, your funds are safe. Our top security person is fixing the crash. Yeah, the top security person. But, you know, usually what I like to do is like to go over here to latest. Let's see. That's in German. See, there's already the conspiracy theories going on right now. Coinbase and the partners of the CIA halted Bitcoin price action today with the outage. We were going to reach all-time high and beyond today. There's no more resistance on the charts past 57,000. Today's dump at 64 was manipulation. We'll see if there's proof of that. The CIA is not the type of people that show proof of that, I would say. However, again, it's just one of those crazy things where whenever you have a large amount of volatility, it really is going to breed a lot of mistrust because, again, Coinbase, a lot of these other big players, you know, there's been scandals over the past few years when it comes to crypto exchanges, and a lot of people are kind of on edge. And I think this just reminds people, even if we're in a bull market, you can still have some weird events happening. And I would expect this is not the last time this is going to happen. So, you know, just make sure that when you guys are dealing with this stuff, you have a backup plan. And man, it's, you know, diversify some of your positions in case something like this does happen so you're not having all of your money in one exchange. Yeah, counter trade Kramer is a legit strategy. I was watching a video earlier, and let me see if I can find it. I posted it on my Twitter account or my X account. Here we go.
I don't want to. What has Bitcoin ever done for mankind? Are you ever a Bitcoin phone? Watson, come here. I need you. I mean, what is it?
Well, coming up, United Healthcare is.
He really doesn't know. And this is back on January 22nd. Unlikely that Bitcoin finds its footing. This is probably what you're referring to. Go over here to Bitcoin. January 22nd was. Wow. Literally a day before the bottom. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, that's it's a good thing he didn't short it, or maybe he did. I don't know. But yeah, you're definitely seeing Kramer just not hit the mark here as far as Bitcoin's been concerned, and you're seeing that from a lot of players out there, though, right? Even even Jamie Dimon, who is very anti-Bitcoin, very against it. His bank, JP Morgan Chase, they're starting to offer different Bitcoin products because they realize there's money behind it. And there is nothing that he can do to, he can slow it down, but he can't stop it at this point because, again, he has to do what's in the best, he has to do what's best for his shareholders. And getting into Bitcoin is the best for your shareholders, for sure. Believe Jim Cramer on crypto is like believing cola and water. Yeah, it's interesting. My account is showing 0. Couldn't execute any sale orders. I feel betrayed. Yeah, exactly. So, maybe, well, it depends on where you want to move. It's like, I get sponsored by exchanges, so I would say naturally, like, you could try out Fairdesk or BYDFi. I like them a lot. But at the end of the day, you got to go through a lot of other exchanges and see what you like and see if you can, like, diversify a little bit. I was not expecting Coinbase, the one, to be having issues here. That's the thing. Coinbase to me is fine. I like Coinbase. I use it quite a bit. Not for trading, not for really holding, but for the transfer of funds and things like that. But I don't have problems with it. And before Bitcoin shot up like a freaking 100% in a few weeks, I think it was doing just fine. But now, if this happens again, I think that's a massive red flag. Happening once, I understand people are going to be upset about it. Don't get me wrong. But I'm hoping that they can just say, hey, we got to update our servers. We're going to get a lot more space. We're going to be ready for this, even if it costs a little bit more money. We understand it's a bull run, and these types of events can happen very quickly, and we just want to be in our A game to make sure you guys have the ability to execute trades when you want to or when you need to. I'm hoping for that. But man, you can see right there what that did to the chart. Bitcoin was on a tear. It was probably going to go up to test all-time highs at least, and then boom, And to me, we still have tons of momentum. That's not the issue. It's just made time something of a factor here where we're going to have to consolidate for a longer period of time and then try to shoot up, which is one of the reasons I'm going to be doing such a long stream here today. So I don't expect all of you guys to hang out for the entire stream. I expect some of you guys to go out for a little bit, come back and whatnot. I haven't eaten today. Remember I told you I was trying to get some sleep last night. I still didn't get enough sleep. So I think I have coffee. I have a jug of tea right here. Like a full-on jug of tea. It's just tea leaves and water, nothing else. And then I have a jug of water over there just for water's sake, if I want water. And then, I also have some cigars to celebrate Bitcoin hitting $64,000, which is going to be fun. These cigars are, they're both relatively special cigars. This is a Don Carlos right here. I know it's hard to kind of read it. Nice fancy one from Fuente. But then I have one of my favorites. This is a Cuban cigar. Cuban cigars are great. This is a Hoya de Monterrey Habana Epicure 3. I don't smoke these often because they are fairly new. Well, yeah, they were just released in November. And usually when I get a Cuban cigar, I prefer to let them rest. For example, I have Cuban cigars that from like 2019, 2020, 2021, and so forth. Those are the ones I would usually smoke, and the ones I have from more recently, I prefer to let them rest for a couple of years before smoking them. These ones, they're great out of the bat. They're great. But they're too good, and they're expensive. They're like $30-something plus, so I try not to smoke them, but I'm running out because I am smoking them every now and again. And hey, Alan Time, listen to me, guys. I'm bullish, but gotta accept the facts. Bitcoin at all-time high retest, pre-halving like other cycles. Don't need to freak out. 30% correction. Yeah, I mean, guys, at this point, no matter what Bitcoin gets hit with, if you guys are hoping to buy and hold for this next bull run cycle event, whenever it starts off here, every big dip is just another opportunity to buy more and more and more. It just depends on when you guys are trying to buy some of these dips. I tend to not buy during these FOMO moments, but just because Bitcoin's having a FOMO moment doesn't mean a lot of altcoins are having it. There's tons of altcoins that are consolidating right now, trying to wait for a larger move, and we're looking at that. We were just talking about this with Dogecoin. Dogecoin is one of those things you could be buying, or you could have been buying, because it hasn't really been doing much. Same with Shiba Inu and a couple other tokens out there. And all of a sudden, they start to take off. But again, it's hard to jump into, like I said, it's hard to jump into Dogecoin right now. But like literally just 2 days ago, a lot easier to jump into it. Not even for a large position. I think that's what people misunderstand. You guys don't have to go big. When I do an opening trade, I may do an opening trade of like a 2x leverage long with $20. And I have a decent amount of money to toss into these things. However, I like to dollar cost average in a specific way. If I feel like there's a big crash, I'll toss in $100 in there. But for my entry position, $20. If I'm buying in a major crash type of event, yeah, sure, it might go up to $100, $200. But we're not in that when it comes to altcoins right now. So I'm being very, very patient. We need a correction or else my anxiety will moon. Okay, so remember, what's happening right now is defying what we normally know about these types of larger moves in the market, and the way the cycle normally works out. Because let me go over here to Coinbase. We are still 52 days away from the halving, and institutional money is buying way more Bitcoin than is available, and they're driving up the price here, along with retail being, oh my God, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity again. And, we're just seeing that. Like, if I go back over here to Coinbase, they might actually have a story about it besides the, if I go back over to CNBC, they might have a story beyond Coinbase. Bitcoin ETF see record rally, high trading volumes as retail investors jump on crypto rally. Retail investors have been here the whole time. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They act like institutional money, like, it's like the fancy thing, and like, institutional money is coming in now. We have all been trading and buying and holding long-term assets for years. Now, the new Bitcoin funds have seen their trading volume surge this week as cryptocurrency continues to climb. The highly active market around these funds is a likely sign that retail traders are using the ETFs to participate in the Bitcoin rally. Bitcoin crossed the $60,000 mark on Wednesday for the first time since November 2021. Clap, clap, clap. That is big news here. Now, Retail traders appear to be using the new tool during this huge rally for Bitcoin exchange-traded funds. The funds, which launched last month, have seen their trading volume surge this week as Bitcoin continues to climb. For example, the iShares Bitcoin Trust, IBIT, has already seen more than 61 million shares change hands by early afternoon on Wednesday, according to FactSet. This is well above its previously record high of 43 million. So from 43 million to 61 million, that is massive. Now, what I want to do here is go over to IBIT. No, not crypto. There we go. This is pretty much following Bitcoin, as you guys might imagine. And the interesting thing here that I don't think people are going to be talking about all too much, because I don't know if we've actually hit this scenario just yet. You've seen some gap ups and stuff because, of course, the market closes for stocks. But there may be a time when these ETFs have so much volatility that they may have to be halted by the exchange. And we don't talk about that much, but I wonder if there's ever going to be an issue with these ETFs getting halted. And I don't think it'll be a disaster necessarily, but it will kind of like be like, oh, whoa, what the heck's going on here? And you can see Coinbase shot this down too, because this thing was soaring. For the people that are trading options on this stuff, oh my gosh, they're probably having a blast. Or a horrible day. I mean, it's either or at this point. But maybe we should do some options trades on this kind of based off of Bitcoin. That could be fun just to test out. All right. Back over here. We can watch this 5-minute chart with Bitcoin because it does look pretty crazy. All right. But let me go back over here. What am I going here? No. Oh, yeah. We're probably all going to break a weekly record. That's for sure. No, I can't find what I was looking for. But basically, you get the gist of it. Right now, we're just in this crazy cycle. And is if these institutions have to keep on buying more and more Bitcoin, that's great for us. I mean, that's absolutely great for us. Eventually, they'll sell some Bitcoin and that'll make it not so good for us. But until that happens, we got to just enjoy the ride. But it's making everything abnormal. We're not used to these types of moves happening so fast. This is before the halving. Like, if the halving is back over here in 50 days or so forth. Oh, I mean, like, oh, we have to be going over $100,000. It must be like $150,000, maybe $200,000. I don't like to try to estimate exactly when it's going to happen, because I usually will just wait for all-time high plus the death cross, and that's usually where I try to like find my footing in there. But right now, if we were just to kind of open this up, and let me go over here to the Coinbase one. Let's go over here to the monthly charts, and let's just pull out some of those Fibonacci levels that we love to use because they're nice and simple. All right, kind of worked right here, kind of worked right there. We got some resistance up here, but that's basically just towards the all-time highs, After that, we have $103,000, basically $104,000. After that, $175,000, and maybe if there's some type of really weird economic crash that's historic or whatever, $340,000. But for now, let's leave that out. for now, right? It's realistic that we can get at least to $104,000. I think it's plausible we can even get to $175,000 based on how crazy Bitcoin has moved. But I don't think it's going to be like, hey, we're going like that straight up. Or, there has to be some type of consolidation that lasts for months, and then we can make a move. Remember, this breakout that we're seeing right here, or let me change this up. This breakout that we're seeing right here, this was off of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months of consolidation. And you can see the breakout and how beautiful that was. But that was quite a bit of time of consolidation. There wasn't really much going on here. It was not exciting to watch. I was streaming every day with you guys. I remember it. We were basically just fucking around and be like, hey, let's check out this altcoin. This is a good day trading opportunity. But for swing trades, there wasn't really much going on except for perhaps some sector moves that happen every now and again. Like, I don't even know if there's any big sectors actually moving because everybody is kind of freaking out about this Coinbase debacle that's going on. So if I go over here to top AI tokens, crypto slate, I should have just typed in crypto slate, but I basically like going down this path more. Sectors. So right now, There we go. Can I zoom into this and show you guys 250? No, it doesn't let me do it. Okay, that's fine. So advertising is down, AI is down, agriculture is down. BRC20, that's doing pretty well. Cybersecurity tokens are doing a little bit better. What cybersecurity tokens are moving up? Polyswarm, it's a small market cap, but it's up 60% today. A lot of other stuff I would say is mixed. So that one's kind of leading the pack there. But you might see some, you might see it blade out to help other tokens. Most of the tokens are not doing like great. Meme tokens, those seem to be doing pretty well. Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, Pepe, Satoshi, Bonk, Dog with Hat, you know, those type of things seem to be doing good. MAGA, I don't think we've talked about MAGA, but it looks like it's been going, oh, it's up 141% over the last few days. I think that one's being fueled by primary votes and elections and stuff like that. I know Biden and Trump both won their primaries last night. Excuse me. So that might have helped them out. Baby Dogecoin up. Kokino, I don't know what the heck that is. Dogecoin Mars up a little bit here. So you're seeing some moves. A lot of random crap coins in here, to be frank, but that's the meme token rage. And then maybe travel. I don't really know about travel. No, travel's hitting some bad. Oh, these are small market caps though. MLK is up a little bit. No, that's not really much here. Nothing I'd consider good news. But basically, you guys get it. There's some room here. And what I might actually expand on. The heck was that? Let's here. If I can turn this off, there you go. If you want to go in a different direction, which I don't necessarily like as much, but you can say, hey, there's resistance right here. Some resistance probably right here on the daily chart or something. No, there was. We just broke out above it. Resistance right here. No resistance right there. Geez, you know, we're just kind of blasting through all these resistance levels. But if you want to go off of it, again, that matches up with the highs. 81,000 up here. 122,000. So you could say at least over the next, you know, few months, again, we have to wait to see how consolidation works out and the timing of that consolidation. 100,000 to 122,000, I think is pretty reliable. 187,000, that's if we have that larger breakout. But I might even start doing some clusters where we're looking at different time frames and what may be going on. I want to do that very fast, but I'm going to do this in a specific way where, you know, I look at something short term first. And with the short term, I'm going to delete this before I start going into the longer term ones. Because right now, that next resistance, of course, in this zone right here, this order block, this one's at 94,000. And there's not really much after that we could talk about, but 94,000, something to be interested in down the road. Okay, so let's look for clusters here. I think clusters are usually pretty fun for me, just because you can see some of those opportunities for, hey, there's a big level of resistance up here according to Fibonacci's and so forth. Let's have that one on. Let's go back a little bit further here. Back down, and then this other one, same thing. Bring it down. There we go. Loki. Look for my dog. And then let's go from this one over here. I don't know if this is going to be high enough. Oh, there's some levels there. All right. And I think we should be good for now. If I can get rid of that. Okay. Let's go over here to the daily chart. I know this looks clustered. Don't worry. So a little bit of resistance up here. We broke through that. I mean, like fairly easy. Was there even a little bit of a break? No, we just broke through it. Right here. See, this isn't a technical thing. This is Coinbase acting up, which kind of sucks. I think we would have probably stopped back up here around $67,000, or we could have kept on shooting up. But I think a realistic resistance level would have been probably 67, like right before all-time highs. And I think that kind of got messed up. But again, we'll never know. We'll never know. After that, we kind of have a little bit of a cluster around $80,000. And after that, we have a cluster of around $120,000. These moves may be consolidation zones and whatnot, but those hard little, you know, these hard little trench levels where you see a lot of stuff kind of clustered together, like right here, those are the parts where I'm like, okay, maybe we come back down a little bit. But for now, again, we don't got to worry about that for a while here. For now, enjoy the move. We're going to be watching this. If you guys want to talk about any altcoins or stuff, let me know. I'll try to get to some of them. I know I'm not going to get to all of them today. However, there we go. At this point in time, just to kind of give you guys a recap, altcoins are kind of bleeding right now. That's okay. We saw that this Coinbase move kind of disrupted everything. Bitcoin still is on a fairly bullish path, but you got to believe that there was tons of liquidations that happened during that Coinbase event. What I'll actually do very fast is I'll pull up my YouTube stream. You guys know I have a few of these 24/7 streams. I'm going to, let's go over here. Let me turn off my audio so the music doesn't play, just in case I get in trouble. And let's go with the Liquidation Watch channel. Oh yeah, unless you guys want to hear all that. All right. Let's try to find the moment that the Coinbase debacle happened. All right, so I'm going to turn that off. Okay, I'm turning it off for myself a little bit more here. Oh, I turned up the volume a little bit more. Sorry, guys. I forgot when I turned it on the computer. It must have been acting up a little bit. But you can see how wild that is happening right now. Right? So that was what was happening a little bit earlier. And the liquidations, yeah, the buying, the selling, everything just going absolutely insane. Now, what I want to do is I want to speed it up just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. And I think this is it. There we go. Okay, here we go. So you can just see what kind of happened here and how violent of a move it was. I wish I could change the speed of this, but it's a live stream, so it's, I can't do too much here. And you can see a pretty large liquidation just popped up behind the Lux Algo logo, but it was doing fairly well. I think just once the news broke, it took a few minutes for everything to happen. And I think everybody kind of got stopped out or liquidated here for some larger moves. Let me see. Can I skip a little bit? Oh, just jeez, dear Lord, look at that. I mean, this is one of those wild days where there's just, you probably have to have the volume off on a day like this. And you're seeing more and more liquidations come up out of nowhere. Oh, man. I don't know how the software was able to even deal with this type of stuff. Now, let's move across a little bit more. No, it should have a wick down effect here fairly soon. Let me skip. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that was definitely an interesting event right there, but that was just off of Coinbase. And so, as Coinbase gets back online here, we should be able to see some good stuff happening. But you got to imagine there was a lot of buy orders right there that just snatched everything straight back up, and we started going higher after that. But it was only for like not even a minute that we had dropped down that far, but it definitely was what you consider a flash crash. But again, this is a bull market. Everybody's buying up as much as possible. Everybody's very happy with it. But, how do you prepare yourself for that? You really can't. It's too crazy of an event, and there's a lot of money flowing in there right now. So you got to be very, 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 very careful. But again, it's just so much going on. I might even have to hone down this so it's not going as crazy, but typically it's not this crazy. It's just because of all the Bitcoin being traded at this point in time. So, that's kind of what's going on here. It really did cause some chaos. Let's just say that. On the other side, Dogecoin's still finding a way to make some higher moves here. Bitcoin's going down, but Dogecoin's saying, I don't care. Let's go higher. That's something that we want to see from Dogecoin, especially after the lackluster performance over the past few months for sure. All right. But this chart's just going to look abnormal for a while, guys, so there's nothing I can do here. Also, before I start looking at your comments, let me just come down here. Any updates? Any updates? Any updates? Any updates? No, 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 no. Everything is still the same. Okay. There we go. Yeah, counter trade Kramer is a legit strategy. Yeah, remember, Kramer's an interesting fellow. He's what you call a meme guy for stocks, right? He can look at fundamentals every now and again. He's good at interviewing people, I would say. But I don't necessarily think he there are things he hasn't bothered to research because he's at a stage in his life and his career where he can kind of just make shit up as he goes along, and people will be like, "Oh yeah, Cramer. Oh my God, legend. Oh my God, let me join your trading group and stuff." So he's kind of lost touch. Think of an NFL coach that's been retired for a while, and they bring him back, and then he sucks again because he hasn't been able to adapt to the new football era with passing more yards, the quarterbacks having much more leeway, so people don't tend to tackle them as much. That type of thing. That's basically what Cramer is. He just hasn't been able to adjust to the time, and CNBC doesn't have anybody younger that could really take that role because Cramer is a raw type of guy. I don't think CNBC has a raw type of guy. A raw type of guy on Bloomberg would be blasphemy. Maybe on Fox Business, but even there, I don't know if they would do something like that, Yahoo News should do something like that. They really should if they're trying to get relevant. But I think a lot of those roles have been taken over by YouTube. My channel gets, a few 100,000 views a month, maybe up to 500,000 views a month if I really take it seriously. But for the most part, there are other channels that get millions and millions and millions, like Altcoin Daily and things like that. They're getting more views when it comes to cryptocurrency than, MSNBC. But again, MSNBC is a very centralized type of environment. That's why people don't necessarily watch their content as much. However, people still do watch it. Like if you go over here to YouTube, well, I'm not even going to go into it. But there are videos may only get like 1,000 people watching or 2,000 people watching, and they have millions of subscribers, which is a really weird thing to have to see happen. Felt like a shutdown before the squeeze, like Robinhood did back in the day. It definitely does feel like that. And dude, I'm sorry, I can't keep up with all of you guys' messages. I know it's kind of a busy day. I'm just going to go straight down to the bottom. Give a couple days or weeks, then altcoins will go boom. Yeah, I'm still dollar costing on altcoins. Heck, when I was expecting Bitcoin to maybe come back down to what, 48,000 and a half or $48,500, I told you guys, I'm a little bit iffy on Bitcoin, but I'm still buying altcoins, and that still works out. I'm still buying altcoins. Altcoins are down a little bit today, and I'm still taking the opportunity to buy some of them. For example, Ape token right here, this one came down hard off of the Coinbase move. I'm happy to buy some Ape token right now. Actually, in fact, let me just load up on this a little bit more. Like I bought this Ondo when it crashed, and I don't know, it's up like 1%, so not crazy, but Ape token. See, but I could have bought it way down here. Oh no, that's why I did buy it. But it went crazy. Oh, let me just go a little bit larger. There we go. But yeah, it's so you got to be careful with it. I'm not going heavy, like $50 in here, $50 in here, $20 in here, $10 in there, But you look at it, DOT, Solana, everything got hit. Some things are trying to come back a little bit better, but some things are like Matic. Matic is not having a good response to this Coinbase event. Ethereum Classic is doing fine. That's the euro. We can forget about the euro for a second. Why is the euro so far down? I gotta move this up. It should be around the other indexes and stuff like this, or at the very bottom. How's the dollar index looking? It's looking pretty good. As it's going higher, but still, it's having its own little move here today. Bonk. Let's see. Everything got hit. Oh, comp looks to be doing fine. Keep an eye out for comp. This breakout could be something interesting here. But again, comp went from $87 to $75 off of the Coinbase drop. So everything got hit. And Coinbase, this is not the look they want to have. Because now, as new people come rushing into the market, is Coinbase going to really be their first option? I don't think that it should be. If they're afraid, of this type of event happening, it's not something you see happen all too often. But they say Apps are now recovering. We had a modeled 10x surge in traffic and load tested it. This exceeded that number. It's expensive to keep services open over provision, but we'll need to keep working on auto scaling solutions and killing any remaining bottlenecks. Thank you for something. Thank you for being with us. This is what I was talking about earlier. However, I would say you're making enough money, do a better job. They should expect something like this to happen. Like, again, I know we're in a, it's 2024 or whatever. Oh, shit. Did I mess up? I did mess up here. Damn it. Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah, I fixed it. Okay, phew. That was close. When we go back in time and look at Bitcoin, Coinbase has seen these moves before. Larger candles here. Definitely larger candles here. Again, they've been around for a minute. They should understand how this goes. And I have to tell you, servers have gotten a lot better since 2019. And they've even gotten a lot better from 2020 because of all this cool AI stuff happening. They should be able to deal with it. The fact that they're not makes me think they're being a little bit cheap because they're a publicly traded company. They're trying to keep those costs down. The best thing they can do is just to give people a good, solid product and don't have these types of things happen because, we could probably be talking about Bitcoin hitting $67,000, $69,000 right now if it wasn't for Coinbase. And that's a travesty because then you're going to have everybody on X just making fun of Coinbase. And I think it's even trending number 1 right now. How do I, there we go. Mitch McConnell, he's retiring, so that's something interesting right there. But yeah, Coinbase number 2. Right? Coinbase SREs getting their first pager duty in 7 years. What do you mean Coinbase is down? Right? It's still they're basically saying it's the price is up. Coinbase is showing $0 assets. You didn't lose all your assets. This has happened before. Just be patient. Coinbase, it's all making fun of it. Coinbase, your assets are gone. Coinbase team is investigating why you probably bought the wrong coin. Coinbase aware some users may have zero balance in some accounts, recommending getting a job. Coinbase, we are hiring. So, they're just getting roasted online. So, it's just going to be something to deal with for a little bit of time here. What was going on here, actually? Justin Edward Snowden predicts government has been buying Bitcoin and will be revealed this year. I mean, they've confiscated a lot of Bitcoin. I don't even know if they have to buy it, but it'll be interesting there. Justin, $1.3 trillion asset manager Morgan Stanley is now considering offering spot Bitcoin ETFs to customers. That's fantastic. That's what we want to see. This is the type of stuff that drives it higher and higher and higher because if they start putting more money into Bitcoin, which they are over time, what's that going to do? Basically, what that means is these ETFs have to buy more and more and more Bitcoin. And if they have to buy more and more and more Bitcoin after the halving, when Bitcoin production decreases, that makes it even more parabolic, which is why no matter what happens, you guys should still be dollar cost averaging at this point, and we're just waiting for a seismic event here, just a massive seismic event. Timing is going to be hard, but let's be frank, this is absolutely just wild here. And even now, Bitcoin's trying to find some support right around 59,800, maybe close to like 69,000 basically. And so far it's doing it. Let's see if we can have another surge here and move up a little bit higher, maybe even make an ugly double bottom. But regardless, we're going to be watching this for quite a bit of time here. And hey, Taya, happy to see you. Who reads or watch Yahoo News? Oh gosh, I don't know. People do. Not many people, but they do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do it, but I see them. I see them every now and again on my screen. Where do I see them at? When I'm on TradeZing, I see news articles from them. When I'm on Fairdesk, I see FinViz, I see news articles from them, but that's probably about it. But they need to find a way to become relevant because I think they do have their own news. Like if I were to search Bitcoin, I think sometimes it does show up, right? Bitcoin news. Look at that, Yahoo Finance #1 right there. Wow, maybe they got some new SEO, masterclass guy in there or something because they're #1. They're above CNBC. Bitcoin searches the top $60,000. They have this video right here. They have a person talking about it. They just don't have a rah guy, and I think they need to have one. You know how ESPN brought on Pat McAfee or whatever his name is? They need to do that with a YouTuber that can like talk and get everybody really hyped up and excited for extended periods of time, for like an hour show, 2-hour show, have a group of people in there, you know, talking and, you know, having a good time. That's what they need to happen. But they need to do it from an institutional perspective, and I think that'd be something great because it'll kind of bridge the gaps and divides. So it'll be the crypto version of Jim Cramer, but, you know, he'll be in a bull run mode and he won't be so pessimistic because basically every time Jim Cramer says something bad, we buy. And that's not normal. We shouldn't be doing that. It's just Jim Cramer has been so consistently bad. And you're even seeing a lot of the Bitcoin bears out there. I wouldn't call them bears, but they just don't like Bitcoin. They've never liked Bitcoin as a storage vehicle for, like, you know, holding value against the dollar and that type of stuff. They are freaking out and they're getting mad. They're like, oh my God, you know, this is all a trap. It's going to end badly, yada, yada, yada. You know, they're all just trying to make up stuff. And it was like, there's nothing they can do. You know, they thought people would listen to them. And, you know, if you listen to them, you're poor. You didn't make money. So it's stuff like that where you're like, unfortunately, they're just going to have a bad time for a while. And I think we're okay with that. I think we're all okay with them having a bad day. Am I shorting? No, I'm not shorting this. It's been too much to short Bitcoin over the past few months. You know, the returns have just not been worth it, especially when you see whales come in like this and they would just start popping. You know, if you tried to short this smaller breakdown right here, again, you know, within a few minutes, you're down 3%. With a 10x leverage, down 30% and so forth. You know, might as well just go long and hold and then just have a pretty generous stop loss with a low leverage. That way kind of can go down a little bit before having this larger spike. But even then, you know, just trade the breakouts. It's a little bit easier than trying to catch a falling knife. Right now, Bitcoin is trying to hold the support level here, and we're watching it closely, you know. But this doesn't look organic because it's not an organic type of move. It's all happening because of the failures of Coinbase. Let's call it that. My whole bag still has all the Bitcoin and everything else in it. Oh yeah, there's tons of it. They'll figure it out. The volume was insane. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I'm not too concerned about it. But I'm hoping that just during this, because they are making a lot of money with working with all of these hedge funds out there, in the, what do you call them, the ETF brokers, I'm hoping that they can just say, hey, we can pony up a little bit more money to deal with this, because, you know, they don't have to be at a steady high server rate if they're not going to need it. But let's say Bitcoin is surging like it was over the past week. Maybe it's worth it to just get more servers online for a month period of time, just in case. And if nothing happens, you kind of lost some money, but at least you are prepared and not causing this type of event, which is tons of bad publicity, right? So that's what I'm kind of hoping for. Now, I don't know how servers necessarily work as far as how you can rent them and so forth, but I bet you can get temporary server ramp ups, right? And say, hey, I want this server ramped up for a couple weeks or a month because I see something like there's a possibility here that we can have a large move. There's something they can be doing that's better than this, and I feel like they've had enough time to figure something out like that. But let's see. I mean, you know, I don't expect it to happen again. I don't. Hopefully, it doesn't. But if it does happen tomorrow or the day after, I'm gonna be like, dude, Coinbase, what are you doing right now? But for now, I'm upset. I'm like, what the heck, dude? You know, messing up a perfectly good rally right here. On the other hand, I'm like, I'm gonna let you off with this one. I'm not happy about it, but I'm gonna let you off. If this continues to happen, I'm like, dude, don't do it. And I think they're just probably taking a little bit more of a back of it on this first attempt or this first kind of event because, again, it was a lot of volatility very, very fast. But, I mean, for heaven's sakes, you know, they've had a couple days to figure this shit out. A couple days at least. Or you can even say right here, you know, a lot of volume. Everybody's getting hyped. You know, I think they probably bought into the Wall Street narrative as far as the Bitcoin spot ETF being a massive sell-off point where we were going to go down for months and months and months afterwards when the weekly charts weren't necessarily saying that. And maybe they just thought things would die down for a little bit before moving after the halving. And yeah, I mean, the super cycle has just been something that's intense. And it, guys, Dogecoin is up, 17% right now? It may even go higher here if it decides to have a smaller breakout like that. Coinbase just made every chart look fucking hideous. Absolutely hideous. And interesting enough, guys, if I go over here, the stock market is kind of going sideways today. There's not really much going on here. NASDAQ sideways, SPY sideways, and the Dow Jones sideways. Maybe they can have a little bit of a higher move here pretty soon. That could be interesting. But you're also seeing a lot of tokens, like we just talked about, still reeling from what we just saw happen with Coinbase. But, you know, every few minutes, what I'll do is I'll come back over here to the Coinbase status. I'll just hit a quick little refresh. A quick little refresh. Oh, I guess that's how it refreshes. And, you know, we'll check out to see if anything bad is happening. At this point, they're saying, you know, it's been identified. They continue to see improvement, and basically your funds are safe. They keep on saying your funds are safe, your funds are safe, your funds are safe. I believe the funds are safe, but, you know, they really have to say that, because imagine kind of having issues with, you don't want to have fear in a bull market. That's not what you want to see, because you're going to see some people, not a lot, I wouldn't even say a lot, you're going to see some people move their crypto out of Coinbase because of this and put it into another exchange. And this is because some people get really freaked out by this. And again, if you guys were going over there to their advanced trading with the spot, the futures, and the perpetual futures, and you maybe had some stop losses, or you had no stop losses and you were trading in a specific way, your position could have gotten liquidated when Bitcoin fell a whopping, you know, 8% in about 15 minutes. Not the best right there, of course. So people could be freaking out about that a little bit more, and they'd be like, okay, let me just get out of here. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I expected, which is kind of bad, because I think Coinbase is one of the best exchanges out there for just your typical new investor that doesn't want to get complicated. Like, you know, when we deal with Fairdesk and stuff, this isn't the proper zoom in, but this can be a lot more work to understand, you know, whether it's the copy trading, the USD futures, the simulated trading, the copy trading, the arena V2s, the spots, you know, structural earning and stuff. Sometimes that can be a little bit more, and Coinbase, I think, kind of eases you into a lot of these concepts, especially when it comes to like structural saving and earning and things like that. So, you know, I think it's a good place to start, but I think eventually people do leave it for a multitude of reasons. And hey, Crypto Ricky, what's for lunch? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm probably going to eat dinner, but I'm going to be streaming here for quite a bit of time. So I'm going to be streaming here until like another 6 hours. So maybe 7 hours. So after that, I'm going to get some food. I might actually go out to a restaurant and treat myself after a long day of work. So I don't treat myself all too much. I've been going to too many cigar lounges and just chilling. So maybe I'll go to the cigar lounge and get some cheap dinner. I love going to the cigar lounge because they have really cheap food, because it's inside of a casino. And the casino food is very, very good, but also very, very cheap, because they make all the money gambling and not by eating. So if you eat lunch there, you're more likely to stay afterwards and continue gambling, and then you lose all your money that way. But yeah, that reminds me. Let me. I don't want to open up the cube. No, do I want to? I'll do the Don Carlos cigar first. It's a Eye of the Shark. There we go. What a name. That's just the size of it, the shape of it. But no, it's yeah, but no lunch for me just yet. Smoking a cigar with no food in my system is probably not the bravest of the best of things. But I'll survive. I also got lots of tea behind me too. Let's get a nice little clip off of this. There we go. So Don Carlos. And there we go. Bitcoin's trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. We'll be keeping track of a bunch of tokens out there. So was Robinhood back then? Oh, yeah. I don't even think people talk about Robinhood all too much anymore, but Robinhood's still doing well. You guys know that I own some Robinhood. Finviz. I've owned Robinhood for a long time. I think my average is like $9 at this point. Oh, Hood is down today. Down 1.4%. It's been moving up, though, because of Bitcoin, so that's good. You know, plus I had a good earnings report and whatnot, so I don't know. Hey, my position is up like 100%. That's cool. But I've been holding up for like a year, so no, 2 years. 100% for 2 years. Actually, I think that's pretty good, solid returns. But I should probably zoom out here a little bit. This is at 200% zoom in. You know, you see, the fuck. I don't care about the ads. Get out of here, Discover. Get. There we go. choose Vegas. Oh yeah, it knows I want to go to Vegas in a couple months. You know, but it has a long way to go, but it is breaking out here, so I'm hoping that Hood can have a larger move. But again, you know, they're still not profitable. So because they're investing so much, they still have a short float. I'm hoping to have a short squeeze with them. But yeah, so you know, they don't really have the best ratings from the analysts, so we'll wait and see. All right, let's light this bad boy up. This one's kind of weird because it does have a little bit more of a square. I know it's kind of hard, but that you see a square. It's like box press at a certain point. Let's toast her up. This thing is a hard bad boy to get lit. Holy sorry for the language. There we go. It'll have to do. Hey, have we gotten to Coinbase finally? There we go. So there is some progress happening right now. As Coinbase opens back up, or are you seeing a little bit better news? You are seeing Bitcoin find some more stability. So there is still a chance that we move higher. If you go over here to the 1 hour chart, it doesn't look too bad, honestly. The 2 hour chart doesn't look terrible. The 4 hour chart still okay. The daily chart, of course, still looking absolutely fantastic. This is going to be a hiccup, but we've had hiccups before and we've managed to kind of fix our way out of it. I think the best way to go about that is talking about what happened with the spot Bitcoin ETF. When we had those like false announcements and stuff, we were still able to kind of find our footing and go up, you know, relatively fine. We didn't have some type of larger event that caused us to have a major crash here. So hopefully something similar can happen. Was that the right date, or was that something else? Regardless, we've had these types of events before, and although this one was a little bit more scary, I would say, because of the volatility of it, there still is a good chance that as Coinbase opens back up, Bitcoin can consolidate and go much, much higher from here. It's just that now it's kind of a guessing game, whereas before we were just ready to go, break out above resistance levels, and really hit some crazy levels. Hey Vesper, how do I predict Bitcoin going to go up in the next 10 days? Right now, it seems like I want to test out around $67,000 to $69,000. If there's no more Coinbase issues, I would expect it to at least test that out. If it happens fairly soon, we should probably get rejected and come back down here towards the $63,000, $64,000 level, and then try to make another move higher. Right now, institutional money just seems to be pushing Bitcoin beyond all reasonable technicals, if you will, and that's what I'm kind of waiting to see if that actually occurs. But I mean, it's been happening for the past few days. Who am I kidding? Am I promote lifestyle, dude? I don't do lifestyle content. Maybe I'm gonna do more content about myself, I guess, but I don't do lifestyle. I don't have an interesting life. You know. I use Cash App for stocks, excuse me, and Femex for crypto. They work. There you go. As long as you have options and you guys are okay with them, keep on using them. Any new update for the Big Forex exchange? No, there's not really much going on there. I've been trying to look for more. So I've been trying to figure out more. Bitforex, the world's leading one-stop digital asset. You see that the logo is no longer there. I know it's kind of hard to see, but it still says, sorry, you have been blocked. And if you guys do try to go to their, if you do try to go to their website, I don't know if I can find it, not the Twitter account. Oh, they don't have any new news. They just regurgitate stuff. Damn it. They still haven't tweeted since February 20th, which has been 8 days. Nobody knows what happened to the exchange. It's kind of been, it's nobody knows. You know, those comments still saying, is Bitforex scammed? Does anyone have access to their wallet? Are you guys scammed? What's going on with your broker? I can't trade yet. It says I've been restricted. No updates have been released. How can I access my wallet? So basically, no new news. There's not even so much as a FBI investigation going on to it. So it's very, very weird right now. But yeah, so basically just waiting for some type of update. And I don't think we're going to get one from the exchange itself. So I think it's gonna have to be some type of institution saying, hey, we're launching an investigation to this and we will get back to you. Because I honestly don't know. Lux Algo shares that more shares of Bitcoin ETFs were traded than the S&P 500 today. And I mean, that's absolutely insane. So iShares Bitcoin Trust, more than the ProShares Bitcoin Strategy ETF. People are going crazy with Bitcoin now. And when institutional money gets crazy about Bitcoin, you know, we're looking at a really good time here. Oh, hey, Black Cat. Okay, good to go. Good news for Coinbase users. My local exchange still holding my Bitcoin transaction for 6 hours to go. Oosh. Mike, do definitely 150K by the end of the year. I think I can hit that, honestly. It's just that it feels like there's more of a parabolic move right now than normal because institutional investors are just really driving the price here. The economy is still fairly strong. We do have elections coming up in November, but I don't think that'll be such a huge threat to the crypto markets. What I'm hoping for is just some multi-month consolidation that can really lead us up to a very catastrophic breakout. That's probably the best way to explain it. We're going to have some type of consolidation. It may just last a few months. That's perfectly fine. That's enough. But, you know, we can't keep on moving up like this higher and higher and higher without having some type of multi-month consolidation level. Excuse me. Especially before the halving. If the halving already happened and we were having this move, I'd be like, we don't need to have those consolidation moments. But we still have 50 days or so to go. I'd like to see some type of consolidation around that time. And then after that consolidation, we can go sky high. Maybe we don't have it because of all the institutional money flowing in. And every time you look and you see all these news articles coming out on X and you're kind of reading them, a new type of large multi-trillion-dollar asset bank is looking to get into Bitcoin. And all that means is that a portion, just a small portion of that, like, you know, $2 trillion, that $1 trillion, a small portion of that goes into Bitcoin. And that's enough to drive Bitcoin price higher and higher and higher without any of us doing a bunch of crazy work. It's just what makes it so crazy at this point in time. So yeah, you could definitely see Bitcoin to $150,000 by the end of the year. I don't try to time stuff like that because I'm just not that good at it. All I say is like, hey, it's realistic for a Bitcoin to hit $150,000 in this super cycle that we're seeing, especially because of all the crazy news happening with the ETFs and the infrastructure behind them. Let alone the stuff we're going to be seeing from the spot Ethereum ETFs. Remember, it was just a few days ago I was talking about how over the next few months Ethereum could hit $4,000. Now all of a sudden Ethereum's, you know, at $3,300 basically. I bet it was up a little bit higher before Bitcoin had that move, but what was that? Yeah, it was at $3,500. You know, so. This is moving much faster than expected. You know, you might want to watch some of Benjamin Cohen's videos. He can do some really good long-term technical analysis. Rarely is he correct, but I think he puts your mind in the right framework of thinking about the zones here. Because my zones are like the next level of resistance if we break all-time highs is pretty much shooting up towards $75,000. After that, we're going to be looking at between $90,000 to $100,000. And after that, really 120 to 130, we're going to be having these just large, massive jumps, and there's not going to be much resistance because, again, all-time highs, the market's still doing fine. As long as nothing changes, we're kind of in a slingshot mentality right now. And it's not because of, you know, retail traders. It's because of what institutional investors are having to do as far as buy more and more and more Bitcoin. And so, you know, it's just kind of a roller coaster ride, but an exciting one at that. Oh, and hey, Kilo, happy to see you. Hey Tyler, Coinbase freaked me out today. Oh, very much so. I bet you're happy that Dogecoin's moving up. I think it freaked out a lot of people today. And I understand why, honestly, because most people have some money in Coinbase, and Coinbase has a lot of assets for you to buy. So, you know, You might not have been day trading or swing trading, but you know, if you have a few $1,000s worth of assets or $20,000 worth of assets and you see 0 on your screen, that's never a good sign. It's usually something pretty scary where everybody's freaking out about it. And you know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. It sucks. They apologize for it. It's going to take a little bit more than that to get people really excited, I would say. However, let's hope these types of things don't happen again and again, or it will degrade the trust of Coinbase. And I think they're going to take the appropriate actions to hopefully keep this from happening again. But you can see how it just killed the momentum when that happened, and Bitcoin hasn't been able to recover. We're still breaking down here a little bit, and that's not, I mean, it's not a terrible sign because we have gone up so much, but the momentum that we did have, it just crumbled. It crumbled away with Coinbase doing that move. And you know, there's going to be conspiracy theories popping up that they did this to kind of help out the ETFs, because the ETFs that they partner with, they definitely don't want Bitcoin going up this fast, because that means they have to buy Bitcoin, and when they have to buy Bitcoin, they're not buying Bitcoin where we bought Bitcoin like at $25,000, $15,000, $27,000, or $30,000, or even $40,000. They're going to be forced to buy Bitcoin around $60,000. $60,000. Absolutely a very expensive price to be buying Bitcoin. If they're hoping to hold it for very long-term holdings, yeah, sure. But again, if they buy it at $60,000, they're going to have to buy it at $70,000, $80,000, $90,000, so forth. Whenever Bitcoin crashes, they are going to be stuck losing some money. I think the money they're going to be losing from just the actual buying and selling of Bitcoin, though, is going to be so small compared to how much money they're able to make from fees. And I think a lot of you guys have been able to see how, like, even that small fee, you can make a lot of money with all the volume, and we've seen that volume has definitely just been going whoop, straight up. Getting tablet fired up, BB. Latest news about Bitforex says they were siphoning funds. Oh, that's not good right there. That's very, very bad. You think institutions go crazy in altcoins since institutions got greedy and want more money? No, so institutions, they won't hop into altcoins until there's a little bit more regulation in the market. Right now, I think I would put it to 100%, but maybe people might say 90% or 95%. There's a 100% chance that we have an Ethereum spot ETF by the end of the summer, by August, September sometime. 100% chance in my viewpoint here that we have that spot Ethereum ETF. Ethereum, you know, it'll probably reach $4,000, if not $5,000 off of that big boom happening there, depending on where the price is at the time. And we're moving so fast that, wow, you know, anything's possible there. But it's going to have to go through a little bit of court. The SEC is going to say no the first time. Then on the second time, they're going to be forced to say yes, because the court is going to be like, you guys are not following the law. If you guys continue to do this, you could be forced to pay damages to the people that want to have the Ethereum spot ETFs, because, again, you know, they're not being good faith actors. And we've seen this over and over again with the SEC. They have not been good faith actors, and that's definitely led to some really, you know, their credibility has been shot over the past few years. They're not viewed in a very good light. There are some people who think they're the most amazing people in the world, but those people are like Elizabeth Warren and Sherrod Brown of Ohio. And, you know, nobody likes Elizabeth Warren for the most part. Nobody likes Sherrod Brown in the crypto community because of that. And we're in election season. You should want to, you know, crypto people, there's liberals and conservatives in crypto, but for some people, crypto is their number one voting, not a lot, but, you know, in the community, it's their number one issue. Most of the time right now, I think it's like immigration and the economy. But if you're really loading up a lot in crypto, you want to see good crypto policies put forward, you're probably going to be voting Republican right now, which is not what Democrats, I would say, want, because they know this is probably going to be some type of a closer election. So they need to do whatever they can in order to siphon some of those votes off. But I don't think it's going to be enough, because when I think of Democrats right now, I think of they're anti-crypto. I think of Republicans as more pro-crypto. And there is some nuance to that, of course. But, you know, when you think the average person out there, I think they're probably thinking Republicans want more, less regulation in crypto, but they want some regulation. Democrats want a lot more regulation, which could stymie the amount of money I can make, and, you know, and so forth. So people have those kind of pondering thoughts here. That Don Carlos is freaking fantastic. Let's go over here and just check out some of the tweets going on for Bitcoin. Explore, trending. Well, actually, let's look at, Bitcoin right here. I still, yeah, we're gonna watch this again. It's just so funny. Oh, I don't have my volume up, but you guys can hear it, I think.
I don't want to. What has Bitcoin ever done for mankind?
What has Bitcoin done for mankind? It's made us money.
Watch and come here, I need you. I mean, what is it?
Well, coming up, United Healthcare is.
It's just so funny. Excuse me. So, total spot Bitcoin ETF traded volume surpasses $7.5 billion today, more than double its previous record. And the market just closed about 10 minutes ago. So BlackRock had about 3.2 billion, Grayscale had about 1.8 billion, and Fidelity 1.4. Then it drops off quite a bit to ARK Invest having 425 million. But still, these are some great numbers that I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see. And you can imagine that these people also, like BlackRock, they're making a bunch of money. But BlackRock right now, whoosh, they are leading the way. And I think most people don't necessarily like BlackRock, but as far as crypto, they're opening up a lot of doors and a lot of opportunities right now. And smashed their daily trading volume record by 6.28 billion so far. Yeah, look at that. A lot of money flowing in here. 63,000. Oh my God, he's still shorting. Oh, somebody's shorting Bitcoin. Listen, I understand wanting to maybe do a long-term short, but at this point, you have to ask yourself, how can you make more money? Shorting isn't the most profitable way to be earning money in the market right now, and it's also a very risky way to be entering the market at this point, right? Now, if you were to have a low leverage type of thing, perhaps, but again, that risk to reward ratio doesn't seem to be there. You know, it's like trying to catch a falling knife in the reverse. And if this video was from yesterday or the day before, it's definitely not what you guys want to do. Although I do like his setup. That's a massive TV or projector screen. I have a 75-inch TV in my living room that I've done a couple of videos on, and you guys seen in the past, but it doesn't look nearly as good as that one. Got my first Bitcoin text from a friend I haven't heard from in years. I think we're going to see a lot of this. My grandparents are taking me out to dinner on Saturday evening, and I know they're going to be asking about Bitcoin a little bit here. And honestly, I can't blame them, because I told my grandfather a couple months ago I'd be putting some money into cryptocurrency, and I don't know if he did, but if he did, he's pretty happy with the results that he's seeing so far in that portfolio. Bitcoin Clown says, thank goodness Coinbase just crashed to stop the Bitcoin price from rising too fast. Thanks at Coinbase for controlling this crazy market. There she is, a nice 3K wick down in seconds. That's when you know Bitcoin is back, baby. That's how the bulls run. Soak it in. Are you not entertained? Yeah, so there's definitely a whole bunch of stuff in here. Lots of excitements. Bitcoin is already boring at $60,000. No, it's not. We're having a good time here. Bitcoin just hit all-time high in the euro. Oh, wow, look at that. So things are happening. Euro's having some issues, of course, but still, that's fantastic. All of your models are completely destroyed, Bitcoin. Yeah, exactly. This is how I feel. I knew that Bitcoin was going to go up higher, but I wanted to see it come back down. But no, we had an abnormal just launch up effect, and I'm like, sure. It's like Godzilla's coming in to tear everything up. You know what? That's kind of what it feels. Institutions are like Godzilla wreaking havoc in the crypto market, but it's a good chaos. It's like a box office. We're there to make money. Doge is still looking strong, very, very strong here. Happy for Doge, very happy with Bitcoin. Right now, Dogecoin is still moving strong here. Let's go to the 4-hour chart. The Coinbase stuff messed up everything, but still, it's going strong. It made its way all the way up here to 0.123, so a little over 12 cents today. And again, just a couple days ago, we were back over here at 8 cents. 8 to 12, that's a nice return on your investment. Zoom back out a little bit more. Just a few days ago, back in January, or a few weeks ago, back in January, it was down at 7.5. So if you bought during a low point in this consolidation, not say the lowest point, but in the low point, you were up at 56%. That's not too bad, especially because things like Bitcoin, from that low over here to the high, it's up 67%. My oh my! And this brings us back over here to CoinMarketCap.com, where we're seeing all-time high, 30 days, 60 day, 90 day. Yeah, there you go. Snow, I need to put the chart. There you go. So in the last 60, let's go 90 days. Last 90 days, Bitcoin is up 52%. Ethereum is up 60%. BNB is up 80%. Solana is up 90%. XRP is down 6% in the last 90 days. Something is going on there. We have to figure that out. ADA is up 65%. Dogecoin is up 33%. It has to go higher here, much, much higher. Although over the last 30 days, Dogecoin is up 42%. That's a lot more than a lot of other tokens because it's been such a short-term move that we've seen. AVAX is up 84. Tron is up 37. Chainlink is up 32. Polkadot's up 50. Matic is up only 28. So you're seeing a lot of moves here. You know, some things are bad, some things are good. Stacks is up 340%. We got certain things like Injective up 121. OKB is down 7%. Render, which we talked about, up 113%. TIA is up 150. Some of those AI tokens that we've been watching, I don't know if they're where they are. They're on the bottom here. And find them. There you go. Ajax is up 131. What happened to Fetch AI? Oh, it's Fetch AI. Oh, it's up number 83 now. Wow, it's moving up. That one's up 136%. So we're seeing some good stuff. Even BitTorrent is up 140%. So we're in a very crazy environment for sure. And I think we all kind of love that right now. We need some excitement. Hey, Bitcoin's managing to hold right here. I thought we were going to come back down. There was a little bit of an attempt to push us back down. No, we bought it back up. Now we got to work on getting some higher lows, but I think that's possible in this market environment. I fully sold everything when Bitcoin was around 60K. Now I don't know if I should buy more Bitcoin or not. It sounds like you bought low, sold high, made a profit. You can wait for another opportunity to buy into the market if you're looking for something more of a swing trade. You're basically just waiting for some breakouts. But right now, Bitcoin's kind of at the end of a breakout, if you will. It's just that the institutional money is kind of making things go on a little bit more than anticipated. Long-term investing, you can buy whenever. But for swing trades, you know, I'm always of the opinion that maybe you want to be looking into altcoins right now because some of those altcoins haven't broken out. But there's not really a clear Bitcoin breakout happening. We've already broken out, and now this is like day 3 or day 4 of said breakout. So if you made profit, you should be happy. You don't necessarily want to buy this late into a breakout unless you are hoping for something more of the next leg up to, you know, $67,000, $69,000, which is fine. But now you have to make sure you readjust and add a new stop loss and to protect yourself in case, for whatever reason, Coinbase has another issue and things like that. The amount of liquidations that happened right here is probably insane because there was lots of people that were buying this breakout or this breakout or this breakout. And as the price continued to go up, which is not a small amount here because, you know, it's pumping it really hard, they probably moved their stop losses up a bit here, until all of a sudden, you know, boom, comes crashing down because of the Coinbase servers down. Let's go back over here to Coinbase. I hate how they don't return to Coinbase.com. Oh, it is open a new window. Never mind. Yeah, still downgraded performance. Let me touch this up a little right here, this one spot. There we go. Don't want this thing to ash out on me. Don Carlos is a very good cigar. It's a very good cigar. Okay. Sailor and Fink are doing the right things right now. Oh yeah, but those guys know how to buy and hold for a very long time. They've been doing it for a while. They've been buying just a couple days ago, even yesterday, I think. Sailor bought more Bitcoin. Anyway, Montana, I really hope it goes up from there. I think it should. I think a lot of assets will be going up here, especially Dogecoin. Hey, good crypto Ricky. Sorry guys, I have bad trouble with my R's. I like wines. Yeah, I enjoy wines quite a bit. I have like 4 months of wine I have to pick up, and I've just really been really lazy with it. Yeah, I have like wine memberships and stuff all across Tacoma, and I need to go through a day where I'm like picking up like 5 or 6 boxes of wine. Yeah, it's been I need to get some more wine, but I like wine. Elizabeth Warren does need to go. Talk about fake about the breakout. See, I don't even think it's Elizabeth Warren. You know, as much as I don't like her policies on cryptocurrency and just policies in general, She was elected by her people. She's fine. You know, that she represents a minority, but a very loud minority that doesn't like cryptocurrency. I point most of my fervor, my anger towards Gary Gensler, because he hasn't been able to follow the law. Think of the Mayorkas guy when it comes to the border situation. He's not enforcing all the laws in the books, and that's causing a little bit of havoc across the country. If you enforce the laws that, or the powers that he's been granted by Congress, I think it doesn't necessarily fix everything, but it makes things a little bit better. I think that's what Gary Gensler needs to do. I know he doesn't like cryptocurrency as a personal capacity, but I think he should still follow the law because it's his job. It's his duty to follow the law. And he's just choosing not to. And now, you can say that's because he's getting ordered to by, Elizabeth Warren or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or, somebody from the administration. But he's only following those rules because he wants to get a promotion because, as you guys know, if Biden is reelected here, he is most likely going to have, not Janet Jackson, Janet Yellen, right? She's most likely going to retire because she's old. She wants to go into private sector and get her money and just kind of go off into the sunset. She'll make a buttload of money. Remember, she's been doing this stuff for a long, long time. She needs to cash in on those checks that she can only cash in on after she's left government. Every president knows that. A lot of politicians do it. It's not just her. Now, Gary Gensler wants her job. And her job is to protect the dollar. Protect the dollar. Protect the dollar. The Bitcoin is a threat against the dollar because people are saying, well, we think that because the government is spending so much money, and I can go over here to, USA debt trading economics. We've seen this. We've seen this a lot of times before. No. Fine, okay. Let me hide my head again. We've all kind of seen this chart, I would imagine. I wish it wasn't taking the whole part. Let me zoom out one more. All right. We've all seen this chart. We know that this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable. And there could be a shutdown this week. I don't think there's going to be a shutdown because they always keep on saying there's going to be a shutdown and there never is. But let me make this point. If you were thinking that Republicans are going to fight and lower the amount of money being spent by the American government and this thing is going to plateau or something, you're mistaken. Republicans right now are not in that line of view. They're in election mode where they don't want to shut down the government to make a point or anything like that. So what you're going to see is them come to a compromise down the road. That compromise is not going to cut spending as much as you guys may hope or may think. Democrats and Republicans, as much as you may hate it or love it, they are in line with increasing the debt. There are a few outspoken voices maybe on the Republicans, like a Rand Paul or something, or Mitch something. I forget the guy in the House. He's a guy that didn't like McCarthy or something. Not important. There are guys like that who are very outspoken and they might not vote for it. But overall, you're going to have a majority of Democrats and a majority of Republicans come together to make the debt continue to go higher and higher and higher. They will not act until something breaks. And that's the point I think people just need to understand. Our government is not going to try. I think Republicans have made the argument that they've been trying for a long time. They will not. You will see them kick the can down the road, and then you will see them say, hey, we tried. We cut a few $1 billion off for spending. That's not enough. Remember, I would give it a month or something. I believe there's going to be some type of deal. It'll maybe be a border security deal with the aid for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. That's still going to be like $100 and something billion going abroad. Even if some of it's going back to our economy for the military industrial complex, we are still spending that money and nobody cares. Nobody cares, so don't expect this to change. And this is what Gary Gensler is going up against. This is what Janet Yellen's going up against. People see this and we're like, looks pretty darn crazy. You can even go back, not even to all, but if you go back to the last 25 years, you can go back in time. You see Obama came in here to 2008, fixing up the real estate crash that happened under George Bush. And all of a sudden, to get us out of that, we were printing money. That's what got the economy back on track. But it was a cost. And the cost was in good old-fashioned printing of the US dollar. Now, came up higher and higher and higher. 2015, we kind of plateaued a little bit. That was very, very nice to see. 2016 came along. Trump restarted the engine here up higher and higher and higher. Trump got a huge bump right here because of COVID. And this one, you may disagree with it, whatever. They took everybody's jobs away, so they kind of had to do something. That's kind of understandable. It's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime huge pandemic. I get it. But the debt still went up. And then I thought maybe, we're coming out of the pandemic. Joe Biden might kind of get more realistic here, perhaps. No. We're still going on here. So it's a weird thing. Nobody's going to fix it. We can hope that both sides are going to come together to fix it. They're not. Both sides are coming together to make it worse. And again, that's what Gary Gensler has to deal with. That's what Janet Yellen has to deal with. And they're not going to win. Congress will act when something breaks. Think of what happened when Jerome Powell had to raise the interest rates. Remember how we had like 5 banks go down? It's the same thing. Something's got to break. And then we had to take a pause for a little bit. But what happened? We didn't even take a pause, actually. What we did is we just gave them money. We gave them unlimited lines of credit. And basically what happened was like, okay, and they're going to, the Fed was like, hey, or the Treasury was like, hey, we're going to charge you like a 2% interest rate. Well, they could borrow $1 billion and just put that into a Treasury bill that's paying 5%. So they're making a profit off of that. And again, more money. It's not going to change. And this is something that I wish would happen. But I think now, even if Republicans controlled 60% of the House, all the House and all the Senate, as far as the majorities, I don't the majority to pass bills, legislation, 60 vote threshold or whatever. I don't think they would actually manage to lower the debt. I don't think they'd actually manage to do it. I think there'd still be infighting and all types of stuff. And it inked, I can't pronounce the name properly. Hope you're having a fantastic day. So far, so good. Not so crazy about Gareth, though. He's been shorting Sol since $70. Sheesh. Oh, no. See, you can't do that. If there's one thing I try to let you guys know about, it's how you guys should be zooming out on your charts and how to make sure you guys are looking at an appropriate opportunity to buy Bitcoin. The easiest way to go about this typically is if you zoom out and you go to the weekly chart with Bitcoin and you just start looking at the 50-week moving average versus the 20-week moving average. Let's open this up. Let's go to auto. Typically, when we have those crossovers, there's no going back. Crossover here, there's no going back. We can consolidate, we can go up and down, whatever. But usually there's no going back. Same thing with this. When we have a death cross between the 20 and the 50-week moving average, there's no going back. Eventually, we are going to have a large seismic move. From the beginning of time, it's been massive moves, massive moves, massive moves, massive moves. And, there was a crossover here, massive moves. It's the story. You don't go against it at these type of opportunities. If he's shorting Solana, since $70, where the fuck is Solana? Bro, oh, there it is, hidden away. Let's get rid of all this. He's been shorting it since here. Which makes no sense because it had just broken out and it's had its own golden cross. Brick of structure there. Yeah, that makes no sense. There was no data, even momentum. No, momentum wasn't even all aligned with going down. I don't know. It's weird. I understand being bearish at points, but most of my bearish moves are stuff like this, where I think it's coming down, but I think the overall trend is going to continue going up. And to go against that, to me, seems absolutely like, why doesn't he even have a stop loss? loss, eventually you just got to admit you're wrong and move on, because if that money is losing you money, it's like a double whammy. The money could also be making you money in the crypto market if you're just buying an asset and holding, and then on top of that, you're losing money because the trade is also, the value is decreasing in value. Do I think this cycle will end a lot sooner? I don't think so, unless necessarily the stock market has some type of massive crash event, and we're not looking at that happening so far. The Fed has risen rates to a pretty decent level here. We've seen them say that, hey, we're going to keep it higher for longer. That seems to be doing okay. China is going through some chaotic times right now. I don't know if you guys know, their real estate market is fucking like tens of millions of houses that nobody buys. So, that could be something, but I don't think that's necessarily going to affect America so much, because Americans really don't invest in Chinese real estate. The Chinese invest in American real estate. It's a whole different vibe there, right? I think you may just have something of a longer consolidation in the middle of the bull market, and that may be something right there. But with this institutional money coming in, I think a drastic drop is needed. There's going to be some type of crazy 30% drop, 20% drop that's going to happen. And then people are going to think that's the end of the altcoin season. So what you may even see is an all-time high and then a death cross, and it come down. But you may see something like a minier version of what happened in 2021. Where Bitcoin reached those all-time highs and then came crashing down, consolidated, then came back up for another reach. Except for, I don't think this move will be as large. It may be a little bit smaller, and then we continue moving on for another leg. So I'm hoping that's what kind of happens here. Basically, once we have the death cross between the 20 and the 50, then I'll be like, okay, the market is officially done. We've had a good time. Traditionally, we don't usually have these like second pickup marks, and I think this was all with COVID relief funding, basically, that kind of fueled that one. We usually, we have our big move and we crash, and we kind of buy back the crash, and we kind of rinse and repeat. I think we may be looking at maybe a new cycle here that we haven't seen before, and it may be a little bit more volatile. It may try to shake people out a little bit more. However, I think as long as you guys are scaling out, I think we'll be fine. But we're going to need some type of scale out, because again, this consolidation lasted for a long time, and we're still dealing with that breakout here. This consolidation was from, about 217 days. Long time there, guys. Long time. And now you're seeing the breakout that's happened since then. We might have a breakout that's more like this, or a consolidation more like that. But yeah, this cycle, I don't think it's necessarily going to end early, but we're going to have more consolidations within that cycle, because we just can't keep going up. We just can't. Oh my gosh, it's just so crazy that we're going up like this. And let's bring this back out over here. And Dogecoin's going back up a little bit too, back up to 17, 18%, which is a lovely thing. Jasmy is angry. That is a very good thing. Jasmy's been doing pretty good the last few days. Yeah, it's up 35%. Look at that. It's even trying to break out again. Jasmy's making the moves. And again, just everything got hit with that Coinbase event. Man, nothing looks pleasant after looking at that. But again, the buyers are still here. This derailed us for a little bit of time. Coinbase is still down to a certain degree. But I would say over the next few hours, you should see everything turn back to being green, where downgraded performance goes back to operational. That's what I'm kind of hoping for here. Snowflake says Frank Slootman is retiring as CEO. Stock plunges 20%. Wow. NASDAQ closes lower Wednesday as inflation report looms. That is something we should be concerned about. Let me just go over this very fast. Stock slid Wednesday as investors look ahead to key inflation report due later this week. The S&P pulled back 0.17% to close at $5,069, which is still a crazy level, right? Anything else here? The AI hype is not sustainable. I mean, they've been saying that for months, So everybody's predicting maybe a little bit of a pullback that may give an opportunity for Bitcoin to go much, much higher here. And hey, Kinsey, if you're nervous, exit. Yeah, I mean, it's just scale out. You don't have to exit all the way. You can just scale out. I tried to sell my link today and it hit my target price too, but Coinbase crashed and now it's way down. Sometimes it's just bad luck. Sometimes it's really just bad luck. And I think Gary Gensler and Warren are secretly banging it out. That's all. Oh, man. There could be some chemistry there for sure. I like how everyone was talking so much smack about Shibu, but I think we're going to get shocked. Well, yeah. So, again, there are tokens out there that have these parabolic runs after doing nothing for a while. It's one of the reasons I've been holding Dogecoin. It just happens that way. I don't exactly know why. I think this goes back to the point where sorry, I want to keep this thing lit. That's tasty. I think it goes back to when we originally bought Shiba, way back in the day, before the last bull market was going. No, it was during the last bull market. We saw Dogecoin going high. We saw Bitcoin going high. We saw Matic, DOD, ICP, a lot of stuff just really booming off. Well, maybe not ICP, but we saw a lot of stuff booming off. And so my thought process was, here's this token. There's a growing meme community growing around it, and it's not doing anything. Let's buy some. Now, we bought some. We had to wait 3 weeks to about a month before it took off. But oh my Lord, were the returns worth waiting for that month of booming off. And then you guys know that Secret Fish came in here and he pretty much destroyed Shiba Inu and it has never recovered since then. But I will say that, it should still have a pretty similar cycle. And I think we're seeing the same thing with Dogecoin here, where some of these dormant ones are just waking up and they're having some large moves when other assets are not. The caveat being here is there are other tokens out here like XRP. And XRP has been absolutely dismal. People are saying, I don't want to hold Dogecoin because it's not doing anything. At least Dogecoin is going up. XRP is going down. And it makes no sense because they have all these connections. They're doing so much. And they've been winning these court cases, but it just doesn't seem to be doing much. I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that, but again, I'm just, it's a little bit different. And hey, Vlogger Ninja, what about Bitcoin? Right now, Bitcoin's consolidating. So Bitcoin's on its way to test out all-time highs. Maybe it gets to $67,000 to $69,000 over the next few days. Basically, we were just at $64,000. Now we're barely at, now we actually are at $60,500. Coinbase went down. They had some operational issues with basically their servers not being able to handle the huge amounts of volume coming in, being traded. And so that crashed the market. We saw Bitcoin in a matter of minutes drop down about $3,000 to $4,000. Now, because of that, we're now in this new consolidation phase as far as the daily charts are concerned, and we're waiting to try to break out again. At this point in time, you are seeing a smaller change of character try to manifest on the Bitcoin chart. It's not there just yet, but you guys can see it trying to happen, and that's just trying to break out and hold above this level. We'd have about another 2.5 minutes to see if it actually does so. And if that's the case, it should start launching back up here above $61,000. And then what we're going to be looking for is another change of character bouncing above this. At that point, it might be a break of structure. Who knows? And then we can start looking at going back above to $63,000, $64,000. But for now, we're gearing back up for that larger move. And you're seeing people that may have gotten liquidated over here, or they missed out on buying opportunity over here. They're buying right here in anticipation for another wave of Bitcoin. That's what's going on right now. It's a pretty nice trade because if you're buying right here, your stop loss is going to be pretty close. If you're buying at $60,500, your stop loss is kind of around $60,000, maybe even $59,500 if you want to give it a little more leeway. But again, that's like down here. Regardless, you're seeing people take the opportunity to wait it out. For me, I'm not trading this because we've already gone so high, but for day traders, this is a great opportunity. If we can hold here, you should see it start to go whoosh back up. Buyers should come back in. I know Coinbase, like we just talked about, is still at a degraded performance, not back to the operational speeds that we need, but it still is looking fairly good right here. And of course, the stock market's closed. All those people can now focus on day trading, cryptocurrency, and getting out of the options market and the stock market and etc. Right? So Jim Cramer is all pissed off today. That's a good day for us. I'll keep playing this every now and then. It's just hilarious.
What has Bitcoin ever done for mankind? Are you ever a Bitcoin phone? Watson, come here, I need you. I mean, what the?
Well, coming up.
Not a happy guy. You can see the smirk on his face. Smirk, 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 smirk. Smirk, smirk. Not happy, disappointed, disappointed. If Jim Cramer is disappointed about Bitcoin, I think we're in a good spot. I don't see much new news, though. Me lapping up all the altcoins while everyone is frothing over 5% Bitcoin move. I mean, yeah, we've been loading up on altcoins, so I have to agree with this guy, honestly. Nothing really new here. I wish, there are times when you can refresh the page. Like, if you're on your phone, you can kind of, move down, and it gives you, newer stuff. But you can't, maybe view all? No. Yeah, you can, scroll, and they'll give you more new top Bitcoin news, but it doesn't work when you, on your computer, which I don't like. You have to go to latest, and latest you got all this shit here, right? Shit. Not what I really care about at all. So, we'll wait for a little bit longer. Mitch McConnell is trending over Coinbase, but even Coinbase is having some, it's still in the line of fire here. They haven't put out any more updates, I don't think, from the last hour, maybe. Maybe they put out one more recently. 42 minutes. We are starting to see Coinbase.com activity normalizing. We will continue to monitor our systems and provide updates, so they may have another update here fairly soon. And it looks like they're getting back to normal, though. That's good. Let's go back over here. Oh, there we go. Coinbase. There we go. And again, I can refresh this, but it's still the same thing, and I want to have the top stuff from an hour or a few minutes ago. I wish Twitter would or X would fix that and make it a much better platform, because I like to be able to refresh and see what's the top content the last 10, 15 minutes or the last half an hour. You can give me the big topics for the last 24 hours, but if I hit refresh again, I want to have the information for the past, a couple hours at least here. And there we go. We were kind of able to do this. I would expect a move here to go higher. At least I'm hoping for it. Go to 5-minute chart. Yeah, we're there. I mean, we have still to break out above this, but I think we're in a good spot to see Bitcoin surge up a little bit higher. I don't know. It might be kind of fun to do a day trade here. But is it going to go? Is it going to go? Is it going to go? It's trying. It's trying. You got this, big boy. You got this. All we need is for this to have a little bit more of a reversal, and we're good to go. And see, what's going to happen here, of course, is the technicals are going to be so freaking weird. So if I were to, and the momentum is building back up on the 15-minute chart too. So this could be good in another 15 minutes or so. We could have a pretty big move. Again, that move would be breaking back above the 20 moving average here on the 15-minute chart. But at this point, look at this. How do you even do this? Look at this trend line. It looks so ugly, right? We did just break out here. We went sideways off of the order block here, and we're moving up a little bit higher. But basically what's going to happen here is it's not going to just go from here to here. It doesn't do that. I mean, it could, but I doubt it. Typically, if it were to do something like this, like a breakout, it would move higher, back down. I've told you guys this before. The trend line would be adjusted to there, and then we break out later on, and then that's the breakout that everybody buys and everybody's really excited about. Anything into here, it's just going to be a little more volatile. People are going to be a little bit more scared. But again, if you're buying at this lower level, your stop loss is at 59,000, 60,000, 59,500 or 60,000. And you're basically just saying, okay, I'm buying at a level of support. Let's see if we manage to make a move higher here. We're basically waiting to see if we can have a change of character form right here. And that, it's kind of, I've got 12 minutes left to see if it happens on this 15-minute chart. That's what you're seeing buyers anticipate at this point. And we'll see if it comes to fruition or not. It's, for the day traders out there, it's a pretty good risk reward. You're just kind of waiting for the oscillators to kind of pick back up a little bit. It's not a clear buy sell just yet for me, but I would say, if you want to take the chance, it's there to be taken. The 1 hour chart just went negative a little bit on volatility. The 2 hour chart's mixed. The 4 hour chart's mixed. And the daily chart is still bullish here, so that daily chart is still golden for you guys that want to buy and just hold on for a little bit of time. Now it's just basically an opportunity to buy and wait, and you're either going to lose 0.9%, or if you're able to trade back up here, or maybe even to the highs, you know, you're looking at 1.65 to 5%, 6%. You know, so that's what people are kind of banking on at this point in time. Hopefully, we can actually have a stronger move and kind of go up higher. Again, you know, give it some time. We're waiting. We're patient. Coinbase kind of fucked us. I think we can all kind of admit that here. And we're seeing if we can kind of shrug off the Coinbase fuckery and go a little bit higher here. You know, it's not the drama I think we were expecting today, but it's the drama we got. We'll survive it. We've all been here before. Coinbase, you know, give it a little middle finger in your brain. I can't do it on YouTube because I can get in trouble, but the fuckery. the fuckery. I just re-entered at 60,400 for long. Should I hold or exit? Well, you don't buy without having an exit plan. Whenever you guys buy, you have to think, okay, what is my stop loss? What is my price target? Is it worth it? Typically, for people out there, you want to have something of a 1-to-2 ratio or a 3-to-1 ratio. So if you're risking a percent of a stop loss, you want to be looking at least 2% profit or 3% profit, preferably the 3% profit. That makes it worth the trade usually. If you buy, I would right now, like I said, I would have a stop loss around 59,500, or I would have a stop loss around 60,000. If you have a stop loss around $60,000 and you're buying right now, you know, you're risking 0.69%. It's not a lot, right? And that's probably the best way to look at it. If you're not, you know, if you want to have a larger stop loss, you can. It is fine. But for now, you know, this is still a riskier buying opportunity, but you're still buying at a level of support where you're seeing stuff slow down. You're looking at an opportunity for Bitcoin to go back up over the next few hours, not even hours, just next few minutes, 15, 30 minutes, some of that. And you're hoping that we can have a larger move that kind of breaks us back up. It's going to be a little bit of a waiting time. But if you have that stop loss there, you're protected. If you're buying without a stop loss, that may make things a little bit more tumultuous for you, because you have to like be watching, you know. You have to, you have to bring your phone into the bathroom and watch it while it's going, because the volatility is so extreme right now. But at this point, every time you guys make a trade, you guys at this point in Bitcoin cycle, you guys are going to have some type of protection level, and usually that's stop loss and a price target, so you know how much money you're going to make and how much money you're going to lose. So there's no surprise here. So that's the way you got to be thinking about it right now. And hey, Desert Geek, I appreciate it. Your thoughts on Algorand? Let's see. Let's talk about that. Oh, and thanks. It says, let's celebrate their third super on a live stream. I appreciate that. And hey, Jay Perez, I'll talk about Bitcoin right afterwards. I appreciate the super chats, everybody. Your thoughts on Algorand? Let's go over here. So, Binance is probably the best opportunity here. Okay. Oh, we haven't talked about this for a hot minute here. Yeah, because there's that smaller breakout there on the day trading charts. Okay. So as far as algorithms concerned, you can see it's already had a larger breakout here over the last few weeks. That one right there, that change of character. It's been going up ever since then, and now it actually hit an order block, and it's just having a little bit of trouble breaking out above the order block. The way I'm looking at it right now, it still seems like it's a good buying opportunity, but I'm not entirely sure if it's going to actually just launch out of nowhere this week. It might actually need a couple more weeks of cooking here, because we've already had the golden cross. It may have to come back down a little bit more towards like 19 cents and then try to have that consolidation. See me, whoosh. All right, so this is, the hell is that? Okay. Let's look at the daily chart. Yeah, we've had another breakout there. That's very nice. You can actually see we've already had a breakout right here too. And it retested that off of the Coinbase debacle. Momentum is still going strong. Stochastic is a little bit overbought, I would say. RSI is getting into overbought. But I wouldn't say that's necessarily crazy just because of what we just saw Bitcoin do. Because even though Bitcoin got shot down a little bit over the past few hours, it's still up 6%. That's going to affect a lot of these altcoins down the road. So I would expect this to try to retest at least 24 cents, maybe even 25 cents. Let me back up a little bit here. There you go. right around 24, 25 cents. That's what would have a short-term price target if we see Bitcoin really try to make that stronger move. But going further here, if you're willing to hold on for a few more weeks, that next resistance level is all the way up here around 30 cents. That's a cool 33% profit or so, somewhere around that level. And that's what I'd be kind of aiming for if I'm buying at this point. If you're still holding, you're fine. You can move that stop loss up a little bit, maybe up here towards 18 cents, or maybe you want to keep it down here at 15, 16 cents. Regardless, if you bought somewhere down here, you're still happy with the results. But because we do have a pretty decent support level down here, we can add on the Fibonacci's right now and go from the low or the trend start. Let's go from both and just see what we can find here. Yeah, that price target up here, 31 to 29 cents, let's say 28.5 cents up to 32 cents. That's kind of the level I'd be looking at for that next level of resistance where I'd be scaling out there. It looks like it's going to be a grinding type of move, but still not bad. Now, if I were to go back over here, though, and go to the trend starter, let's go over here to the daily chart. A little bit of resistance right now. Again, it got killed because of the Coinbase. 23 cents, expect a little bit, but it should still continue grinding on. Yeah, back up here, 25, that matches up here, but honestly, back up here, 30 to 31 cents. If you want to be a little bit more finicky, you can start scaling up maybe around 28 cents, but it looks like it's going to be trying to go that route here fairly soon. It's not going to probably go, straight up like I said, but give it a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of a move, something similar to what we're kind of seeing with Bitcoin, but maybe on a different time frame. I think you're fine. And plus, you just had a golden cross. It's riding the 20 moving average here. If you see Bitcoin break down here for an extended period of time, you will see it come back down to around 18, 19 cents. That's just something to be aware of. But as far as we're concerned right now with Bitcoin going up, when Bitcoin finds its footing and it consolidates for an extended period of time, you're going to see altcoins as a whole try to have their next level surge. And I think that's what we're kind of waiting for. So it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow. Give it a few days after that and wait for that slingshot to take effect there. And hey, Ken Nagley, welcome to the Diamond Love Man. I really do appreciate it. Let me know if you have any questions as always, but you've already been a member for a while, so I just appreciate the upgraded level. And BitTorrent, we have not touched on BitTorrent just yet. Even if we did, I'd still go over it again for the, the super chat. I guess let's go BitTorrent to US dollar and Bitfinex. Is that the best, or Kraken? Maybe Kraken's a little better. All right. This one's a little bit different. BitTorrent has been around for a very long time. They restructured their token. Let's call it that. I'm not entirely sure the way I would characterize it. But they made it go back to a whole bunch of little zeros and went more, and they increased the supply, which was kind of annoying. However, over the past few weeks, you have seen BitTorrent have a pretty seismic move. I'm profitable on my BitTorrents now. I was not profitable for a very long time on my BitTorrent. And it moved up a whopping 400%. All right, what you saw was a pretty drastic drop. It was not a good drop to be part of, but if you guys bought a while ago, you're fine. Yeah, 60% drop over a period of 6 weeks. Now, it's on its way back up. You're consolidating. You're looking for a larger move to take hold, but this larger move is most likely not going to break out anytime soon. Again, just going to have to give it some time. But realistically, what you could do, because there still is a Fibonacci level here to play around with, magnet, there we go. You can still see a little bit of resistance right here. Maybe if I adjust this, but I think I'll move it down. It's still a pretty decent level of resistance, you can see. That next level is going to match back up to the body highs we saw over here of the 142 level. I'm not going to say all the zeros, I'll just say the last 3 digits. For the 142 level, if we're still above the 200 here, so that's a pretty good momentum. We're still good with momentum here. How's the weekly momentum building up? Just turned positive on everything, so it should be fine. If you're looking to buy right now for a larger move, I would actually skip this level as a price target of the 142 level, and I would actually go all the way up here to the highs. That seems more realistic. I'm not expecting something like a parabolic like this, where we have a pretty huge move out of nowhere, but I would say it would be fairly easy for us to get back up to that 172 level if that's your short-term price target. For the next few weeks, though, you're going to be looking beyond this. You're really going all the way back over here to the 208 level. I know it could technically get up a little bit higher if it does have another big move. I don't anticipate big moves like that happening all the time, so I typically will just kind of go to that medium range of 0.206 to 0.272. This is where I'd be looking to scale out if you're buying right now. You're open for a short-term consolidation, a breakout here, consolidate a little bit, then get that sell point right there. You could try to aim for a little bit higher. That seems like it would take months, not necessarily a few good weeks of just having some consistent profits as Bitcoin consolidates. But you're there, and even going over here to the 4-hour chart, I know it's not the most liquid thing on Kraken, but you are seeing some nice wicks up. You're seeing the buying still taking place, and you're seeing the semblance of higher lows right here. And that should keep you going for a little bit longer here, especially because Bitcoin is trying to make its footing. It's trying to make a little bit of a rebound. Don't be surprised, though, if it decides to come back down, maybe just back down to 0.096. That wouldn't be crazy to me because of what's happening with Bitcoin. So, still looking fine. This looks like a longer thing to hold and not necessarily a short-term thing to try to play around with, though. I'm much more of a swing trader when it comes to Bitcoin just because of the large moves it can have. I would have a price target and forget about it. Your stop loss, honestly, you could have such a generous stop loss right now because your price target is so high up. But you're really banking on this. You're really banking on holding this for at least a month from the time you buy it today, which is not something I would say for a lot of other altcoins out there because of the volatility. BitTorrent usually grinds and has these cool breakouts. It's good, but come on, got to give it some space here. Cigar went out. Let's touch up this bad boy. There we go. And even Bitcoin, it's not having this large breakout effect here. It's making these higher moves, but it's struggling a little bit here. Not a lot, but we've already managed to close above this, and now I would expect it to have a larger move, but it seems like that volume just isn't coming through right now. We'll see what happens. Is there something I'm missing on the 5-minute chart? Again, these levels of resistance aren't going to be the highest, but no, I mean, with the 50 right there, I can see us breaking above that. It's just happening a little bit less dramatically than I would want it to. And maybe I'm just so, I'm oversensitized right now because of all the Bitcoin moves. But we should see Bitcoin have a nice little pop here pretty soon. I captured that 64K moment. I was 200% up in profit, but before I exit, my app got crashed and went to CTC. Yeah. Well, let me do a double check here. Yeah, still having some performance issues. Let me do something very fast. I just want to there we go. I had to readjust something here. On Coinbase, you got liquidated on your algo long. Yeah. What do you call it? It's going to be a little bit painful when something like that happens. I don't know if there's a way to get in contact with Coinbase to get some money back. I've never actually tried to do that with an exchange because I felt like they would always say, oh, no, sorry, we can't help you there. But I'm sure there's somebody that can help you there. Maybe another YouTuber. I'm not entirely sure. Oh yeah, if you guys can, please like the stream and comment as much as you want to. I try to answer all the questions if I can, but the chat moves kind of fast. Oh, and here we go. Bitcoin's trying to make a move here. Let's see if we can actually enjoy this one. 5-minute chart. There you go. It's making its move now. Finally. Took a little bit longer than I wanted it to. But now we're going to get back above $61,000 here maybe over the next few minutes, and there we're going up a little bit higher. That's basically what we've been looking for here, what we've been trying to see. Is Bitcoin potentially forming a cup and handle on the weekly? To me, no, just because of the rapid move of it. Typically with Bitcoin, you see a lot more double tops and head and shoulders types of plays. If you wanted to think about this as something more, there's a tool in here for this. Now it's fine. If you want to go off for something like this and maybe a little bit of a cup and handle, that could work out. It would be a little bit of a normal shape, but what I would say is, even if I don't think it's a cup and handle, if we do have some type of breakdown here where we consolidate maybe about 30% or something, and we come back over here to 40,000 levels, what I would say is this is going to be an opportunity for you to buy heavily in the first place. But after that, we should have some type of breakout on top of that. I would double down on everything I just bought down here if we do have such a pullback, which I wouldn't anticipate happening for at least a few weeks here. But if you see that and we do have something more of a drawing down, I think that'd be a great opportunity to buy. For me, I'm just much more of a stickler when it comes to like having patterns that look a little bit nicer than this. But any pullback, it's going to be a huge buying opportunity. And you might even at the end of the day consider it being a cup and handle. It's just I'm so finicky with it that I would like, if Bitcoin didn't go up like this high, like up here, and it kind of went here, and then we kind of had a breakout, then I'd feel a little bit better about it. But because we didn't, I'm like, maybe. I'll stick to a maybe. But if we do have a pretty good pullback, I would still be very happy to kind of buy into that. But give it at least a month before we expect anything like that to happen as far as that breakout effect. Litecoin? We don't really talk about Litecoin because Litecoin doesn't really do much, and it sucks. Litecoin managed to break out. This is the weekly chart. We can go to the daily chart. It managed to break out, and it had all the momentum in the world, and Coinbase shot it down. So at this point, it hasn't broken out. You could anticipate it breaking out, I would say, but until it actually manages to close above that, I typically don't buy in. The momentum is all there. You have a brick of structure, which is looking pretty nice. In theory, over the next few weeks, you should see this actually break above these highs. Let me get the magnet. There we go. You should see it break above these highs over here on $79 to $80, and from there retest out the order block. But that's not going to happen for at least a few weeks, for luck with a lot of these tokens here. You're at the beginning stage of a move. Litecoin after that, I mean, it's always hard to say because Litecoin's chart is never as easy as we might like it to be. It kind of goes more sideways than anything. And you can see back over here in 2021, it didn't really do much higher than it did in 2017. So you're kind of looking at a larger range when this is in fact. But for me, if you kind of forget everything that happened before the last bear market or the last bull market, you're going to be, let me just draw it. You're going to be looking at this nice trend line right here. To me, this is where, get rid of this very fast. This, do it this, and there you go. There you go. This is what you guys are going to be looking at and kind of keeping into context. The downtrend is over. I know it's been going more sideways, and it's not been the best chart since then. This kind of reminds me of the XRPs of the world, basically the Dogecoins, the Shiba Inus. And you're basically kind of holding this in anticipation of a larger move incoming, but it looks like all those larger moves really haven't amounted to much so far. And I'm not entirely sure why. Litecoin's been this way for a while. They have some pretty good hype events around their token every now and again. I think a couple of years ago, or last year, there was one with BitBoy. I think Tom Crown was there. I think Crypto Winnie was there. It was in it was in Las Vegas. I remember because I was at a fintech conference there at the same time, and I saw a couple of guys. But until that breakout happened, it's going to be very hard to say, hey, we're looking at some seismic move. What I might say instead is try to just wait for the momentum to pick up a little bit and get a little bit more engaged. Typically, when I talk about Litecoin in particular, which is why I'm not focusing so much on technicals right here, with Bitcoin, I'm looking at weekly moving averages or daily moving averages or maybe some Fibonacci levels and stuff like this. Litecoin is a very ugly chart when it comes to technical analysis. Because you'll see that we did have a breakout and we did move up higher here, right? This is on log off. Log on, like we were just looking at here, it broke out, nothing happened. It was even a breakout right here off of this resistance, nothing happened. Now, because of this, I've already pointed out to some of these moves over here and things like this. We've had a breakout. We're trying to go a little bit higher. That breakout, I don't anticipate breaking above 104 anytime soon, but a price target of around 100 to 104. 100 is like right here, right here, 104. That zone, basically the order block, that's something realistic I could expect over the next few months, but this just doesn't perform well. A death cross here, nothing moved down. A golden cross here, no, we didn't even go up. The momentum doesn't necessarily do well when it comes to Litecoin for some reason. I've just never understood why, but it's just been the nature of this token. Because I bought this token a long time ago, and I sold it. I don't even have Litecoin because it just hasn't done anything for me. Maybe in the future they'll have some type of progress here, but until then, we're at the top of a range right now. We haven't had the best luck dealing with this range at all. I mean, we just got smacked down from it, for heaven's sakes, based off of the Coinbase crash. But give it some time. Trade the range. We're at the bottom of a range right now. Let it kind of cook up a little bit more. Some type of higher low, excuse me. We can keep trickling back up. It's just not going to be the best play out there. I wish, this is the hourly chart. It's making some moves back up. It had some momentum. Just has not been able to capitalize over the past 3-4 years. Hopefully this time it changes. But again, it's just not been having the best. Oh, and there we go. There's a little bump I was talking about. Now we're kind of going on a little bit. It won't be a straight shot, but at least we have an opportunity to start getting back above 61,500 now, and things are looking a little bit better. I think, what are we looking at here? We are going to see a little bit of resistance here. Let's see where this goes. Change of character. Yeah, there we go. Momentum. Yeah, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see right here. Because I would say the next hour and a half is going to be crucial for Bitcoin, because it determines if we actually manage to start coming back up here towards $63,000, which can really lead to a larger move hours from now, but still it sets everything up in a very nice way. If we're not able to continue this momentum on for the next hour or so, this is where we start to make another lower low, and that is where eventually you're going to probably try to buy somewhere between basically $60,000 and $58,600. That's that next opportunity to buy, but I'd prefer it. I think you guys would prefer it if we can actually just start to go up a little bit more, consolidate a little bit better, and then just start moving back up to all-time highs, or 64,000, 65,000, 66,000, at least somewhere up into those levels here. But again, Bitcoin is making that move, although it took a whole another half an hour than I thought it was going to take. I guess we were just looking to break out above that 20 moving average here. I have Gala Spell and Big Time on my list. So far, Big Time's been pretty interesting here. Oh, we just broke back above $61,000. We're making a move here, guys. We are making a move. I don't think I have a lot of Big Time, but it's been doing okay. Yeah, my Big Time is up 6%, so not the best. I didn't buy in at the best opportunity here. I think I bought all the way back over here on this breakout. And it did go up higher for a while, but, it was higher today, actually. But, again, Coinbase kind of smacked it around. I'll be fine with it, though. It's something I'm holding for a very long time. I got like 47 tokens right now I'm invested into in this long-term portfolio. The big ones are still the AI tokens of the world. They still seem to be outperforming everything else. And Bitcoin, look at you go. Look at you go, Bitcoin. A little bit of resistance heading our way, but again, we're on the right path now to have a reversal after the Coinbase issue. And I'm going to be paranoid here. And we're still looking pretty good. So, next few hours, we could see Bitcoin back up around $64,000, and that's basically all we care about here, guys. We just want to see the momentum pick back up. Coinbase really did hurt us here, really did hurt us. Is any more news on Bitcoin? Stock market crash. Oh, is India having a stock market crash? I don't know. That face was scary as hell. Shut it down. Kate Middleton. Meek and music. I don't know. See, they need to stop showing the same old stuff. Twitter. I got to talk to some people over there. I got to do a little at Twitter or at X. Yeah. Oh well. Asked about the best platform to dollar cost average on. that's kind of a perspective of what you're looking to buy. If you're looking for spot trades, I gotta fill out some paperwork for crypto.com. They keep on asking me to do an affiliate link for them, but crypto.com is probably my favorite for dollar cost averaging, just because they have so many tokens. Coinbase is another one right there. If you're looking to dollar cost average when it comes to maybe doing long-term 2x plays or 3x plays where you're holding leverage, where you're getting more money, but you're a little bit more risk, which isn't crazy risk, because again, you're going to be doing a 2x or 3x. Let's not do 5 or 10, because that gets a little bit crazy. And on top of that, you are paying fees for that, though. You're doing funding fees. Different exchanges have different fee rates. I think like what Fairdesk has funding intervals of 4 hours or 8 hours, depending on the different type of token that you have. I think BYDFi is pretty similar. 4 hours to 8 hours to 12 hours is what happens on most exchanges. That's one way of going about it. That one I would say, Fairdesk is fine. BYDFi is fine. There's a lot of, depends on where you live too, because some exchanges are available and some are not. But I would say if you're looking just for spot trades, crypto.com is one of my favorites. And then you can go over to Coinbase if you like it. Crypto.com, typically I like them just because I like their app better than Coinbase. It's pretty simple, it's efficient, and they just have so many tokens that you can just be scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. $10 here, $10 here, $5 there. You don't even have to add a bunch of money to them, but those long-term portfolios are really, really good there. And Bitcoin is still doing good. Let's have a surge from here as well. What do we think about Solana? I still think it's doing fine. It should have a pop here, but again, with a lot of these altcoins, you want to give them some time here because they just got wrecked off of Coinbase. Bitcoin is easier to get kind of fix itself basically because it's the number one thing out there. Everybody's always going to be buying Bitcoin and trading Bitcoin. When it comes to a lot of these other tokens, they still are altcoins. And when Bitcoin gains dominance like this on a daily chart or a weekly chart, and we're kind of seeing dominance like go higher and higher and higher, whenever Bitcoin chooses to consolidate and breathe for a little bit, and I'm talking about for days, not for a few hours, I'm talking about for days, that's when you're going to see things like Solana break out and have those pumps. Until I start to see Bitcoin consolidate, I'm not going to go heavy into Solana unless I see maybe a breakout on the 4-hour chart. Something on the 4-hour chart, I think you're going to be looking a little bit better, because I know we checked out Solana a few hours ago, or a few minutes ago, and there we are. 4-hour chart. There you go. These breakouts are usually what I'm going for. Now, this was kind of interesting. I'm not entirely sure what happened a few days ago in the morning hours, but it was weird. That type of stuff could happen, so that's not my favorite. But typically, after the breakout, daily chart, you're looking pretty good. Right now, we're hitting levels of resistance. There's another opportunity for a breakout happening. But in this case, you're just looking at this and you're like, oh yeah, we're on the verge, right? I say on the verge because we haven't actually closed above this. We have another hour and 43 minutes until we close. After that, you should see a surge that brings us right back up here towards $123. That's maybe a breakout you can go for. But, oh no, actually we changed, the MACD changed today, so that actually changes things a little bit. Now everything is kind of in this bullish move. You could see Solana actually start to head back up towards $130, $140. Let's zoom back out. Where's that next level of resistance? 144. I would anticipate it getting there perhaps over the next week, but maybe the week after you can start thinking about 144 or so. The 20-week moving average is kind of that thing I'm watching slowly, but it's making a pretty good move, I would say, at this point. So perhaps you can do a swing trade. I might wait for a little bit more confirmation, but if you're holding, there's no reason whatsoever to sell Solana at this point in time. But it looks like it is making a move here. Again, because Bitcoin is trying to have this reversal here, you're seeing a lot of other things try to have their moves. Like Bonk is up a little bit more off of that move with Bitcoin. Everything's watching Bitcoin here. Chiliz should have a big move here pretty soon. AVEX already had the move. Comp already had the move. Crow looking for the move. Dot starting the move. Solana already had the move. Doge on Mars about to have the move. And so forth here. It's crazy how these little moves with Bitcoin, when it's breaking above certain levels of resistance and stuff, it makes a huge deal here, which is why I'm hoping that we see Bitcoin come back up. It doesn't have to go straight up and hit this high over here. It just has to go up a little bit further, consolidate, and that breakout after that happens, that's where you're going to see the momentum take off for Bitcoin again. altcoins may go a little more dormant during that time. Fine. We're okay with that because altcoins over the next few days should be surging quite a bit. It's just, do you want to buy now? Do you want to buy a little bit later? And so forth. Regardless, if you guys are buying right now and you hold a few days, you should be in a good situation. You just want to make sure that you're giving yourself a little bit more of a generous stop loss, more than you would be by day trading, because you understand that it might take a few days before a particular altcoin may actually just have that explosion moment. Make sure the cigar doesn't go out. And hey, Gomer, I appreciate it. Any help, guys, with the stream. A like, a comment, it all ends up helping out. A share, Are the current levels of GRT and LRC still good buying opportunities? GRT should be good to go until you hit 36 cents, which is a pretty significant jump here. We're still having this larger breakout over. Let me just get rid of this. Oh, in fact, let me do this very fast. I just want to put this down. Okay, if I put it above it. What's going on? Why can't I add a line here? There. Oh, my magnet's on, so I've been adding lines on a whole bunch of bullshit places. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Magnet off. There we go. Okay. Now I can take this off. That's that next big level of resistance. It was around 37 cents. Let's just call it that. But really, because it did just break out of this longer trend line right here, we've just started another rally after months of consolidation. You should see this just be a speed bump based on how Bitcoin's going right now. And then from there, you're looking at a little bit of a higher rate, really around 52 cents. I would say, hey, if you want to buy and have a day trade, or a short-term swing trade up here, you can. But realistically, let's go to the daily chart. We're consolidating. We're waiting for that larger move. Sure, we may see some resistance, but the ultimate goal at this point seems to be closer to 52 cents. Close to 100% profit, not all the way there, but pretty close. If I were to buy right now, 80% profit, not bad. That's why I'd be aiming for. Usually I give it a little bit of leeway, so I don't really aim for that target. I aim for just a little bit below it. So maybe not 52 cents, but maybe somewhere between 45 and 50. I'd be scaling out there if I'm buying right now. It's still the beginning of a breakout. We're just looking for a consolidation level. The chart looks a little bit uglier, of course, on the daily just because of what happened with Bitcoin, but it's already made back up that ground. Not Bitcoin, it'd be Coinbase. It's already made up that ground, and now we're trying to make another breakout attempt here, which again, may need some more cooking time, some more consolidation, but ultimately, you should still see it making a higher move here. There's only a few tokens that are really having some really bad days today. I might even just go over here to Coinbase. This is not burning properly, but that's fine. Scroll, baby, scroll. There we go. Right? You got Jasmine up 37, you got AR up 37, you got APT up 24, Fetch up 20%, Dogecoin up 17%. Other side, you got things like Gala down 10%, Beam down 5%, Pith down 5%, and Ape Token down 5%. Over the last 7 days, they've had some really decent moves here. Even over the last 90 days, Beam is up 257%. Pretty darn good. Those are the type of tokens where if they've moved up a lot over the past few weeks or past few months, if they're consolidating right now and they're having some longer, more troubled issues, I'd be buying those ones over a lot of other ones. But they're still all great opportunities because they've all still been able to make some really large moves over the past few months. Okay, this is hitting my wrapper. Goodbye, Don Carlos. Goodbye, Don Carlos. There we go. And let me... There we go. And Tom, it's so funny. I'm smoking a cigar too. They're good. They're relaxing. They're very, very relaxing. And oh, is Bitcoin doing something again? There we go. I just got to make sure I keep track of everything going on here. And you use crypto.com, Carl. It's good. I enjoy it a lot. Bonk on resistance. That's nice to see. I think Bonk might go to 1780. Right now, Bonk has a lot of momentum behind it. I bought Bonk only because it rallied up a whole bunch, and I was buying it as it crashed back down, and I was like, I'll take an opportunity on it. I'm not disappointed with how it's been performing since then. Nope. And we just checked out Chainlink. Chainlink is doing pretty well as well, pretty well too. Again, it just needs a little bit more time to cook for those larger moves, but regardless, it's still doing very well. Will Coinbase crash boost Kronos? I don't think so necessarily, just because what happened was the Coinbase crash crashed Bitcoin, and Bitcoin crashing crashed every single altcoin out there, and everything is kind of recuperating from that event. Luckily, as you guys can see, we do have tons of people buying back into Bitcoin, and we're going to try to make a run up here pretty soon to go back up towards $63,000 and $64,000. It's just a matter of time to see if that momentum can carry on. Right now, though, in the immediate future, like the next hour or so, the goal is just to break above this level right here. I mean, that's all we're doing. Right here. We're trying to break above 61,500 basically. We're at 61,245. We're close, and we're trying to make that push. We may, in fact, just get rejected by this, come back down, and then pop back up over the next few hours. It's just going to take some time, and that's the thing. I hate saying time, but I'm going to be streaming literally for like another 5-6 hours. So I'll be here. You guys can go grab dinner or whatnot. I'm going to go out and get some nice food here later on tonight. Maybe I'll treat myself out to some steak or something. Where would I want to go out to dinner, though? It's a Wednesday night? Thursday night? It's a Wednesday night. I don't know what's actually open on a Wednesday night around me. I might have to go downtown and get myself some El Gaucho's happy hour food or something. But yeah, so right now, big thing is to break out. You're seeing this nice little pattern form here. Resistance. Break it above this. Surge a little bit higher. We will not go from here to here in one long handle. We will consolidate. We will get rejected from a level of resistance. And then from there, we will come back down. If you guys are looking at this from a short-term day trading opportunity, again, I was telling you guys about the buying opportunity here or the buying opportunity here. Now it's probably not as easy to buy into Bitcoin for a day trade at this point. That's fine. You know, there's only, when you day trading, there's only so many opportunities. And then you just have to wait. But price target for the short term, maybe we come up to 62,500, 62,646. That seems pretty realistic. And then from there, we get knocked back down, consolidate, and then we have another breakout there. Again, if you guys are just joining the stream, what's most likely going to happen here is Bitcoin will go up. It'll probably get rejected. It can go here, it can go here. It doesn't matter. It'll get rejected. It won't just go up straight. And then from there, we have that new trend line in place. And then we're waiting for that breakout to occur. This is the breakout that takes us above 64,000. That takes us to 65,000. It'll probably happen closer to 4:30 at night, so another 2 hours or something. I know it sucks. I know it sucks. Trust me, I know. But the fact that Bitcoin is able to hold right now is extraordinary, and it's so helpful because as we go to this and this, it means that the buyers have not been scared away because of the Coinbase issue. And I will just remind you here, it's still trending number 2 on Twitter right now. Our ex, Mitch McConnell, is trending number 1 because he is doing his little retirement. But Coinbase, if I go back over here, have they made any updates recently? No, not about an hour. But they say things are stabilizing, things are good, your cryptocurrencies are safe, nothing to worry about here. There are people that had issues. Support will be dealing with this stuff for quite a bit of time. So if you guys want to reach out to Coinbase support, might as well make your ticket now, get it over with, and just you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait a while, but they will get to you, and then hopefully you can try to say, hey, because of your servers being down, I lost money. I need some form of reimbursement, and then hopefully, if you're lucky, they'll do it. You could even take them to small claims court, to be honest. But who's going to do that? But you may be able to get something back from them. But the big story here is not about getting your money back, as unfortunate as it may be for people that got liquidated through that event. It's that the system is getting better. The volume has slowed down a little bit. Things are getting a little bit easier. And now Coinbase should be able to handle the next wave of crypto, the next wave of buyers that comes in, because it should be pretty seismic. Because again, I know we were looking at this coming down a little bit, right? We saw this crash, but we were still like we were going, guys. We were going, and it looks like buyers are still there. Give it some time. Give it some time to consolidate. Then let's see what happens afterwards. It's still not a foregone conclusion that we break out above $64,000 again in the next like few hours, but it looks like right now buyers are still there and they are trying to make this move happen, which is all we can really ask for at this point. The fact that we're not breaking down and we're not like, settling around 59,000 or something, that's great news. Buyers are still here and they are still raring to go. And again, 5-minute chart, look at this. Nice little consolidation. It looks nice and easy. We're hitting the order block and we're still making a move. Our prior consolidation still breaking out there. We're still looking good. Again, there is some resistance right here, kind of around 61,500. We'll live. We'll test it out. You might even move it up here if you want to look at a more precise 5-minute chart. And there you go. If you want to go over the very top, this is what you're looking for. And even now, look at the 1-minute chart. Ever since we had this breakout here, I know it doesn't look like a lot. Bitcoin's up 1%, $743. You don't see this momentum on your day-to-day Bitcoin charts. So I like seeing it now. It means that people are still very excited. And again, it's, how do I describe this? It's still the trading day, right? Asia hasn't woken up yet. Asia's going to probably push us up a little bit. A lot of these moves that we've been seeing have definitely been happening in the early morning hours. Like when I was looking at this last night, I was like, oh shit. I told you I didn't get much sleep last night, even though I went to bed early. I woke up later in the middle of the night. I just looked at Bitcoin. 5:15 in the morning, 60,500. 7 o'clock in the morning, 61,000. Over here around midnight my time, we're breaking about 58, 59, 60, and so forth here. Bitcoin's still looking to make some stronger moves. We're just basically waiting for another breakout here, and that's good. That's all we're looking for here. We're trying to correct the ship, basically. Correct the ship and keep on moving forward. And then, Monty, should I sell some of my Dogecoin? If you feel like it's hit one of your price targets, you can definitely sell it. There's nothing wrong with it. Just make sure that when you buy your Doge next time or you're trading Doge, you have some type of plan. Your plan could be to sell Dogecoin at 20 cents and 30 cents, but whenever that plan hits, you got to be good. I don't know exactly when you bought your Dogecoin and stuff like that, or if you're swing trading or day trading. At this point, though, Dogecoin is hitting a little bit of resistance, not a lot, but if you wanted to sell and scale out a little bit for a day trade, that's perfectly fine. Definitely deserves a cigar. Guys, if you got one, smoke them. I have a nice little batch. This one's for later on tonight, but this one right here, let me show you. This is a Hoyo de Monterrey Epicure number 3. It's not going to look very good because it's focused on me. But this one right here, it's a beautiful Cuban. It was made it was released in November. Probably made a little bit early because the tobacco had to dry and stuff. But this is one of my favorite cigars. It's creamy. It has a little bit of sweetness to it. Wonderful, wonderful flavor. But it's hard to get Cubans, so even though I have maybe like 50 Cubans right now, I don't smoke them all the time. I just bought 4 more Cubans yesterday from a friend, and they smell like graham crackers. I'm so excited to try those out, but I'm not entirely sure when I want to try those ones out. Hey, Seattle's very good. There's not many bad allergies here. It's mostly the people have trouble with in Seattle and Oregon is during fire season. If it's too dry, you're going to be dealing with heavy amounts of smoke. That's about it. I used to have allergies as a kid, but I don't have allergies. But I had really bad allergies, so I can't compare to the average folk there. My allergies would get so bad when I was growing up where my eyes would swell shut if I touched a flower, then touched my eye. Eyes swollen shut, I would not physically be able to open them. Not the best. Looks like XRP is a sleeping giant. Yes, very much so. XRP is doing nothing. So yes, it is definitely sleeping at this point in time. But again, that's not terrible. You just got to wait for it to pop up a little bit more. Let me go over here and see if I can find some news about what happened today. Because Bitcoin's still consolidating here. CNBC, Snowflake, congressional leaders strike partial budget deal, avert weakened government shutdown. So no shutdown. That's good news for us. Like I said, nobody expected them to shut it down. Republicans and Democrats, they're still going to grow the debt. There's nothing we can do. That thing, this debt, it's only going to go up. It's not going to even go, it's only going up. Oh, what we're looking at right here. Coinbase support is fine. Kramer. Oh, let's see.
Well, I'll tell you.
Why do you think it's been so resilient here in the high 16s?
Well, I'll tell you what Starks is.
This is back when Bitcoin was at 17,000.
Being propped up by people who need it propped up, and that's all there is. Very harsh.
Why do you think it's been so resilient here in the high 16s?
Well, I'll tell you what Starks is, because it's phony and a scam. Being propped up by people who need it propped up.
It's phony and a scam. Oh, man. Live shot at Kramer's bad calls accuracy. I mean, Kramer is just not the best person there, Oh, he's going to be a Robin Hood? I mean, oh, yeah, Robin Hooding it right there. Oh, that's in video right there. Bitcoin and different kind of anguish on his face. Oh, that was mine. Yeah, okay, so still, I really wish I could just, well, if I type in Bitcoin, right? Does it give me anything better? Just in, President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, tells Peter Schiff to cry harder after suggesting the country sells its Bitcoin. Talk about these profits after you sell and realize them. What do you call people? You can buy gold and hold for years. You can buy Nvidia. You can buy Tesla. You can buy a treasury bill. You can buy it and hold for years. You can buy Bitcoin and hold for years and then sell and make a profit. That's what a lot of us do. Remember, a lot of what we do on this channel is analyze a lot of the day-to-day stuff and even some of the longer trend stuff. But in a bear market, it's all about knowing when to buy and start to go heavy. I started to buy Bitcoin kind of around $25,000. It was crashing back down. I started my dollar cost averaging around that time period. But regardless, if you go back in time a little bit, and we go back over here to the long-term Bitcoin assets, this is just the smart money concepts thing here. If I go back over here and I just add an SMA, simple moving average, or moving average simple as they put it, there are two numbers that we use. Traditionally, I go with the 100 because I don't mind getting in a little bit early. I'm always paranoid that something bad is going to happen. I'm going to miss out on some buying opportunities. But typically, if you look at the 100 weekly moving average, if you buy underneath this while we're in a bear market, you're going to be just fine. And again, I started buying around $25,000. That's kind of around here. And that's because exchanges were falling down. It was kind of crazy. Just a panicked time back in Bitcoin's history, as you guys well remember, honestly. Who could forget how crazy everything was with the Celsius, the BlockFi, the Voyager, all of it just going down, and XRP, and on top of that. But again, that 100-week moving average, it's a great opportunity to buy down below that. If you want to be a little bit more precise, and well, we can go back in time a little bit too. Anytime buying underneath that, it's usually a good opportunity. It doesn't go back in time as much, but really 100 moving average. If you wanted to be a little bit more precise, you can go with the 150. That gives you a little bit of a more, like, hey, buy heavily while you're underneath that and only buy underneath that heavily. A little bit more leeway, and so forth. You can do it that way too. But when Peter Schiff is saying, Peter Schiff is crying and screaming when it's down here, says, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. When you see all those people like a Jim Cramer or Peter Schiff or a Rob Kiyosaki or whatever bashing Bitcoin, and everything's like, oh, I told you so, it's going down, it's never coming back up, we're going to zero. Well, that's typically when you're buying it. And that's just not, not from them just saying it, but it's also from a technical perspective. In those bear markets, that's when you're going to be dollar cost averaging. It's a very painful experience because you're going to be buying. And like I said, I started buying my Bitcoin at 25,000. I had to also buy at 22,000. I had to buy it 20,000. I bought it 15,000. I bought it 16,000, 17,000. No, you watch it go down over and over and over again. And not everybody can handle that because you really get into the fear that Bitcoin can go all the way back down to zero because you see it coming down so much. And even remember, when I saw Bitcoin coming down, I thought Bitcoin was going to $12,000. It did not. But I was still able to buy lots of crypto over the time because I was dollar cost averaging. I just have some larger opportunities where I'm like, hey, if Bitcoin hits this level, I'm tossing in $5,000. I'm tossing in $10,000 and I'm waiting to see what happens next. But again, ever since we kind of bottomed out around here, around 15,500 or so, moving pretty well. And even now, we're having this massive spike at this point, and it will probably lead to a zone of a consolidation zone here. That's typically the way these markets work. But then, of course, take a puff of this. And typically what happens now is we would have a consolidation. Now, that's typically what happens. Right now, we're seeing something unheard of because we have institutional money flowing in. And it's not the institutional money that I think we were expecting. So, we're not talking about necessarily hedge funds buying loads of Bitcoin themselves and then they're holding it and then they're going to sell it at a certain point to make a profit. We're not necessarily seeing that going crazy. Instead, what we're seeing is these spot Bitcoin ETF owners, whether it be BlackRock, ARK Invest, Grayscale, you name it, they're getting a lot of money coming into their ETFs because those hedge funds are now buying the ETFs and they're not buying Bitcoin exactly. So those ETFs, in order to stay into compliance, have to be buying a lot of the underlying asset, which is, of course, 100% Bitcoin. Now, when that happens, they are the ones driving the price because they have to keep on buying more and more and more and more Bitcoin. That's good for us because, again, if they're buying 10,000 Bitcoin or 8,000 Bitcoin a day, something like that, well, there's only about 5,000 to 6,000 Bitcoin being mined. So there's a disparity there, and that's what's causing a lot of this move. If it keeps on pumping up, this is going to be a very abnormally looking chart, and there's nothing we can do about it. A lot of the technicals that me or my friend Tom Crown or Ben Cohen or anybody else out there, even like somebody like BitBoy that may look at technicals every now and again, we're going to be surprised. We're going to be like, yes, we're going to be excited. We're going to be like, oh yeah, let's go. There's going to be key resistance levels that we're going to have to deal with, and yes, but even the key resistance levels that we've been talking about, we just bulldoze into them. Because there's so much buying that the resistance levels just can't keep up with them. And any reasonable short trader out there, they're doing day trading shorts or maybe short-term shorts where they're looking for maybe holding for a maximum a few days to a week. That's as long as they can try to short, because after that, there's a good chance that Bitcoin is going to try to take off again, or at least stop falling and go sideways before it goes back into some type of consolidation territory and then moves up even higher. That's the issue that a lot of people are having right now when they try to short Bitcoin. It's just not possible. Now, there's always going to be a lot of haters, and we just kind of have to accept that. If you guys have been in here for a while, you guys know there are plenty of haters out there, and there will be more haters to come. It just comes with the territory. And I think we have to remember that we are definitely in a social media world. I am what you would call a cryptocurrency influencer. I like when cryptocurrency is doing something. It doesn't necessarily have to be going up. I enjoy volatility in general. But the people out there that are bashing Bitcoin, they're also bashing Bitcoin because Bitcoin is a trend and they feel like they can make money off of talking about it because they can increase their followers, increase their reach. And I think even, YouTube will pay, for advertisements, Twitter will pay for advertisements, everything will pay, TikTok, you name it. Ash this out a little bit. And that's part of what you see. Every time Jim Cramer comments on Bitcoin, we all know he hates it. He doesn't have to tell us he hates it every freaking few days or so, or Bitcoin's going down, it's going to crash, it's not going to support. He's saying it because he understands that's what's going on. Jim Cramer, as a CNBC host, he's trying to get people to watch him. He's trying to get people to sign up for his courses. I don't know if any of you guys have been to CNBC. You guys, oh, it's right there. The club, a CNBC club, accepting new members. Join in, right? Join the club with our flash sale offer. get the investing club for 3 months for $99.99, right? I don't have a CNBC account, but that's basically what he's trying to do. And so he hopes that by clicking on this, you'll have the opportunity to find this out and join his club, and he probably gets some of the money from this and CNBC and so forth, right? You can get a free account, you can get all access for $600 a year, or you can go to the investing club for $400 a year, right? It is what it is. But that's why they're talking about this so much. Talking about how Jim Cramer is so cool. Let's be honest, Jim Cramer, for millennials and below, even some people above millennial age, he's a joke. He's a joke. There are people, though, a lot, not a little bit, there's still a lot of people that still respect the guy and think he knows a lot about stock trading and stuff like that. And he does understand a little bit about fundamentals more than the average guy, I would say. Much more about fundamentals than the average guy. However, when he enters into these unknown realms where he just doesn't understand Bitcoin or he doesn't understand about certain things, he comes off as a joke. And on social media, because it's mostly run by millennials and the younger crowds, I mean, millennials like me, I'm 29 years old, right? We find him as a joke. We will constantly make fun of him because he is hilarious to watch. Again, where are we at? Can I find him? Oh, I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, right.
What has Bitcoin ever done?
I don't want to.
What has Bitcoin ever done for mankind? Are you ever on a Bitcoin phone? Watson, come here. I need you. I mean, what the?
Well, coming up.
This is so funny, So, but again, even that went viral because everybody likes to see him in pain a little bit because he's been so anti-Bitcoin. And I think, even with the Jamie Dimons and so forth, you'll see that. Jamie D. Jamie Dimon lashes out against crypto. If I was the government, I'd close it down. This is back in December. December was way over here, right? Way over here. I would say we've gone up quite a bit, So they don't like it. It's fine. But nobody cares about their opinions on the space because they're not experts on the space, nor have they taken the time to understand what cryptocurrency is about, why people buy Bitcoin, why they invest in this stuff. And it's because of things like this with the national debt, right? Jamie Dimon's point, I think, from his base reasoning for being so anti-crypto is because he runs a bank. If you run a bank, you want people to have their money inside of a bank, inside that ecosystem, so banks can hold more assets and make more money because those banks will use your dollars in order to make more money. Typically, I'm like F banks because historically, before this inflation spiral started with all the spending we saw in 2021, the Green New Deal and the infrastructure bill, before all that money kind of got printed out and caused a lot of inflation, not all of it because there's some supply chain issues. People would put their money into a savings account or in the bank, and they would get very low amounts of interest for it. And Bitcoin, year to year, definitely gives you greater returns if you can just hold through all the madness. And it is a level of madness there. But he doesn't want your money going over to a Fairdesk exchange, a Coinbase exchange, a crypto.com exchange. He doesn't want that to happen. So what he's doing instead is saying, crypto's bad, crypto's bad. So it slows down the flow, leaving the banks and going into the crypto market. The money will go back and forth as much as we want. When Bitcoin's crashing, everybody will sell their cryptocurrencies. They'll move it back to USDT, and then if they made a good profit, they'll move that back into the bank account, and then they will spend that money as they see fit, as is their right. However, there is a lot of money, there are trillions of dollars in cryptocurrency, trillions of dollars that he would say he'd rather have it be in banks and not necessarily in cryptocurrency. And because banks are kind of in this weird crisis still at this point, he wants that money to not be in cryptocurrency because that could bolster their portfolios, it bolster the amount of money that banks have. So he's coming at it from a logical perspective. It's just also a very disingenuous perspective because he's crashing on Bitcoin because of all those different sets of facts, right? he'll get over it. I think if you even go to JP Morgan Professionals, view opportunities. See who they're hiring. Blockchain lead software engineer, product manager platform, blockchain. Product manager, Onyx Digital Assets, blockchain associate. Blockchain products, digital assets, lead product designer, John Onyx Design. I don't even know what Onyx Design is. Does anybody know what Onyx is? Hey, base pay $100,000, $250,000. That's a little. That's a lot. Onyx by JP Morgan. Transforming the way money, information, and assets move around the world. Formed in 2020, Onyx has 2020. What's happening there? Bitcoin, doing some stuff. Onyx has pioneered the world's first bank-led blockchain platform for exchange of value, information, and digital assets. Okay. Next generation payment rails powering right-time value transfer. Learn more. Onyx Digital Assets. Learn more. Whatever. Bring your use cases life. Leverage tailor-made applications to better utilize your financial assets. They're cash on chain. They're doing it. Despite him trashing it, they're still part of the blockchain ecosystem. And, you can't get rid of Bitcoin and keep the blockchain. It's just not going to really work out in anybody's favor here. Anything else? Onyx Coin Solutions, Principal Software. No, it's ad tech. Onyx Digital. I don't know. They're hiring. That's the big thing here. They are still hiring, and these are not low positions, right? Like even the associate product manager, they're still making anywhere from $61,000 to $115,000 a year. That's absolutely great. Blockchain lead, they're making $147,000 to $215,000, right? And that's because they have to compete with all the people out there and the rest of the ecosystem. And so, as much as he wants to trash it, they're still diving into the blockchain. You can't go into the blockchain without thinking about Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's everything. Bitcoin is really everything right now. Hey, so thank you very much for the super chat. Can I check out Hey Potter Obama Inu coin? Let me copy that and see if I can find it out. Bitcoin may be ready to do the next leg here pretty soon too. It's not against USTD, so I might not be able to. Let me go over here to this. No, they don't have a trading view account for it. Damn. All right, let me see. Let me fast. Okay, this thing crashed a long time ago. It was at some really nice levels. It looks like it's pretty much dead in the water. Let me go to the monthly chart. There we go. It's had some momentum. This is not something I would try to day trade. This would be something I only try to swing trade. You see the breakouts happening, and it's consolidating a little bit right now. I wish I had a little bit better chart to show you this with. But at this point, oh yeah, the market cap is only $20 million. You don't have to even worry about the swing trading of this one. For this type of thing, how many markets is it on? Oh, it's only on index. Okay, you could probably swap for this or something like that, perhaps. But honestly, you're just looking to hold this and buy it. I don't know much about it. It seems like your typical meme token. I can go to the website very fast. Yeah, what do you call it? This is something where it's only meme token. You're hoping it's going to get pumped up by a ravenous community, basically. And Uniswap, yeah. So that's basically what you're hoping for here. Technicals don't matter when it's at $20 million market cap, $30 million market cap. Don't worry about that. If you like it, if you feel like it's just like a small allocation because you think it's a memeable token that can go really high really fast, I would say you're looking just to hold it and buy it and then just kind of wait it out. Wait for the altcoin season to start after Bitcoin hits all-time highs, and you should be in a good spot. Don't expect it to go parabolic and give you tens of thousands of % profit, but regardless of that, when it hits certain milestones that you like, feel free to scale out of it slowly. And then once Bitcoin starts to have a little bit more of a consolidation, where maybe it's at all-time highs and we're going sideways for a little bit of time, and everybody's like, uh-oh. From there, you can start to scale out a little bit more of it if you would like. But for now, it's just at such a small market cap that it doesn't look like it's on many different trading platforms to be able to look at the technical analysis. Not a terrible thing, but because it is at a very low market cap, it's a buy, it's a hold. You don't want to do anything else with it. It's a very risky buy, but again, a small allocation to it, that's not going to hurt anybody. Again, you guys know how many tokens I have that are low market cap on this page over here with Fairdesk. 47, I want to say about 35 of them are pretty low market caps, or they were low market caps when I bought into them. Now they're up 90%, 100%, 200%, so forth. That's because they're like 2x leverages and stuff like that. Excuse me. Come on, Bitcoin. Have that little bit of a surge. Break out of the order block, test out this, and then we can go a little bit higher. Bitcoin's on a roll, guys. I know we've kind of stagnated for the last like half an hour or so, but I'm just excited we managed to have this initial breakout. To me, that was the signal that says, hey, we can definitely go higher. Not straight up, like I said. You guys know it. I'm not going to repeat myself, but you guys get what I'm saying here. Before PNC took over National City Bank, I had an account with National City Bank, and they took all my money out of my account at 1 a.m. and didn't put it back until 6 a.m. Yeah, see, exactly. Banks are pretty cheeky people. They do some weird freaking shit. And that's another reason we don't do that, right? JP Morgan is partnered with Ethereum through Consensus. There you go, another way. Now, they're going to say that they're more into the blockchain rather than Bitcoin. It doesn't matter. The more they get into the blockchain, the better Bitcoin will be. It's all connected. And I think he just hates that. I think he really hates it. But again, him and Elizabeth Warren are like this. Like they're together. You had Gary Gensler in there. You got like this little threesome, I can't do that with my fingers because my rings, but you guys get the point there. You guys get the point. And hey, Max, happy to see you. Nice to see you streaming in the middle of the day. I know. Well, dude, I'm going to be streaming for hours here. I've been streaming since, oh, I don't even have my head on here anymore. I've been streaming since 12 o'clock. So 3 hours so far, and I got like another 4 hours left. This is going to be a great day. I'm glad I got a little bit of sleep last night. That's good. And hey, so thank you very much for the super chat again, man. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, happy to help out. I just wish there was more charts. Just remember, it's a high risk, high reward type of play. You don't have to put a lot of money into it to make a lot of money. That's the key with these altcoins and things like that. If you're talking about a very low market cap token, don't put $100 into it. Don't put a couple $100 into it unless you really believe it. But typically, $20 to $50, you'll be very happy if it does manage to go boom. But if it goes down, you lost $20. It's a little bit okay. And that allows you to do more and more different positions out there. What do you think about mid-lay meme coin? I haven't heard much about it, but if it's a low market cap plane, it's probably the same as a Harry Potter Inu token. You're just kind of waiting for it to have a larger move here. Small market caps, you're being patient with them. You have to be patient with them. Thoughts on Doge token? Dogecoin is still grinding here. Let me see. This is the 4-hour chart. It's finally made a move. It is having a breakout here above this level of 10.107 cents. I like it. I'm still holding. I'm not necessarily buying a bunch of Dogecoin. Let me go to the weekly chart. It'll show it a little bit easier. We're going up here to retest some of these highs, basically between 12 cents and 16 cents. This technical analysis is not going to be the best just because, or the resistance level is not going to be the best just because of the fact that when we saw this initial big move, it wasn't an organic move. It was because it was finalized that Elon Musk had just bought on Twitter, and then before he rebranded it as X and so forth, and that's where we see that huge pump. We've been having a lot of issues since then, but Dogecoin is one of those sleeping giants that's just starting to wake up, especially because of what we saw with Bitcoin over the last few days, and we just have to accept it's going to be going up a little bit more here over the next few weeks, and then typically your next price target for Dogecoin is probably going to be around the 14-cent realm. After that, and we start breaking out a little bit more, this will take time, but really you're starting to aim back up here for 18 cents, then you start going back up here, let's say 22 cents, then really back up here towards 35. It looks like it wants to happen a little bit faster, and that's what we're looking for because this is very, this is behind the curve compared to what we're used to here. 5-minute chart. Come on. All we're looking for here is higher lows. So I'm hoping we can try to break out soon. Sooner rather than later. Oh, it died off. Let me take a piece of cedar wood. There you go. Hit the last little bit of this. There we go. All right. Don Carlos is a good cigar. What's going on with Matt Wallace? Why didn't he go live on YouTube? He deleted his Dogecoin video on YouTube. I don't know. Remember, Matt Wallace, during bear markets, crypto people, that if they're not able to make engaging content and they're not able to live off of it, they have to try to make money another way. And they will still have their influence because they're still, lots of subscribers, lots of people still follow them. He went down the political rabbit hole, which is fine. We talk about politics every now and again. But he really went down the rabbit hole where he's like, chose a side, only that side, nothing else matters. And, you're trying to build up your followers on that. It is what it is. Maybe his Dogecoin video wasn't performing the way he wanted to. I'm not entirely sure. But I don't know if I didn't see his Dogecoin video, so I'm not really sure. He hasn't been posting as much lately, so maybe he'll talk about it a little bit more. But he's only going to really go into it once he sees there's a path for him to make a lot of money off of Dogecoin again. And I think, if you go open up another page of YouTube, new incognito mode, you go over to YouTube here. And if you just type in Dogecoin here on incognito, so this is like what a regular person on YouTube would see most likely, you're going to see a lot of stuff, okay? Long awaited Dogecoin pump. He's talking about Dogecoin now. Chris Pax. Oh, that's the guy that scammed people a while ago. He grew a beard, so you guys can't recognize him. He had his special token, which he rugged people on. You see, Piggy Charts, Dogecoin breakout, $2 Dogecoin coming, Dogecoin explodes. You see my live stream right there. Will Dogecoin price go parabolic? This guy, he scammed people, so I don't recommend him at all. Coinbase crashes. Actually, he lost his original channel because he scammed people. Now he's trying to rebuild it. Coinbase crashes. Where's my money? So, there's a lot of stuff going on today where everybody's going to be talking about it. Most of the time, the people that talk about it, though, it's not their number one focus. When it comes to this guy, Chris, or Matt Wallace, they're typically only talking about Dogecoin. But again, Matt Wallace hasn't been talking about Dogecoin for a while. No, his channel is Final Stand. Oh, maybe not. The fuck is going on? There we go. No, this is Matt Wallace and George Soros exposed. What the fuck? Why would you even post that? Nikki Haley exposed. I don't know, right? He pulls all of his people from Twitter to watch the videos. So I think he's probably going into this. But I don't see Final Stand anywhere. So maybe he took the Final Stand page down. Here, I can find it out really easily for you. It's not even there. Yeah, he might have taken the channel down. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. He might have a tweet on it or something. Oh, Bitcoin, please, 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 please. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, we could be looking at another breakout here pretty soon and start going back up to $64,000. This is what we want to see right here. Pepe coin is something you'd want to be holding right now, but I wouldn't necessarily want to be buying into it unless you see a breakout on the 1 hour chart or the 4 hour chart. It's already gone up so much, so I'm kind of like scared about buying into it right now. And hey, Jose, happy to see you, my man. Woohoo, definitely a woohoo type of moment. Matt Wallace has just been told what to say. It's his job for a while now. Yeah, right. He's probably making money off of it. So, you know, I'm not going to criticize the guy, but I'm not going to copy the guy. I mean, I don't know. You guys know that through the bear market, I was here the whole time. It's just that I know that I wasn't making much money off of YouTube, but I didn't care. You know, I make money trading. I don't have to make money off of YouTube. But it's more of a passion that I have for cryptocurrency as a whole because I want to see it go up. I love doing the technicals. I love talking with people about Bitcoin and, you know, crypto markets. You know, I would say you still don't see a lot of people out there that like to talk about cryptocurrency in your day-to-day life. You know, if I go to a cigar lounge, if I talk to anybody about cryptocurrency, it's like an entry-level conversation because like, oh yeah, what do you do for a living? You know, and I'll be like, well, I talk about cryptocurrencies online and I teach people about technical analysis and the boring stuff about it. And the boring stuff is usually what people want to learn about, you know? And it's fine. But with you guys, I can talk about detailed technicals. I can talk about, you know, reminding people like, hey, you should have a stop loss. You should have a target price. You need to have those things if you want to be consistent. Here are a couple of trading strategies that have worked out well for me over the years. And maybe they might work out with you if you guys like these specific things, you know? Stuff like that. Yeah, guys, if you get a few more, oh no, we're already at 103 likes, so I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate the likes very, very much. So, and hey, Pablo, I think people are kind of numbed about liking streams and videos these days. I don't exactly know, but maybe that little text you guys see at the bottom, I'll adjust it to say, hey, please like the stream and stuff like that. And maybe that'll, like, you know, it'll get some more likes in there naturally. Matt Walsh, as a car salesman, never knew about TA. Oh yeah, that's where all of a sudden was like, hey boy, here. This is going out. No. Loki wanted to say hi very fast, but I kind of like started doing my cigars. I was like, oh, I'm out of here. Loki, where'd he go? Up. Oh, look at you. Loki, where you at? Up. You can't smell my coffee. Something's happening outside, and he's very interested with it. It's pouring down rain outside. I was going to take him on a walk today, but I just let him play outside for a while. Something's happening outside, though. You might see a rabbit or a cat or something like that. Who knows? Oh, Bitcoin. Look at that. See? Yes, that's what we're looking for. You know, there we go. Okay, we're seeing that breakout continue. That's what we wanted to see here. Nice moves. Let's see if it continues on. I like being able to predict this stuff as it happens. Because, again, I used to day trade quite a bit. Now I like swing trading. I think, you know, before my mom passed away, I used to do a lot more day trading. Or before my mom got sick, I used to do a lot of day trading. And when my mom got sick, I couldn't be at the computer every single minute of the day because I was helping her and the nurses and stuff like that. And that would take like, you know, 6 to 7 hours a day, you know, hanging out with my mom, making sure she was fine, keeping her spirits up and stuff like that. And so I would try to wake up early, set up my trades. If the stock hit a certain level or the crypto hit a certain level, it would trigger an automatic buy or market buy usually. And then I would have my price target and my stop losses already in that trade. So I can just kind of put everything on them on like a mini autopilot where I do a lot of work at night, kind of setting everything up for the next day, execution, waiting, and then I would see how much money I made or how much money I lost throughout the day. And so when it comes to day trades like this, I would be able to do more day trades in the morning because I was able to be at my computer for a longer time. In the middle of the day, I couldn't be next to my computer. My schedule was a lot more hectic, if you guys remember last year, just because of everything going on there. But I still like that this simple technical still work out quite a bit. And even now you're starting to see Bitcoin break out again. So now the next level that we really have to start tackling is 63,000, 64,000. It'll happen a little bit. Don't expect this breakout's not going to launch us up, like I said, but it's setting up the larger breakout happening sometime later on tonight. So we're in a really, really good spot. Really, really good spot. Is the red line your entry? No, that was just a resistance level that I was telling you guys about that we needed to break out above. So basically over the last few hours, we've been talking about the Coinbase going down, and Coinbase at this point still hasn't been fixed up just yet. Yeah, it still has degraded performance, but because Coinbase went down while the Bitcoin rally was happening, it spooked a lot of people, and we saw this massive drop right here where there was tons of liquidations. A lot of people got liquidated, which is not a very good day for a lot of people out there. So what I was telling you guys about over the last few minutes was like, okay, Bitcoin's finding some support. I think it can go a little bit higher, but this is what it's going to take in order for Bitcoin to go higher. And for this example, we found some support right around here. We managed to have a breakout basically right here. It's a small one. And then from here, I was saying we need to go a little bit higher. Then we need to break out above here, and then we can have a larger move. And that larger move would entail Bitcoin breaking out, going up higher, getting rejected out of a level somewhere around $63,000, around there. And then from there, consolidate, then have a much larger move somewhere towards the end of the night. What we eventually do later on tonight, maybe over the next 5 or 6 hours, hopefully, we will break out above 64,000 and then start heading up towards $65,000, $67,000, $68,000 and so forth. That's kind of the gist of what we've been talking about. And so all this was a portion of a pattern of which we were looking to break out and have a get back on track, basically. It's a get back on track type of strategy, where we needed to go. Also a day trading strategy if you guys wanted to take it. But I told you guys I'd be waiting for the 15 to go a little bit better. The 15 turned out right here, I guess. So you get about right here, or you could about to change a character right here. Either one works, it doesn't matter. And now we're having another break of structure right there, or I would call this a change of character because the change of character that started all this is way over here. This is kind of a new change of character. So now we're building back on top of that momentum, and now we're on path to try to break back out above $64,000. And you can see these little breakouts that happen. Oh, here you go. 5-minute chart, change of character right there, bullish momentum. You could have hopped on that for a day trade. Yeah, everybody has their own styles, of course, but when it comes to, like, streaming, it's a lot easier for me to talk about day trading because, I'm not going to be here for days and days and days as the swing trades kind of work their way out. I will do updates once a day on the trades that are happening at the time. Ugh, I really want to smoke the rest of this because it is a really good cigar. There we go. Yeah. So right now, Bitcoin is back on track. Bitcoin is now back on track to break above $64,000 sometime later on tonight. Hopefully that's the case. We could always have some type of bad thing that we end up having another breakdown. We break down below this. That could extend things out for another few days. That's fine. But for now, we're on the right course in order to make a breakout by tonight. Not set in stone, but we're where we are where we need to be. Now we just have to worry about consolidating a little bit longer, breaking out a little bit longer, and that's really the goal for now. And hey, Far From Broke, thank you very much for this $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. If you have a question, let me know. I know some people do super chat without questions, but if you have a question, let me know. I'm always happy to answer, especially for people that do the super chats. Hey, Mike, my bank just closed my account because I bought crypto on Coinbase. Oh, that's not good. You might have to go straight well, I don't know what time it is, but you might have to call your bank, or probably be easier to call your bank and try to get them to fix it up. But that's weird that the bank closed it there. I wonder if it's a specific type of bank, but I don't know. But definitely try to call them and get it fixed up as fast as possible, because usually it takes time to set up a new bank account and so forth. And if you have money in your bank account, they might send you a check, which is kind of sucks because that takes time for them to send the check out to you, maybe a week or two. It's a bad process. And yeah, right, Loki loves all of you guys too. He's happy to see all of you guys. Well, he's just happy to see me all excited all of a sudden. And there you go. Let's go over here to the 15-minute chart, zoom in a little bit more. Bitcoin still going up here. Oh, and hey, Desert Greek. I don't know why I always call it Desert Greek. Desert Geek. Hey, Desert Greek. Happy to see you, my man. Thank you very much for the super chat as well. Thoughts on Algorand? Sorry if you mentioned it before I was in and out of the car. I did mention it, but I can talk about it again here. Was Bitcoin's breaking out? Hey, Loki, what you doing? Up. Oh, he brought a toy. Loki wants to play. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Algorand. There you go. All right. So the best way to talk about this very fast is we're currently at a resistance level. We did break out above it. I want to make sure that's clear. But the Coinbase kind of smashed it back down. And although Bitcoin's coming back up, you're seeing altcoins not take that lead so far. Some have been, but not all of them. Better to say that. Now, Going back over here to the daily chart, it's still above the 20-day moving average. We're following a golden cross, and that golden cross has led to a little bit more profit. The oscillators are still in the green zone here. 4-hour chart, though, things got a little bit messed up because of this move. So you may need to see this consolidate a little bit longer here for maybe a day or so before it continues to move higher. However, those price targets for the next week or so as Bitcoin tries to consolidate whenever it hits its level of resistance, what you're going to be looking for here is it to move a little bit up towards 25 cents. It should hit some resistance. It should get knocked down. It should consolidate around there. But afterwards, you should see it come all the way back up here between 30 cents and 32 cents. If you're looking to scale out a little bit earlier, I would say 28 cents, 27 cents, 25, 27 and a half cents is going to be that first scale of, I think, a little bit less, you know. But after that, you're pretty much good towards that target price. You know, I go for the one target price and the Fibonacci extension levels, which is that white line there, the top white line. And then from there, 32 cents, pretty good goal if you're swing trading at this point. If you're looking to hold on a little bit longer than that, which should take weeks and months to have this larger move, what you're hoping for is the move that takes you back up here to 43 cents, but that's not going to happen anytime in March. That'll happen sometime maybe in April or May, but you're still looking very good right there. Short term, though, it's okay. It needs to consolidate a little bit more because it really did get hit hard by Coinbase, and it looks like the volume hasn't necessarily returned to that one as of yet. You're going to have to see some type of pattern emerge. And if I go over here to the 15-minute chart, right, the pattern has really not emerged just yet. It hasn't emerged. It's kind of flopping around a little bit, maybe a small breakout there, but nothing consistent or strong. You want to see it get a pattern going. That breakout of the pattern could be a day trade, but if you're swing trading, it's just kind of a matter of holding right now, not so much of anything else. Oh, Bitcoin, keep it up, Bitcoin, please keep it up, keep it up. Because all of a sudden we're back above $62,000. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. And hey, Jason Smooth, I appreciate it a lot. I bet it was scary. Which bank was it? Oh, not talking to me. Okay. I definitely asked before I bought crypto with my bank. Well, I'm just surprised banks are having so many issues with it right now. They really shouldn't. Do I have anything that shows funding rates? I do not on this specific screen. I do not have anything that shows funding rates. Dogecoin to the moon. It seems like it wants to go there. Dogecoin is up 21% right now. Let's talk about it here. It was kind of having a wonky chart, but look at this. Again, a very ugly pattern, but I guess it's a pattern nonetheless. It's trying to have a breakout here and hopefully it can go a little bit higher. This should break out and go sideways, though. It should not break out and keep on going surging. It should break out, go sideways, and have a little bit of a dump and then consolidate a little bit longer. Dogecoin is not known for grinding up day after day usually, but that's okay. It may do it, but I'm not holding my breath for it. Let's just say that. But to go up over time, yes, that's perfectly fine. And hey, everybody. Hey, Michael, love seeing you chat to Loki and chilling with your cigar. Great just listen to you and chilling and getting to your input. Can you give me some thoughts on XRP in the current picture? Yeah, so XRP is, I think somebody described it as a sleeping giant, and that's probably the way I would put it as well. So what you're seeing is a large pattern with XRP, but it really has not been doing anything of interest as of late, and that's been irking a lot of people, and I completely understand it. However, whenever it does have a breakout, I'm going to be very happy to try to buy into that and swing it. Typically, I'd be looking at the daily chart and the weekly chart for this one. The weekly chart, as you guys can see, is not much is happening. Let me even zoom in here. Not much is happening. Over the last month or so, we've actually come down quite a bit since November when a lot of other assets have been going up, unfortunately. Now, that's not terrible. You're seeing the oscillators as far as XRP are concerned. MACD is going to turn positive in a couple weeks. Stochastic may turn positive next week, and the RSI may turn positive. The RSI may be positive right now, or it's just about to be there, so close by. When that momentum shifts and you have a breakout here, I'm pretty sure that we're going to have a pretty seismic move over the period of maybe a month, where we're going to retest these highs over here of around 75 cents. So from 57 cents to 75 cents, that's a very strong move, especially because they do have, XRP does have a very large market cap, so it takes a little bit more money to kind of move it around. But after that, it should continue to make higher moves where it starts to test out $1. Then from there, maybe it can go up to $1.37. But really, over the next few months, you're just concerned mostly with it just getting back up here to 75 cents. waiting for that breakout is going to be key, because we are going to be looking at our first golden cross of this cycle between the 50-week moving average and the 200-weekly moving average, over the next couple weeks here. That should really push all the momentum to go much, much higher. But this thing is so undervalued compared to a lot of other assets out there. And I would just show you this. Well, I'll show you this here. Can I scroll? No, it's scrolling the top here, but nothing else. Nope. Okay. You see Bitcoin, Bitcoin last 7 days. Let's go to maybe, can I show the last 60 days? Okay. Bitcoin last 60 days is 40%. You see everything's up 40%, 28%, so forth. XRP is down 9%. It's not good. It's not good. It should bounce up and kind of correct itself to kind of match some of these other things. I would just want to see it turn positive, if not go up 20% or so. That'd be kind of nice. But for now, you're definitely seeing XRP just not in a good spot. You're waiting. You're just waiting. You're buying and you're waiting at this point. There's not really much else I can say about it. You see today it actually had a breakout. It had a small breakout here. That was nice to see. But no, Coinbase had to ruin it. And it's still struggling to get back up to those pre-Coinbase crash levels. That's fine. But in reality, you're not really worried about this. You're worried about this breakout here and what happens afterwards. That's where the money is going to be made when it comes to Coinbase. And Bitcoin's still going up. Look at that. Look at that. That's, oh, glory. What's that? That's that old song, Glory, Glory, Hallelujah. I don't think that was a war song, but I think it's just a song, but it's a good song. To me. So far, we're doing just fine. We're back up to 62,500, or 62,400. Things are moving well. What could you see us pulling back to retest? Oh, that's going to be hard in the short term here, because we don't know exactly how high Bitcoin wants to go. I would say right now, if I'm going to do a retest, it could be anywhere between $59,000 all the way down here to $52,000. I would say usually you want to split the difference there, and I would say maybe around $55,000. But for now, if it comes back down maybe sometime next week, I would say at the worst it comes back down to $52,000, and that's pretty extreme, pretty extreme. So, somewhere around $55,000 seems to be around the right spot. Come on, keep on going, keep on going. At this point, I don't care how much higher it goes. I just want to see that pattern kind of develop. But the higher it goes, the more wiggle room we have, the more time we've kind of bought in ourselves before we have to deal with this breakdown. That's kind of the key here. For those of you guys like to kind of estimate that what's going to happen the next few hours. There you go. Bonk is fine. It's already having another large move. Bonk to me is something that you probably want to day trade and be careful with swing trading unless you have a larger breakout. I recommended buying Bonk if you wanted to buy something that was crashing after a large move, because typically if it has a large move while Bitcoin's kind of going more steady, and then it crashes, during that crash, there's a lot of momentum, there's a lot of people that have already traded it before. They'll be happy to buy back into it when the momentum starts again. But right now, the move's already started, so I would probably say if you're holding, continue to hold. But if you're looking to buy into it, you're going to be more likely to be in the day trading crowd right now. And hey, J Smooth, XLM, it's been having some momentum lately, but I would actually, it's not like a bonk, but I don't necessarily think it's the right time to be swing trading into it. That time came a little bit. A lot of people already scaled out or sold everything, and right now it's kind of being a patient, kind of watching it for that next breakout. Maybe just wait for the 4 hour. You don't have to wait for the daily chart breakout, but maybe the 4 hour breakout. That's something I'd probably tackle. But you want to make sure the momentum is on its side. So if you see the MACD's kind of low, or it's in negative territory, or the stochastic's in negative territory, I wouldn't buy the breakout. I'd wait for a little bit longer until everything is kind of aligned. Then I would kind of hop into it. Bro, Coinbase has no manipulation in the markets. It's ran by an algorithm. Hey, King Milk. I wouldn't say it was a manipulation that we just saw happen. It was like the servers were overwhelmed. At the very basic level, the servers were overwhelmed and they couldn't handle all the trading going on. That led to a lot of chaos happening. And that chaos led to Bitcoin coming crashing down like $3,000-$4,000 in a matter of minutes. I wouldn't call it bad faith acting or bad play or anything like that. It's nothing like that. It's just that they got overwhelmed. That overwhelmed feeling is, it crashed Bitcoin for a little bit. That's fine. Going back to like Robinhood back in the day, what Robinhood did that was bad is I understand why Robinhood had to stop the selling of the asset. I understand it. I completely understand. What made Robinhood so much worse, in my opinion, though, is because Vlad, the head of the CEO of Robinhood, he went on CNBC and he looked in the camera and he said it was not because of a liquidity issue, when it was. They didn't have enough money to cover all the trades because you guys know it takes a few days for the trades to settle. And that's what was going on. Hello, how you doing? Okay, here. I'll look at a few of you guys' altcoins in a second. I got to take a Loki break. I can't ignore the dog for too long. Oh, yeah, look at you. Doing good? Oh. What? I didn't do it. There's nothing on my fingers worth looking. Ooh. Oh, he wants to grab a toy. Okay, here. Up. I can't grab your toy if you're not up. Up. Okay. There we go. I threw it into the hallway, so he'll be back in a few. Oh, he's already back. Oh, my face is still hidden right here. Okay, there we go. But yeah, basically, altcoins here. So Pablo just said XLM, Filecoin. Let's see, we just talked about XLM, Filecoin. What's Filecoin at? I'll just type it in. Make it a little bit easier for myself. Filecoin looks fine to me. It's getting rejected, so it's entering a consolidation period. This dip is probably going to be a good time to buy, though. But you're seeing, if I were to get rid of before we get rid of the Fibonacci level, you're seeing we're getting rejected by one right now. We're coming back down to retest some support levels here. It's not a bad thing. You can even see kind of a fair value gap happening right here. We had to retest the middle of the candle here. But ultimately, your goal is around $12.70. Now, if I get rid of this very fast, just so it opens up the chart here. You're not really worried about these short-term moves as far as a week-to-week move. You're really looking at maybe what's happening on the monthly chart. So you might even want to zoom out a little bit more. And you see, we've already started to break back above that 20-month moving average. We're making these higher highs here month by month. And you're waiting for a larger surge that will kind of make us break out probably between $9.53 and maybe $11.45. Once we start breaking above that, this is kind of where it starts to go back into the altcoin season mentality, where you see it going back up here to $27 and $136 and stuff like that. For now, though, you're looking at buying right now and getting a larger move like that. Week to week, sure, it's okay, but you're seeing it get rejected a little bit here, which isn't the best thing. I know it's because of what just happened here with the Coinbase crash. Fair enough. But it did mess with the technicals, and you guys are going to have to respect that when it comes to all these altcoins. Some of these altcoins have been able to come back a little bit more than others. Like Dogecoin's found a way to come back. A few other ones have found a way to come back. Not every token is going to be doing that. So they're going to have to consolidate for just a little bit longer. I'm talking about a day or two, okay? As far as this is concerned, though, it's hitting a multi-month high, and it's getting rejected by that. So it may take a little bit longer for this particular coin, but it's still going to be a great buying opportunity here if you're just willing to wait for some of those larger explosions to come from it. To me, I'm not day trading this right now. I'm not even swing trading. I'm patiently waiting for a pattern to emerge for me to buy that breakout. If I'm looking at the 4-hour chart, you're seeing it's still negative. There's not really much going on right here. It did come back down to support, which could have been an opportunity to buy, but who was expecting that type of crash? Honestly, who was expecting it? So what you're hoping for now is some type of consolidation that takes place sometime over Thursday, Friday, maybe even Saturday, that you want to buy that breakout. And it may just be as simple as this. Right? Wait for that breakout to occur and you can buy that. But I'm not even sure that breakout will actually bring you all the way back up here to the highs. It may just bring it back over here to consolidate a little bit more before ultimately trying to make a move later on next week. So just give it some time to cook. But this is still an opportunity to be buying. Your stop loss, frankly, is going to be around $7, so maybe a little bit higher than you want. But for a swing trade or even a long-term trade, the momentum is definitely going to be taking you farther. And even Bitcoin right now, consolidating a little bit higher after that most recent breakout. Still trying to make a move here. We're getting close to the end of this mini rally, though. I want to let you guys know that, and we should consolidate from there and hopefully go a little bit higher. But again, give it some time here. Buyers are still there. The retail traders are obviously still here because you see Bitcoin just going sky high at this point over the last few minutes. But I'm not buying Bitcoin here. I told you guys if I'm buying Bitcoin, it's over here or it's down here if you're looking at the order block. But that trend is pretty much sailed as far as I'm concerned. Right now, even though we have had this breakout, I don't think we're going to be breaking out above $64,000 in the next half an hour to like 2 hours. It'll take a little bit longer of a period of time. Traditionally, it takes a little bit longer time. We're kind of in this volatile moment, so I could be wrong there, just as a caveat. But typically, the way I'd like to see this going again, I would like to see Bitcoin come up, get rejected, a trend line form, and that breakout right there, that should be the opportunity that takes us above the $64,000. And we're right where we need to be on that. If we do have a large move that comes all the way back, I would consider that being a larger, like I would still consider us being rejected by that and consolidating a little bit longer than going up higher, and maybe a different look. But it just feels like it's kind of hard for Bitcoin to just go right back to where it was, unless we really have something of a whale hop in, and what that would look like is just a straight green candle reaching for the heavens type of thing, which could happen. But again, I don't necessarily expect that to happen. Those are usually very rare events. This is the type of environment where it could happen, but I usually just as a rule of myself, I don't try to expect a large move to happen. I expect a grinding move to happen, even on day trading and swing trading charts. I don't expect something rapid to happen. But if it does happen, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm very happy with it. And that's another reason why you should scale out and not just sell the position there. Because if you guys were day trading, you're kind of already hitting your price target right now. And what I'm talking about here is Fibonacci level that we broke out earlier, right? We pretty much just hit it. So you should see a little bit of a pullback pretty soon. This is why I'm saying, I don't expect it to go higher. And after that, consolidate a little bit of time and then go much higher here. We could break above this. That's not what I'm not saying we're not going to, but this is typically if I'm day trading from like right here where I was talking about, that's the price target I'm taking. That's my day trade in and out. I'm done. I made my money. I'm happy to wait a little bit, see what goes, but I'm in, I'm out. You could also scale out, but for me, the volatility is kind of making me think, okay, I can always buy another trade, which again is the hope. The hope here is that we come up higher, we consolidate, and then there's another breakout opportunity. And that breakout, the next one, is where I'm looking to buy because the momentum should be a little bit stronger here, especially because on the 1 hour chart, you're looking at the momentum carrying back on. The 2 hour, the momentum is kind of more mixed. The 4 hour, the momentum is kind of mixed at this point, but overall still working out pretty well, if you ask me. And even, did I have this one right? Yeah, there you go. We didn't necessarily touch it, but we came fairly close. So hopefully we can still consolidate and move up a little bit higher. But if we were to come back down and retest some of these levels, like 61,000, 61,800, 62,000, it's not bad. People may lose interest in the short term, but it's not bad. I would have this on, but it just looks so clustered on the screen. Looks so clustered. There we go. Any more in here? Nope, it's dead. Oh, Don Carlos, you will be missed. I'm super excited. How do you stay so cool? I'm a pretty neutral guy. I don't know. I remember I grew up in the ghetto. I had a pretty rough life. I'm usually overstimulated. So I'm excited. But at the same time, like, I think being a full-time investor, it's hard for me to get excited about this type of stuff. Like, I'm excited about Bitcoin going higher, but I don't know how to describe it. I'm like, okay, good. Like, my mind is like, how can I make money off of this? And not, oh my God, whoosh, let's go, At the beginning of the stream, I was like that, I would say. But I'm weird. I'm very, very weird. Heck, every time I have an ex or every time I have a girlfriend, they like me because I'm weird. They say, you're the good type of weird. And then they want me to change and they want me to do less working or something like that. I'm like, no, I like crypto too much. I like crypto more than you. And that's where, like, if I like crypto more than a woman, I doubt she's going to cut it as my wife because that means I don't like her, like her enough. Big orders coming in. Oh, there we go. This is a rare event. It is definitely a more rare event here. Big homeless moves. What are you doing? I see you here. You just want some scratches? There you go. Oh, yeah. I know. We got to go walk and get the mail here pretty soon. Oh, yeah. We'll do that later on tonight. Oh, yeah. I was supposed to get the mail yesterday, but it was raining. But now it's pouring down even more rain today. So I'm going to walk out and get my coat on a little bit later on tonight. Later on tonight, though. We're going to be streaming here for a while. Here, up. Why are you being so... Here. Hold on. Oh, as soon as I put full face. Loki. Loki. Wait, up. I don't see you. Oh, look at you being a good boy. He has a toy, and he always wants to bring me a toy so we can play. Loki. Oh, okay. He got his toy. He's playing around with it. When he gets overstimulated, he gets really excited. He grabs the toy and he starts mawing on it, like chewing on it like crazy. But he has those really large teeth, right? Just smoked an Opus X. Ooh, those are nice. I smoked one of those last night, I think. Yeah, I just smoked one of those last night. I had Fuente. It's one of my favorites. Well, not one of my favorites. It's really good. It was poor construction on the one I had, but I still enjoyed the taste of it, I should say. Same with the Don Carlos ones. Wait, doesn't shorting mean I make money if Bitcoin goes up? No, shorting means you make money if Bitcoin goes down. Shorting means you make money if Bitcoin goes down. Astura, you're smart, that's why. What do you call? No, I mean, I know lots of smart people out there that trade, and they get really excited about these types of moves. You know, I think I get more excited about my portfolio going up. Like I see the monetary, I see my hard work. Like, you know, I've worked hard to make money and invest it. I'm happy that my plans are coming true and my portfolios are going up. For example, over the last, again, a month and a half ago, I keep saying this, my long-term portfolio, for the one that we just made starting in December, we just started a fresh long-term portfolio in December, it was down $900. Now it's up $3,000. No, it's actually up $4,300 now. So we broke $4,000 here, I guess, over the last few minutes. So it's stuff like that. That makes me happy because I can imagine, you know, $4,000. But you know what? When I take Loki to Panama next year, I'm going to pay $5,000 for a private jet to take me and Loki down to Panama. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's the money right there. And we haven't even started the altcoin season just yet. So I look at it like that. I grew up very, very poor, and I don't think about money as far as like spending loads of money. I treat myself, don't get me wrong. You know, I go on my vacations and whatnot. I enjoy myself. Don't get me wrong there. But I've never been a big spender of money. You know, I have a 2012 Ford Fusion. I try to be frugal with my day-to-day expenses. And then when I go on my vacations, I go on my trips, I can be much more of just like, okay, let's plop down $2,000 for this vacation easily. I'm going, you guys know I work with Opus Clip. You probably see the banner somewhere every now and again. It's not right now, that's TradeZing, but you guys know I work with Opus Clip. They do AI cutting of podcasts and stuff like that, and I'm working with them to make a better product for cryptocurrency YouTubers, basically. And they're inviting me to come down to NAB, which is a big social media type of expo, basically, but for like the companies, not for the influence, but for the companies. And I'm going to be going to Vegas, I think, sometime in April. And so I know that they're going to cover a good chunk of my expenses, you know, flying down there in the hotel. But I'm still going to be, you know, plopping down some money gambling on some really nice restaurants and stuff. I'll be doing all that, you know, and that's kind of where I enjoy myself. But my day-to-day, you know, I think I spend money on Loki quite a bit. Like Loki has a really good diet. Like he has like raw meat as part of his diet, which not a lot of people do. He gets lamb, he gets chicken, you know, he gets whatever he wants, basically. He's a big fan of beef, stewed beef meat, stuff like that. It was wild. But I hope, you know, in April, I'm going to be doing a lot of live stream while I'm in Vegas too. You know, I did a little bit of it when I was in Vegas in December. You know, so I'm always happy. Like YouTube, I never sleep when it comes to YouTube. I always try to do something to help you guys out, or at least let you know my thoughts, right? I pawned her car to buy Luna. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. I want a Hellcat. I'm gonna get a Hellcat. I mean, dude, it's a good goal to have. It's a really good goal to have, especially because when you're doing these types of trades, you're really, it takes time. It's not easy to make money in crypto. I think people just don't understand that. There are people out there who will buy, then Bitcoin drops 2% and they sell. They take that loss. Because they're just afraid of what's going to happen. Now, if it's part of a trading plan, sure, take the loss, move on, have a better day. But there are lots of other people who buy, it goes down a little bit, they sell, and then Bitcoin shoots up afterwards. We've all been in that period of life. We've all been part of that cycle. However, I will say that not many people get out of that cycle. People will run out of money before that happens. And just as a little heads up, Bitcoin is still moving up right now, which is nice to see. We're hitting a little bit of resistance. That's fair. We hit that little price target of ours. And now we're trying to shoot up maybe towards $63,000. And it's looking like it wants to have a push here. We'll see. We can go to the 5-minute chart very fast. You can see it's trying to gear up here. If I go to auto, does it still look okay? Let's shrink that down a little bit. And there we go. That way we can watch this play out just a little bit better here. Come on, I need a car, Bitcoin. I really want to try a David off, but hard to justify those prices. It's hard for me to justify those prices, okay? I have access to plenty of cigars through my friends, and I'm talking about a lot of cigars. Right here, I have myself a beautiful Hoyo de Monterrey Epicure number 3. This was just released in November in Cuba, and I have one of these. They're very hard to get. They only had so many boxes. But for me, I can find one. But it's also cost me around $30 to get each cigar, and I have quite a few of these. But they happen to be one of my new favorite cigars, along with the Bolivar Bellicoso Fino. So I have my connections, but it's still a freaking expensive cigar. Like, guys, I just got a Don Carlos here. What was the name of this one? This is the Fuente wrapper. This one. That's the rare pink Queen of Hearts. I wasn't a fan of that one. Okay. Let's watch Bitcoin. I'll pull it up here. Come on, Bitcoin. Let's have a little bit of a pop here. So I have, there you go. I have the Don Carlos Eye of the Shark. Well, what I just smoked right here. What's left of it? For a pack of 10, it's $350. So it's basically like a $35 cigar. And I'm just having fun smoking it. And now afterwards, I have the Epicure 3. This one is only valued at $30, but it's a Cuban, so it's just a little bit. It's harder to get into the country basically. But these Cubans. Oh, they're good. And I also got some cigars yesterday when I was at the lounge with my friend. He just had them, and I just bought them straight off. I'm like, dude, please let me buy them. And basically, oh no, Bitcoin, please have a push right here. Come on, this is important. And I just bought them, but they smell like graham crackers. And I've never had a cigar that smelled like graham crackers before, so I'm really interested to see how they are. Oh no, we might be looking at that a little bit more of a consolidation here. We'll stay at the 15-minute chart though. That way we can kind of look at it a little bit more from those highs right here. And we'll keep track of it. There we go. We got 3 minutes left until the next 15-minute candle starts, so we could just be sideways for a little bit. 3 minutes or so. Do I got a P.O. box or something we could send you some cigars to smoke as a thanks for all this? Or is the same, or some creepy crap? Hey, itty bitty. Okay. This is embarrassing. I have a P.O. box. I forget what it is. I'll put it on the bottom of the next few days. I've been paying for this P.O. box for a while, and I haven't filled out the rest of the paperwork to get it turned on, but I've been paying for it month to month nonetheless. It's in downtown Tacoma. I will find it out tonight, and I will update you about it tomorrow. So I will do that. And then what I could also do with some of the cigars you send me, I can either smoke them on stream here, or I can smoke them in my cigar channel that I just started up a few days ago. And I can review them over there. But over here, it's mostly just like talking about crypto while smoking a cigar. Over there, it's just talking while smoking a cigar and talking about the cigar, different cigar brands out there, what type of cigars you like, you know, things like that. Even cigar prices, how they've been going up quite a bit. Will it reach 70K this week? The way it's going right now, I would say it'll probably reach 70K by next week. I can't tell you exactly this week, but next week it looks very likely, as long as you don't have any situations with Coinbase again, because that Coinbase situation really did, it doesn't look like a lot on the chart, but it literally dropped from 64,000 to 58,800, and that's like over a $4,000 drop in a matter of minutes. Hello, Michael, brother, looking good. I was liquidated today. Can you help me with others, like amounts giveaway for trading, for investment? Please help me. I share my ID. No, I don't give away money like that. That's something you got to deal with your exchanges and whatnot, especially if it's with Coinbase and stuff. Guys, I'll be right back. I have to take Loki outside. He has to use the bathroom. I'll leave Bitcoin on here very fast so you guys can keep track of it. But he's letting me know he has to use the bathroom, and I don't want him to pee on my carpet here. So I'll be right back. Just hold on a few minutes, like literally 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes, but I want to let Loki out to use the bathroom here. So I'll be back in just 1 second. Hold on. And also, I have been streaming for the last 4 hours, and that's why I'm taking this like 2-minute break. Test. Okay, we're good to go. All right. I am back. There we are. Loki's just as excited as he was a few minutes ago. He's every time Loki goes outside, he gets really amped up. And Loki, where are you at? I think he has a toy in his mouth. Oh yeah. He's in a good mood. He's just literally running around in circles inside the inside the office here. But yeah, sorry about the little break, everybody. Just wanted to let my dog use the bathroom here. All right, and thanks guys for spamming the one. I appreciate it quite a bit. And hey, Prodigy, thank you very much. Will the Fed? Will we have another Fed drop tomorrow? You know, I don't know. The way inflation's been going, I know things have been picking up a little bit as far as month to month has been concerned. However, the baseline number has been coming down. I think there's an opportunity for us to come down a little bit more here, and that move may take us back down to below 3% basically. So I talk about Inflation rate, trading economics. Right, we have been coming down a little bit. The 3.4 was a surprise. Even the 3.1 was a surprise because it was more it was harder than expected. It's more of the surprise factor that usually drops the cryptocurrency. The last few months, inflation has not been the best. Let's be frank. However, we have seen both the stock market and the cryptocurrency markets actually continue to go higher throughout all of that. So I would still say that Bitcoin should still be fine. You might see more volatility. However, the expectations are... What's the Fed? The expectations are still fairly decent, I would say. So that should give the Fed... tomorrow. No, that should still give the Fed some room to just say the same old stuff it's been saying. I hope we don't have a surprise, but I don't think we're going to have a surprise. He hasn't been surprising for a while. You're going to become a cigar distributor? No, I can never. There's so much money that has to go into that. It's like over $1 million of investment. One of my friends, I'll call him Shao, it's his Discord name. He's looking to start up his own cigar shop. And he was letting me know like the prices, like the rent alone for the shop he's looking at in this nice little community, it's around $10,000 a month. And then on top of that, you have to buy like a couple $100,000 worth of cigars, and you have to have the connections. So he knows large cigar store owners, and he's able to make, he makes a lot of money. He's a real estate guy, but oof, nah, it's too much of an investment for me. I'll stick to Bitcoin. That's making me much more money than cigars ever could. Let's see. Oh, and hey, E-Trev, happy to see you back, my man. Viva from Data, you need to learn algos then? What do you call it? Guys, as far as I'm concerned with the algorithm, the longer you guys watch, the happier I am. If you guys like the stream, if you guys comment, that does a lot of good work here. Every single comment like goes a long way when it comes to Bitcoin. Let me see if I can find this very fast. Every time you guys chat, every time you guys like, the algorithm sees it and it promotes the stream just a little bit more. The more comments you guys can do, the better. So if you guys want to spam the chat with ones or something like that, go for it. I would say the best way to do it, as far as I know from the algorithm from my friends, is you have to post 4 to 5 words. 4 to 5 words, and that seems to do the trick, I think, as far as the algorithm is concerned. And especially, it could be a rocket ship with "Let's go Bitcoin." I don't know. You know what I mean? But right now, Bitcoin is still trying to break out. It's just taking its sweet old time here. 5-minute chart, consolidation, trying to make that larger move. And we're there. I mean, we're good to go. But remember, we hit the price target. That 1 is a hard level to break above as far as Fibonacci's. And after that, we pretty much have a straight shot up here above 63,000. That's why it's taking a little bit longer time to cook, because this candle, if it does work out, should be larger than both this candle and this candle. I know it doesn't look like a lot, trust me, but it should be something more of this type of breakout style. So if I were to put that Fibonacci level back on here for you guys, right? It's hard to break out above this. These other ones, sure, they matter, but this is the one where it's a little bit more difficult. I can even go over here to fib levels based on long scale. After that, remember, we have this huge space. It tops out around 64,474, which is higher than the highs we just experienced a few minutes ago, a few hours ago now. So that's why this is just having a little bit more trouble. It's a much different level of resistance compared to a lot of other stuff. You will see people that actually do trades like this, where they're trading a small breakout hoping for a larger move. You will see sometimes they get rid of everything besides the 1, and they look to buy and they look to sell only at the 1 level. So that's how they do their trades. I may go back in time a little bit here, and let me see if I can find another. Trying to find one pre-big move here. You'll see people do trades like this, right? Trade, and they go right here, and they're buying this change of character. Momentum is all good. They buy here, they sell here. Sure, it went higher, I know, but they still walked away with a good amount of money off of this day trade. That's the point here. You could always have other levels and stuff like that if you want to. For me, you know, I like to keep everything on because that's me. There you go. You can see how some of these levels manage to cause some moves. But for now, let me go back over here, and I want to change this back over to default. Default is a little bit different because your basic Fibonacci levels look so ugly. I hate having a background on this personally. So what I'll do is I'll extend the lines right, no background, and on top of that, I need the line to be a little bit thicker. There you go. And then it's normally a gray line, but I make it white so it pops out a little bit more for us. There we go. So this is usually what people stop. This is what people sell at this point, which is why I'm like, okay, I'm hoping we can break out, but you know, don't be surprised if we come back down a little bit, consolidate, not come all the way back down, but consolidate for a while, then make a larger move. That's perfectly fine. But you know, I'd prefer if it just went up. That'd make our lives a lot easier. But you know, this is a day traders market right now. This isn't swing traders. Swing traders are just holding on. They're not really doing much here. Day traders are really pushing this market up higher at this point in time. I want to take profit and sleep and rebuy at cheaper in the morning. Oh yeah, if you already have money and you just want to lock in those profits and you want to make another day trade, another swing trade in the morning, I mean, go for it. There's nothing bad about it. There's nothing wrong with taking profits. People think that like if you don't make as much profit or something like that, it's let's say a bad thing. No, if you're making consistent profits, you're doing better than a lot of other people out there. You're doing better than like 80 to 90% of people out there if you're able to just make consistent profits. And that's all that matters here. You guys are making consistent profits. I'm in the UK as well. Hi, man. If you have 1K in which coin would you choose between Algo or Render? I would probably... Oh, Ajax or Render? Probably Ajax because it's had the momentum lately, but I'd wait for it to come back down a little bit more. I think right now I have $500 in Ajax and a little bit in Render. But I bought into Render a little bit later than I wanted to. I bought into Ajax very, very early. Because it's an AI token, and I've generally enjoyed those AI tokens quite a bit. And hey, Bo, is this another pump and dump? Okay, so the last dump we had a little bit ago, I wouldn't have called it necessarily a pump and dump. The reality is during that crash that you guys can see above my head right here, basically what happened was Coinbase went down because there was so much volume, their servers couldn't handle it. It got overwhelmed, and their app basically just crashed. And imagine, loading into your your Coinbase account or logging into your Coinbase account, and everything, all of your data says you have 0 tokens, $0. And that caused a massive freak out where you saw a lot of liquidations happen in a very short amount of time. And that's basically what just happened there. So right now we're kind of keeping track of it. You see that the Coinbase website, the Coinbase Advanced Trading, which includes spot futures and perpetual futures, and the Coinbase Mobile, it still has a degraded performance. It should be getting better here, I would say soon. It's already gotten much better since it was a few hours ago. That's for sure. But what you saw happening was, Coinbase, it was trending at number 2 here, next to Mitch McConnell, number 1, retiring, I think. I was going to take some profits. What the fuck? Coinbase, can someone explain the fuck happened? Coinbase, come on, do something right. Did Bitcoin just break Coinbase? What the heck just happened? I'm seeing my account at 0. So yeah, right. So a lot of people were upset, led to a lot of chaos. And because of that, Coinbase... If I can find it here. Now we can't even see Coinbase's post. If I just search Coinbase here on Bitcoin. Oh, what am I talking about? Let me just search for Coinbase. There you go. They were talking about what happened. So, post. There we go. We are aware that some users may see a zero balance across their Coinbase accounts and may experience errors in buying or selling. Our team is investigating this and will provide an update shortly. Your assets are safe. Then they go on to say, is this Coinbase support or something? No. I swear they had more posts though, right? They had more posts on Coinbase. Let me see here. Yeah, they had more posts. I think they deleted them. Coinbase, or maybe Coinbase support. Yeah, there we go. We continue to see improvement in customer trading. Customer login has recovered, and we are seeing intermittent improvements in sends. Due to continued heightened traffic, customers may still see errors in receives, and with some payment methods, rest assured your funds are safe. This was 3 hours ago. 2 hours ago, they put the last statement out, and this is saying we are starting to see Coinbase.com activity normalizing. We will continue to monitor our systems and provide updates. They have not done another update in the last 2 hours, which means I think things are still slowly getting better, but I haven't seen much else coming from them. We've been looking for this. I've been like checking out every few minutes or so. Nothing has really been happening as far as Coinbase is concerned, but that's really what happened here, and it did lead to a pretty large move here, which is kind of unfortunate because again, the market cap wiped off was probably like $500 million or even maybe $1 billion market cap just like wiped off. Should we consider a retracement anytime soon? Basically what you're waiting for at this point is a couple things. There's a couple things that could happen here. The way I described it based off of that Fibonacci level, because we are looking at a resistance level right here. I know you can't see it right now, but there's one. Was that we might come down a little bit more, consolidate, and then have a breakout. That breakout should be the thing that's bought. So maybe if I do this, right? Come back down, consolidate off or bounce off the support level, make a larger move here. This breakout should take us back up above $64,000. That's the goal, at least for right now. That's the way I trade. That's the way I hope that the market kind of moves. Because we're kind of looking at some crazy volatility and whatnot, we could always have a breakout a little bit early and just start going sky high right now. But the way, coming from day trading world that I guess I'm part of, typically we'd have our breakout down here, or let me go to Magnet. You'd buy the breakout that happened right here, and your goal is to be right here. And then that's your day trade right there. If you're looking for something of a longer day trade, you're going to be waiting for us to break out here, which might happen sometime over the next few minutes, or it might happen over the next hour or two. And that larger move right there should be pulling you up. So even if you're buying right now, you should still be okay. But the thing is, if it doesn't go our way and something bad were to happen and the sellers come back in a little bit stronger than we anticipate, just the market doesn't move the way we expect, what you'll see happen is us come back down to the support level, which is this trend line. And if we break down below the support level, that's probably going to lead to a much longer consolidation where we have to get rid of this level of support. As we broke down below it, we're going to probably have to retest this support level down here around $60,000. And in which case we could try to have a longer consolidation that lasts somewhere until later on tonight, like around 8 o'clock tonight Pacific time, close it's like midnight Eastern time, where we have a larger breakout that could also make us move up higher. That takes a little bit longer. Both things could happen, but at this point, we're still very, very bullish. And I think that's something that we should be very happy about, especially because this right here, this could have taken us all the way back down to $57,000, $57,500. It could have taken us down a lot if there wasn't a lot of buyers right there ready to rock and roll. And so that's what I'm looking at right now. Something more like this. We'll wait and see, of course. But typically the way I would be trading is I'd be trading with this simple pattern, Fibonacci level if you want it. We already kind of hit that Fibonacci level. We're coming back down a little bit. I'm not worried about that right now. And we're waiting to see that breakout. That breakout is where you're going to see a lot more people kind of go rushing into Bitcoin and then trying to make a push for $64,000, regardless if it happens over the next few minutes or the next few hour, or if it takes 4 hours or something. Regardless, that breakout is going to be pretty eventful for us, and that's what we're really hoping for. We just don't want to break down here, then break down here, then break down here. That's where things get really ugly and not so good. But I don't anticipate that happening right now, just because of what's been going on with Bitcoin. Remember, tomorrow's Thursday. There's going to be a lot of volatility already because of what's going on with the Federal Reserve. It is what it is. But if we have some good news from the Fed, we should be able to make a move that even goes higher here. That's what ultimately I'm hoping for here, right? I move down here. That's not a bad move. That's not a drastic move. It's just a further consolidation to try to make a higher high here in this cycle of higher lows, right? Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Come back down a little bit more. Try to go a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get that done. And I think we'll be very happy to see that get done. And there we go. See a slight little breakdown here. We might just be looking to consolidate and make a move higher. So for those people who are looking for an opportunity to buy lower than the breakout price, that could be something they go into. For me, I'm basically just waiting for the breakout, buy, and let's see where it goes and get really hyped up for that. But again, not everybody likes to see that type of move because we did just start a new daily candle on TradingView, just as a little bit of a heads up. So what you're seeing right now is a little bit of a dip right here. That's fine. Maybe before we have a small wick and then we're going to go higher. That's basically the gist here, I guess. But altcoins right now are kind of mixed. There's lots of altcoins that have been making some really big moves, like, the Ajaxes of the world and stuff, which have been going up higher and higher and higher. Volatility. Even NMR, was that Pendle? Pendle, no, what was it? Injustice seems to be doing pretty well. Injective, excuse me, not Injustice. But yeah, Injective. So that's basically what we're looking for here. A little bit of consolidation, giving a buying opportunity for those that want to buy pre-breakout, which does carry more risk than if you just buy the breakout, of course. But, to each their own here. Time moves quick in crypto. Yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours, everybody. So if you guys can, please make sure to give me a like. It goes a long way here. There we go. Hello. Hello. Woo. Attack. Full dibble. He's getting really mad at me for talking with you guys for so long. Don't worry, he's gonna get to have some fun later on tonight. Let's see, no sound happening right now. Dogecoin to 0.078 or 14, which happens first? I'd probably say 14 cents the way Bitcoin's going. They had this note on their page, but it's gone now. So I think it's fine. Oh, I don't know what that is. What a day, love. It's absolutely beautiful to be a holder. Oh yeah, holding is definitely the best way to go. He's jealous of y'all. Do I stream every day? I don't stream every day, but I stream most days. So typically I try to stream Monday through Friday. I will try to do a midday stream on Saturdays when I have time. Sundays are usually my attempt at a day off, although sometimes if something crazy is going on Sunday, I will go live. I day trade and I swing trade for a living, so it's a little bit different than the average YouTuber out there. Most traders, they just stream. They don't really necessarily trade all too much. And so, I'm not necessarily as dependent on YouTube for my income, although I enjoy the income it provides. But, I grind, but I don't grind that in an unhealthy way. I did that during the Dogecoin boom a couple years ago, and it was just horrible. Like no sleep, 24-hour streams. It was just, it was hell on earth. So now, I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm having a good time. I'm explaining what's going on in the market and how you guys can profit from it. But I'm not doing 24-hour streams. Although I have been streaming for like 4 hours now. So that's something I would say. So here's a fun question. If Coinbase didn't crap the bed, thoughts on how much of a crazy candle that could have been? Oh, I think we would have tested out all-time highs. At least we would have gone to at least $67,000. Once we get up to like towards 69 or something like that, that might have been a little bit more of a resistance. But we were heading straight for that. You can see how rapid that candle was moving up. We were hauling, and it's unfortunate because Coinbase, it fucked us. It really did fuck us. Anyways, I'm always happy to help you guys out and answer you guys' questions, and thank you guys for subscribing. I appreciate it a lot. I'm much more of a technical analysis based guy, but I am trying to do more personality stuff. Not vlogging, but just like sharing my opinion on a whole bunch of other assets out there, what I think about the market and so forth. Should you buy? You can if you want to. I've given you guys a few opportunities to buy over the last few hours. Those ones have already kind of panned out and they've made you some money if you've been holding them. Right now, for me, I'm more of looking to buy the next breakout, not so much buy before the breakout happens. That's just my personal way of going about it. What do I think about shorting Bitcoin? No, I'm not shorting Bitcoin in this environment personally. If you have a breakdown, you might go with that, but Bitcoin's momentum is all on the upside. I mean, heaven's sakes, we were just at $64,000. It's kind of a little too difficult for me to want to short in here. Unless you wanted to short, your stop loss, if you're shorting, is going to be so tight. Your stop loss is going to be around 62,640, 650. You know, that's how tight your stop loss has to be. And then maybe you can have a short-term price target of something over here around 61,400 or so. So, Jesus. You know, that could be a way to look at it. I have a jug of tea here. I forgot I drink all my coffee so fast. Now we're over to tea. Excuse me. And hey, Josh, yeah, he was a little tiny pup too. He was the runt to the litter. Now he's one of the largest, or he's the largest of all of his brothers. I don't know how that happened. I think because I fed him like tons of raw meat and he got lots of exercise and raw meat. He's good. So he grew up eating lamb meat. You know how fucking spoiled that dog is. Oh, he's a big sucker for lamb meat and duck heads. Ooh, he was enjoying himself as a pup. See, what do I think about Polygon Matic? It's a good long-term hold, but right now it's already at that level of resistance after breaking out. I think we started buying Matic around 85 cents on that breakout. It's up to $1 right now, or abouts. What's it up to right now? Yeah, about $1 right now. Looks like it did go up to $1.06. This breakout right here, 80 cents. That's where we bought it. Right now, it's hitting that level of resistance. It's consolidating a little bit. Not necessarily the time to buy, but as far as the project is concerned, yeah, it's one of those things you want to hold for a very long time. But I would say you want to have it. You want to make sure that you're holding it in a different portfolio. You want to be holding it in a long-term portfolio and something of a cycle portfolio. So cycle portfolios are when you buy during the bear market, you sell during the bull market, you make your money and you're very happy with it. But you also, in my opinion, want to have something that's like a long-term portfolio that's going to be taking like 5-year minimum, 10-year minimum type of things, because it should do very, very well over time. That's what I'm looking for there. But right now, I'd wait for a little bit longer. I wouldn't be day trading it or even swing trading it here, unless you're waiting for a breakout. Now that's something else. But the momentum isn't on board with that just yet. What platform am I using? I'm using TradingView. So you don't trade on this platform, although you can if you connect to your exchange. Typically, you're just looking at different type of charts, technical analysis, and kind of doing your technical analysis on here, and you buy on the exchange, which is separate. So this is where I'm doing my technical analysis. It's much easier. It's much nicer looking than a lot of other places, and it's just easier to kind of read everything. Where I trade is on an exchange like this, and you can see how the chart's a little bit different. I can scroll this down, or I can make this a little bit larger if I wanted to and do stuff like that. Not typically how I like to rock and roll, but you can see all of my positions are down here. There's some green, there's some red. We're currently up around $4,300 right now, 43.55. It's fine. Good. I'll say good. You got some positions that are only up $8. You got some positions that are up $1,000, some up $200, some up $1,000, $11, $8, $80, $50, $70, $20, down $8, up 124. And then, like Wild right here is at $467. That's doing very, very well. And then speaking of Wild, technical analysis for you very fast. This is something that's come down quite a bit after it kind of hit that high. I know we were talking about this breakout here, and it did end up working out. I would not have expected it to come up as high as it did, but regardless, it did. So that's just great. Great news. I haven't sold any just yet. I told you guys I might be scaling out around $9 though, and it looks like it went up to like maybe $9.43. So if you guys scaled out, I think you guys are in a good mood right now. But ultimately on this one, it does look like it needs to enter into a little bit more of a consolidation zone. Even going over here to the 4-hour chart. All right, it did make a fresh low here, and it did have a spike back up here earlier today. I think that's perfectly fine. But for me, at this point in time, I'm waiting for another breakout like a lot of other tokens out there. If it can have a breakout sometime over the next few days, I'd be happy to grab onto it because you know it's going to be a volatile move. But it looks like it might not happen until sometime on Friday afternoon, or maybe even going into Saturday if we continue to move down here a little bit more. A death cross on the 4-hour chart, not the end of the world here because of how crazy the market's going. The last death cross didn't really do too much. It kind of moved it down a little bit, but not a lot. Same with this. Well, this one was a little more violent. Same with that one. This one didn't really do much. But as far as that next level of resistance, if you're looking for it, if I can go over here, I guess I can't. All right, it looks to be around 1206. I think that's kind of the level you were just talking about. $12 seems definitely possible within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I would say. If it's not able to break out, this week, which is going to be kind of hard, and even next week, I'd give it some time. It's already had a pretty good move. Again, from the breakout time we bought this, it's gone from 256 to 784, and in fact, it went as high as like 950 or so. So it did go high. So right now, I just may need a little bit of a consolidation for a couple weeks before making that next leg up. But I would say $12, maybe the beginning of the next break. I may actually end up going towards $15 or even $18 here, towards the high point here. So that's kind of the first scale out zone, I would say, if we can continue to see this move go higher. Now, the market cap has gone up quite a bit since we've started watching this, I would say, and we saw the breakout. So right now, as Bitcoin kind of does its little thing here, it's down here. WLD, where's WLD? Maybe it's number, oh, here it is, World Token, yeah. So it does have over $1 billion market cap right now. When we bought this, again, the market cap was loading data, market cap, month, 7 days. No. I mean, it was closer to 300 million, 500 million, something around there. So it's gone up quite a bit. Let it relax a little bit. But yeah, $12 is a good natural next level. I would anticipate it even going up higher down the road here. And there we go. Bitcoin's testing out support. It got pushed down a little bit here. Let's see if we're able to hold here and go a little bit higher. But this is still going to take a little bit of time, guys. Okay, you ask you about a dog when you check it out. What do you call it? I don't know. I've always liked German Shepherds. Loki's a white German. He's an Eastern Shepherd, I guess is the proper term for him. He's on a Western Shepherd. That's because his hair is nice and short. He has a different kind of body build. His hips are not low. I don't like dogs with low hips. I prefer them with the regular style hips. But that's just because, the complications that can happen later on in life. No question goes unanswered. I try to answer as much as possible. Sometimes I do miss some things here. Do I copy trade? I haven't copy traded in a hot minute. I got really busy with YouTube stuff and trying to expand on it because I gotta. How do I say this? I've had to do more stuff with TradeZing and Opus Clip, and it's been taking a little bit more time than I thought out of my daily life. Because they are paying me sponsorship money, so I kind of have to meet some of their goals and quotas and stuff. But what I think I'm going to turn it into is a long-term holding type of thing, and I might just buy like $20 worth of Bitcoin every single day and just make it into a long-term 2x play and see where that goes. And that might be kind of worth it. But as far as day trading, I just haven't had the time to set up those trades. Do I still think you should hold Bitcoin? I have no idea. It depends on what your goal is while buying Bitcoin. If you're day trading it, I told you, if you were day trading it, I would have already been out. So if you're swing trading it, you still have an opportunity, but I'm not buying the swing trade just yet. It like if you bought it a few days ago and you're up like 10-15%, you can definitely sell at these levels. Or if you're afraid of something bad happening, what you could do is you could lock in some profits by scaling out. But I have no idea what your goal is for holding Bitcoin at this point in time. There's different ways to hold Bitcoin. You're going to be day trading, swing trading, scalping, who knows. But as far as day trading, I told you guys exactly where I would sell because it's that one level there. And in hindsight now I'm right, but at the time I didn't know I was going to be right. It was just kind of a guess off of how I like to day trade and what I normally will see in the markets. That's how I trade. Some people will hold throughout all this because having a buy-in right here and going up higher, that's kind of a longer move they're willing to go for because they still see the momentum is on their side. But with me, I like to, buy low, sell high. I'll rebuy this breakout, and then I'll sell somewhere higher. That's the way I go. So I do a little bit more trades than the average person. But that's my style. But if you're swing trading or something like that, it's a whole different ballgame. Oh, and hey, Haram, Bonk is moving. It's been moving pretty well over the last few days, that's for sure. When do we expect the big retracement? We're going to deal with a lot of resistance when we head to 67,000 to 69,000. The issue here is, guys, and I'll say this again. What's making this hard for a lot of people, including me, to kind of figure out these resistance levels is the fact that because so much money is flowing into the Bitcoin ETFs, those ETF managers, so like the BlackRocks, the ARK Invest, the Grayscales of the world, they're being forced to buy lots and lots of Bitcoin. They're buying more Bitcoin every day than it is produced, let alone the Bitcoin we're buying or exchanges are having to buy, etc., right? So because of that, Bitcoin has been just like blowing through resistance levels. So there's still a chance that even though we have this massive all-time high resistance level, kind of between $67,000 and $69,000, there's still a chance that we just blow right through that and head straight for $72,000 or $75,000. That's what makes it tough. What usually you're going to have to go for is, at this point, because of the volatility of what's going on with all the institutional money kind of flowing in, is you're going to have to wait for Bitcoin to make a pretty large move to the upside. You're going to have to wait for it to consolidate for a little bit of time. After it consolidates, it'll either have a breakout or a breakdown. You have to wait for that breakdown to hit before you actually strike it and try to do some type of short. You can short this, but you're going to have a pretty... You're going to have a stop loss that's set in stone that you will not touch. Otherwise, you can get hurt really hard if Bitcoin has some type of squeeze effect, right? Because right now, you're seeing Bitcoin consolidate. It looks like it's going to consolidate for a while here. And then after that consolidation happens, we could see a pretty big move as Bitcoin tries to retest the highs we just saw maybe a few hours ago here around $63,000 to $64,000. That's the short-term goal. After that, we're chugging again. I mean, we're going. Now, we may break down and it may take a few more longer hours or maybe even take a couple days, but we're still chugging right now, and that's still a very good thing to see. Coinbase kind of killed this rally, unfortunately, and that is unfortunate. But buyers still seem to be here, and they still seem to be waiting for some larger moves. Right now, it's just a triangle pattern, if you will, a nice little pennant, and it's consolidating after having a larger move. This is what you would call a continuation pattern. That means that it will continue in the same path it's already been on, and for us, that's going up. Now, again, I'll say now because there is kind of like more of a story here. Different things can happen, but you're still expecting that breakout to occur. So we could have this breakout right now. Let's say we go back up and we hit the top trend line level, and that's fine. Or what could happen is we break down below this trend line right here. And what happens is we have something more of a move that looks like this, where we have to consolidate for a while. And then we break out, not today, not tomorrow, but maybe in sometime next week. And that breakout takes us up even higher. There are different scenarios that could play out, and that's why typically I'm just like, hey, I'm waiting for this breakout above just buying in, because the last day trade that I told you guys about was this man out of the way. Buying right here on the breakout, you can even say right here, either one works, and then selling right here. That was the trade. It worked out. If you didn't sell right here, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You're still probably up. You could sell right now and still take your profits. Or you could wait, buy right here and wait for a potential breakout to happen, and then sell somewhere over here if you wanted to, if you didn't want to take the profit right there. To each their own. I tell you guys my strategy, but if you ask anybody in here, I'm a conservative trader. I like to just make my money and I like to get out. In, out, I walk away with the profit. That's all I care about. Now I do swing trades, day trading, even scalping every now and again, especially long-term investing, as you guys know, but I tend to get out too early in most of my trades, but I don't care because I'm walking away with money. I bring this back in 2021, I was one of the larger Dogecoin streamers here, And I took a lot of flack because I sold off half of all of my Dogecoin that I bought at 0.0024. I sold half of that at 50 cents. But if you look back in time, I was like, oh yeah, 50 cents was a pretty decent time to get a Dogecoin. Then I sold another 10% at 60 cents, another 10% after that. And then I just kept the rest of it because I was a Dogecoin streamer, and I was like, okay, I'll hold Dogecoin to see where it goes in the future, even though at that point everything was really just coming down and kind of, Celsius was going down, BlockFi was going down, and Voyager was going down. It was just not the best of times for anybody out there. There we go. Can you add leverage or raise it after the trade is going? You can. I'm not entirely sure how the mechanics of it work, to be frank, but I know you can. I know there's a little bit of a fee structure that kind of gets added on to it. But yes, you can. I think it literally just switches it, but I don't understand how it's able to just do that. Typically, once I make the trade, I'm good to go. But I don't necessarily understand how the mechanic works, especially if you do it, you buy it with a 2x leverage, and you want to turn to 5x leverage. I don't understand how the mechanism is working, especially if the price has already gone up like 5 or 10%. I'm not entirely sure. I think it must adjust your buy-in price somehow to give you the extra leverage, maybe. But I'm not entirely sure. And hey, laugh and lose. Yeah, I've definitely been streaming for a hot minute here. Bonk is going bonkers, up 100% from lows. Oh yeah, there's a reason I told you guys I'm buying it. When it was crashing, I'm like, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to see where it goes. And so far it's fine. I should have bought more. I should have actually averaged down more, but I just didn't care enough. And right now you can see this thing is still again, Bitcoin had the crash. Not everything is coming back, but Bonk is coming back. Here, look at that. Nice little surge here, going up even higher. Look at the weekly chart. I started buying it right here. I didn't buy enough of it down here to lower my average. So I'm positive, but I'm not crazy positive in my trade here. But you know what? I don't care. I bought low. It's higher. Cool. That's the simple way of thinking about it. But this was definitely a longer term hold here. Oh, there we go. But yeah, definitely something crazy to be happening right now. Do I think this is a double top here? We haven't double topped out yet. No, we would have to go back up to 64,000 for this to become a double top. Right now, we're in a pennant. So we're just consolidating and waiting to see if we're going to break down. If I were to guess right now, we might need more time to cook, so we might actually break down below this level, and we might come back down here towards, below $61,000. And then from there, we might have a breakout sometime tomorrow, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm basically waiting to see if a whale will come in here. That's the big thing. Whales have been really poking fun at me because, I'll have all my technicals data set up. Let me get rid of this line right here. We've already broken out above that. I'll have all my data set up, and all of a sudden, boom, a whale comes in and we just start soaring up. That's not unrealistic at this point in time, but you never bank on it. You're just kind of being patient and waiting for these moves to kind of manifest themselves. Hey Gus, as far as selling Dogecoin, you can do that. The big thing is you just got to remember that you got to report it on your taxes the following year. It's not this year, of course, but next year. And then from there, what you're able to do if you want to sell it at 15 cents or so forth, I would say you can reallocate those funds into something else. That way you could at least try to make a profit from it a little bit sooner. So you might have to figure out what those tokens are to you. It could be AI tokens, it could be agriculture tokens, it could be cybersecurity tokens, it could be a whole bunch of stuff, metaverse, you name it, DeFi, whatever, and even if NFTs. But you're gonna have to find out what those tokens are gonna be, and then you're gonna just put that money in there, and you could wait for a while to see if anything really comes to a crash. Like we have a big reversal, we drop down 30%, 40% or something like that, and you can buy in at those levels. Or you can just start dollar cost averaging now, understanding that over the next quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, the prices will continue to go up, and you can just make your money there. You could even go my path and do the 2x or 3x longs, if you will. But you got to remember that if you go down that route, if you do long-term leverage plays, you're going to be dealing with funding issues. Not issues, but you're just going to pay the funding fees, right? And then on top of that, what you're going to have to do is make sure that you have not all of the money in that account in the market. My account is up like $4,000 right now, but I still have, I think like $1,000 or something dollars available to trade. $2,000 to trade. You still want to make sure you have some powder left in there in case your trades come down, because you don't want to risk that entire long-term portfolio being liquidated when it doesn't have to be. So there's a few ideas there for you. Something interesting to note, just the other day, there was a significant cash out in the stock market by some pretty big names. Within days, we will see this happening in the crypto market. I mean, you would typically expect to see some people selling off right here. The stock market is just like the crypto market. It's kind of like just going sky high at this point. I would say there's a lot more money coming from specific billionaires. Like you saw Elon cash out quite a bit over the past year. You saw specifically over the past few weeks, you saw Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and some of those guys. They're selling off vast amounts of their stocks. And they're just, I mean, they're building up a war chest. They got, for whatever they need. I don't know what they're going to be buying here, but they just want to be holding a lot of cash. And their stocks are hitting all-time highs, record highs, I would say without having record performance. So they are still doing, very, very well. What's the best coin to day trade? I'd probably say Bitcoin or Ethereum. I prefer Ethereum, frankly. I think it's obvious it's going to keep going up. This is probably all still panic sellers who just got the news about Coinbase. I mean, yeah, hopefully I think right now they have access to their accounts, which is going to be a good thing. But yeah, Coinbase, it wrecked the market here. So we're definitely going a little bit, we're definitely going to be dealing with some people who are still panicked. Let's say that. And hey, Devil, when should I buy Bitcoin? It depends on what type of trade you're doing. Are you trying to do a day trade, a swing trade, long-term trade? I don't know. Typically you just want to buy in the breakout, and there's no breakout happening right now. It could happen over the next half an hour or so, but probably next half an hour if you're lucky. Other than that, it'll probably take about a couple hours. Oh, and hey, Walter, happy to see you, my man. You made an insane day trade on P&G the other evening. Congratulations. Anytime you make a big win, it's always a nice thing because it means you made some money. Oh, no worries, Pablo. Excuse me, no worries, Pablo. I have a Nano Ledger and it's still unopened. I have been wary of using it due to negative comments about Nano Ledgers. Are they safe to use or not? I've never had any problem with mine. No, I've just never had a problem with mine. If you don't like it, you can try to get another one. But yeah, I've never had an issue with it. I've had issues with other ones, like a Cypher Rock one. Not good at all. But Ledger, no. They're the brand in general. I haven't had issues with them. But I just lock crypto in there and I don't touch them at all. Oh, geez. I was getting a little bit scratchy for talking for 4.5 hours. Oh, I know what it is. I started drinking this tea, and a couple of the tea bags broke. So I got tiny amounts of tea on my back of my throat here. Need to be on cross margin used as a way to target price without exiting the position. Once you got the direction right, double up on your leverage and it pulls half of your principal. Ah, there you go. That makes sense right there. Move the stop loss to break even. I don't usually move the stop loss all too much to keep it set in stone, but some people can do that. If I choose to hold Doge and selling, do you think it will reach 20 cents this year or a 16 cents to the wall? Well, it could hit $1 this year. That's the big thing, but I mean, it just seems that, how do I say it? Like, you're feeling that you can make that money would be better, could be put to use in a better spot besides Dogecoin. That's what I'm getting from, the conversations we've been having. And so if you don't want to have to deal with waiting for Dogecoin to have some type of big move and so forth, you can sell it, take the loss, because at the end of the day, it's going to go to your taxes anyway. So what you could do is just allocate those funds into a different portfolio, so different cryptocurrencies. You can buy AI tokens or again any type of tokens you want to, but just diversify it, of course, unless you don't have to, but should. You don't have to, you get what I'm saying. But and then you might be more comfortable with the way the positions are going. That could be a way to look at it. But But you know, if you have a trade and it's just bugging you and it's bugging you and you're bugging you, it feels like it's kind of just being a drain on you. You know, we all take losses. I've taken losses all the time, and you can just reallocate that money because eventually, that you know, other altcoins, they should still pump up. You should still be fine. That's a damn big thing of tea. This is the new water bottle I got. I knew I was going to be streaming for quite a bit of time, so I really wanted to make sure that I can stay hydrated the entire time. I also got a jug of water over there, and that one's doing fine here. But man, I just want to, I want to make sure everything's fine. I want to make sure I'm hydrated here. Let me go back over here very fast. I want to see if there's any big news coming from CNBC. Salesforce beats on earnings but forecasts single-digit revenue growth for the year. Does that mean it's going up or is it going down? It's down 1.39%. That's not bad. Supreme Court will hear Trump's presidential immunity claim and election interference case. Snowflake, we already read that one. Paramount falls short of revenue expectations but posts surprise profit, strong streaming results. Well, yeah, they did the freaking Super Bowl. What do you expect? I feel like people are just, if you're going to pay for the Super Bowl, people are going to do it. No, yeah. The glitch we talked about with Coinbase. Bitcoin rock 64,000. Okay. There's nothing new there. SCOTUS. Oh, that's why SCOTUS jumped up there. Michigan. Let's go here very fast. So we had laser eyes for 100K. Sooner we celebrate that. I've grown fond of these laser eyes. Don't want to remove them. Laser eyes till Peter cries. Oh, man. Already read that. Bitcoin all-time high in 2021 was $69,000. However, inflation adjusted now in 2024 is $78,500. Accumulative rate of inflation of 13.8%. Yeah, but I wouldn't think about it in those terms. Because, we always have inflation. It's just inflation this time is bad. Can we all agree that Bitcoin did this to the world today? Are you not entertained? I think we were entertained, then we were horrified, and now we're trying to be entertained again. Bitcoin just broke $64,000. Why do people do this? I don't know. Let's see. Coin Ethereum, no. Bitcoin, oh geez. No, not much news coming on now. I think everybody was mostly freaked out about what was going on with Coinbase here. Well, let me see. I don't look at Peter Schiff at all. I think the last time I really paid attention to Peter Schiff was he was going to Occupy Wall Street way back in the day, like back I think when I was in high school or something. And I was listening to him argue with people that were tenting, like in the tents out front. That's the last time I really paid attention to them seriously. I was like, oh, what's this guy talking about? Oh, he's kind of a weird dude. Okay, we'll see. Since February 2nd, the GDX is down 11.5%. However, over that same time period, the gold price has remained unchanged. However, why do you say however and however? That's not how you do paragraphs. However, Bitcoin surged by over 40%. Clearly, gold stocks are a major source of funds fueling the inflows of the new Bitcoin ETFs. A gold rally should prick the bubble. This guy is a fucking... You got to get out of gold. I mean, I hold gold, don't get me wrong, but I'm not expecting gold to give me the same returns as, as Bitcoin. That'd be ludicrous. If we go over here, gold, an ounce, TVC, right? Nothing about this looks terrible, right? You see back over here in September, things started to go really good. But guess what? Gold started to shoot up in October. Oh, what other asset started to shoot up in October? Oh my God, was it Bitcoin? Oh my God, yes it was. It's just that Bitcoin is outperforming gold. They're both good storage, they're good vessels to hold against the dollar. But Bitcoin is just so much better. It just boggles the mind while people just can't, You can like Bitcoin, you can like gold. It's not like a bad thing. You don't have to choose sides. But I'll tell you now, Bitcoin is going to outperform gold 100% of the time, and you just got to get used to it. You know, we haven't seen that next big breakout here. And then, you know what? If Bitcoin goes to like $70,000, $80,000, I anticipate gold would still be going up during that time frame. I don't expect gold to break out and go crazy and then Bitcoin come down. No, they're going up just at a different rate, right? Bitcoin, gold had its opportunity back over here, December 23rd. It spiked up and came back down December 23rd as well over here on Bitcoin. Was I messing up here? Well, somewhere over here, you know, again, Bitcoin wasn't doing it. It wasn't going up. It wasn't going down. It was just kind of going sideways. They're not bouncing off of each other like that. You could see that maybe money is going in and going out, but that isn't, you know, that is not the same thing. All right, let's go. Come on, Bitcoin. If we're going to have a reversal here, I think we'll be in a much better spirits. That's for sure. So close to having another breakout here. Tesla stock's been doing great. Did you see the new Tesla Roadster 0 to 60 miles per hour in 1 second? Holy moly, I have not seen that news. Well, again, Tesla has control of the EV market at this point, and you're seeing a lot of other competitors just having issues. We talked about Rivian here a few days ago and how bad everything is over there, and it's just like they need to make a car that's not a luxury car. Because if you're getting, like, Teslas have a luxury feel to them. I know some people make those funny videos about, like, you know, the structural control of a Tesla, but, you know, I've been inside of a Tesla. I've driven inside of a Tesla. I thought it was a very nice experience. Now, is a Tesla the same thing as driving in a brand new 2024 Suburban that's all blacked out, you know, with all the bells and whistles? No, but for an electric car, it's very, very good. I enjoy the experience. I like the tablet. It just feels nice. The automated driving, it's kind of scary to me, but it looks cool. It's nice. It's the future. You know, and Tesla can do, how do I say? They can, because they have the EV market kind of in a stranglehold, they can make a lot of adjustments. Like right now, I think you're hearing more rumors and kind of talk about hydrogen vehicles. If Elon wanted to, I think he could actually make a transition. He can try to do some hydrogen vehicles as well. So, excuse me. There's so much stuff that Tesla has over the Rivians and the Lucids and stuff like that. It's just that with me, I don't worry about the week-to-week stuff when it comes to Tesla because, let's face it, Elon Musk, he can be controversial online on sometimes. And when that happens, you see the bigger media companies like a Bloomberg or a CNBC, they go after him hard. I mean, they will plant stories out of nowhere saying, hey, maybe Elon Musk is going to be kicked out of the CEO position for Tesla. You know, maybe he's not good at it. Oh, how is Elon going to run X? And how is he going to run Twitter? X and SpaceX and, you know, the Boring Company. Oh, how is he going to do all this stuff? How? He can't do it. And then yet, you know, after everything settles down, after, if everything settles down, everything goes right back to normal. Everything's working fine. We're sending shit up to space. Weren't they using, wasn't NASA using SpaceX rockets or something for the trip up to the moon? You know, it just boggles the mind. However, because he does have he likes to share his opinion, right? Which is fine, right? That's technically what X is for. It's a town hall. Well, now it's a town hall. Before it was kind of a weird town hall. You know, because he does that, it's just going to lead to some volatility that you guys just can kind of spook some people. But if you understand the technology, you understand what Tesla's trying to do, it's a great long-term hold. Absolutely great to long-term hold. But it's long-term. It's not. I don't even swing trade it. I'm not the best at technical analysis with Tesla, to be frank. Long-term, sure, but short-term, this doesn't work in my favor too much. Too many false breakdowns, too many false breakouts, and I just don't like it. But for holding it for the long term because you understand the trajectory that it's going to be going, oh yeah, it's fantastic. Would I recommend selling or waiting? It depends on what your goal is. If you bought a few minutes ago and, you know, it depends on what you're looking for. For me, like I said, if I was day trading, I would have already been out of this position. If you're swing trading, I'm still okay with where we are in this position. But if you're day trading, I would have already been out. and I'm looking for another opportunity to get back in for a day trade or another swing trade if we're able to break out from here. But I'm waiting for that breakout to materialize before I start getting more into this market. Altcoins, they're a different story. Altcoins haven't moved up the same as Bitcoin over the last few days. And so I would anticipate another altcoin rally happening fairly soon. I'm waiting for it to kick off. You're seeing some tokens having some moves. So for instance, right now, Bitcoin is down 1%. Okay. Ethereum is doing just fine, about to make another high level right here. Ethereum's rocking and rolling. AMP back up here before the move. Ape token trying to make a move. Arbitrum, look at that going strong. AXS, not good, but it's okay. BNB trying to make a move. XRP, Bitcoin Cash. AVAX making a move. What was that? Bonk is making a move. Dot's trying to do something here. Matic trying to do something. Ethereum Classic is trying to, look at Ethereum Classic doing really well. So, there are opportunities here, but I'd be more buying and selling in the altcoin market. Pendle, look at that, going up really good. Injective, look at that, going very, very well. Fetch AI, not doing anything. Ajax, like AI token's not really doing much right here. Wild token's making a move right now, although it's a smaller move. Even Jasmine right now. Look at Jasmine. Jasmine is like, what Bitcoin miner crash that we saw today? Just going higher and higher. So in these situations, I'm much more engaged in altcoins. But if you're looking to buy Bitcoin, I'd wait for the breakout. What's the matter with you? Okay, here you go. Loki needs a little bit of a break here. Up. 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 Oh, okay. Ignore me while I play tug of war with the dog with my But yeah, so you're seeing some pretty solid moves like this, right? That's pretty much where I'm looking at altcoins. But, well, you know what? Because I've been streaming for the past, 5 hours now, I wasn't able to give you guys a daily video update. But if you guys have been watching some of the videos that I post, and I know the algorithm doesn't necessarily share them with all of you guys, every day I try to give you guys a maybe 5 to 10 minute update explaining my thoughts on the market and kind of where I'm looking at day trading versus swing trading, or looking at altcoins and stuff like that. He's biting it while he's sitting down. He's not even pulling anymore. And with that, over the past few days, I've been pretty adamant that I'm looking more at altcoins and not so much Bitcoin, because I think altcoins are going to be boosting up a lot more as after Bitcoin kind of has this rally. So Bitcoin's had this rally. It's doing fine right now. It's consolidating. It should be much higher than where it is right now, but unfortunately, Coinbase kind of shit the bed there, as we know. But point here being, altcoins still have a lot of room to run up, and I'm very excited to see what happens with those tokens here. So hopefully that makes sense. But if you're looking to buy or sell, it really depends on how long you want to buy. That's the thing, or where you actually sold. If you guys say buy or sell, it gives me no idea how I should help you whatsoever. If you ask another influencer to say buy to sell, I don't know. Maybe they can read minds, but I cannot. I cannot read minds here. But Jasmine is doing fine right now. Let's do something right here with the coin market cap. What tokens are moving at this point in time? Let me zoom in just a little bit. So right now, I can zoom in a little bit more. I just want to look at the last 24 hours in here. Jasmine's at 50% in the last 24 hours. AR is at 40%. Bonk is up 25%. APT is up 22%. And Fetch AI is up 22%. Dogecoin's up 17%, still moving pretty well. Toncoin is up 15%, which is nice, but that has such a high market cap, I don't play around with it all too much. ORD is up 13%, and Injective, which we just talked about a few minutes ago, is up 12%. Typically after this, what I'll do is I'll scroll down really fast, close your eyes if you don't like to look at that, because I don't like to look at that. Okay. Now we go to page 2. Same thing. This is the 100 to 200 market caps levels. Arkham is up 46%. WIF is up 33%. T-Fuel is up 20%. And Radium is up 24%. So you still see some really good moves here. Terra Luna is even having some moves. Ocean Protocol is up 11%. That's nice to see. I bought some Ocean Protocol, but I don't know how much it's up. Ocean. Oh no, it's in my BYDeFi account. So this is a much smaller portfolio of mine. I'm basically just buying and I'm trying to get percentages, not necessarily profit off of it. But Ocean right now, with a 2x leverage play, it's up 170%. That's pretty solid moves. NMR is up 300%, Rune is up 200%, Ape token is up 67%, and mostly everything else is up like 60%, 32%, looking okay, but not necessarily like fantastic. But, you know, I would say it's pretty good. And there we go. But yeah, Bitcoin's definitely consolidating right here, so give it some time. What are you trying to do? Okay. I'll let you have it. You can now. All right. Jasmine is a gym. Oh yeah, it is. I am still holding my 10K Jasmine. I mean, it's still doing very, very well. I mean, like, how much has Jasmine moved up here? I mean, if we zoom out a little bit, weekly chart. Since some of these lows we saw in September, up 550%. I mean, what a move. And of course, we're heading for a little bit of resistance right now, but it's having its move. It'll consolidate here, guys. It'll eventually fall back down and whatnot. But for those of you guys that are still holding it, it's still doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, absolutely fantastic. Let me get rid of all these lines and stuff. Look at that. Broke out, going higher and higher. Next level of resistance is still a little bit away. So, 0.028. You still have a while to go on this one. And I think that's why you're seeing these breakouts take over and going higher and higher and higher here. Again, there's a few altcoins that are still looking to make some moves. Arbitrum is still looking for a breakout. AXS already had the breakout, looking to break out above this resistance level around 908 or so. So, there's tons of setups here if you guys want to take advantage of them. Because again, as long as Bitcoin's not crashing, consolidation for Bitcoin's fine. And right now we're coming to test it out. Yeah, it feels like Bitcoin wants to come back down, probably back down to maybe $60,000 and then have a larger move here. But we'll be watching it for a while here. But these types of consolidations, I'm not overly concerned about them. If we start breaking down below this type of stuff, oh yeah, maybe I'll be a little bit more concerned. Magnesium should help you sleep better. I know. I take magnesium. I take a lot of shit. Vitamins, vitamin B, vitamin D, fish pills, with all that type of stuff. I dig it all. But what do you call? I think I have like a sleep apnea or something like that. More Fed news coming tomorrow. I anticipate a little bit of volatility, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be something of a surprise. And I'm hoping it's not a surprise. I don't think there's a reason for anybody to like be surprised about whatever Jerome Powell says tomorrow. We all know what's going on. We all know that inflation's a little bit stickier than we thought. If there's a surprise, I think it'd be a surprise, like, to the upside of saying, oh yeah, we're going to be cutting rates or something earlier than we anticipated. Something like that. And that would boost up the market like crazy. So I don't think he's going to be saying that, but if there was a surprise, that would be the surprise. He should be more of like, there's still inflation. We still need to be longer for, holding for longer or whatever. That type of stuff. Oh, higher for longer is, I think, the term being used. Besides that, I'm not too crazy about what's going to happen tomorrow. Is this Bonk's warm up? I mean, if you're looking at it from week to week, yeah, it's definitely warming up here, having a good time. Stop with the sexy talk, Jasmine. Can only get so erect. It's been definitely going pretty well. How about Arweave? I don't know what that is, but if it's up 600%, just make sure you're scaling out because it looks like it's doing pretty well. Doge 3 is up 400%. Some of these smaller market caps must be really taking off here. One of the ones is Comp. Let's see. Well, I'm not buying Comp because it already broke out a few weeks ago and it's been moving up pretty well. Let's see. You might see a little bit of resistance coming up, but it looks like it's still doing fine. Like, let me see. Yeah. That's fine. If you wanted to do a longer term trade on this, I would say right now is a pretty decent time. I wouldn't be necessarily going gung-ho, but if you wanted to start dollar cost averaging into this a little bit more heavily, I know most of you guys probably dollar cost averaged into it way back in the day. But if you guys are looking for something that still has an opportunity, I guess over the next couple months to go from $92 up here towards 183, so 100% increase, you know, still pretty good. This is still an option. The main reason I bought this though is because it is on Robinhood, and Robinhood cryptocurrencies usually do have larger moves behind them, and I believe this is one of the lower market cap tokens on Robinhood even up to this day. So that's something as well here. What's the matter? What's the matter? Yeah. All right, but yeah. So these types of moves are fine. As far as some of the shorter term stuff, I'm not buying into that. I'm not buying into that at all. It's had a few breakouts here. A breakout right there. A breakout on the breakout structure right here. You know, I'm letting it consolidate. I'm waiting to see if I can buy into it again, but I'm not buying it right now. And the other one was Shiba Inu. Let's see. There we go. It's getting close to a breakout, but it hasn't broken out just yet. I wonder if it was actually Coinbase that killed it. Yeah, it was really trying to break out today, but Coinbase killed it. That's a shame. All right, so right now it still looks okay. I mean, look at this wick though. Look at that. That does not look healthy. I would just continue to hold. I wouldn't really be doing much here. I don't really feel like I'm excited to buy into this. You know, we saw the breakout over here. That was last opportunity I think I gave you guys to buy. It looks like there was another one over here after this consolidation. But right now, I'm not seeing really an opportunity to buy unless you're looking for a swing trade. That swing trade, I'm going to have to see a confirmation where we break out above this resistance level and we have to hold it. And we're not there just yet. It might not happen this week, but it might happen next week. So next week would probably be a good opportunity. For now, though, it's at a resistance level. It tried to break it. It really did try. Unfortunately, due to circumstances out of its control, Coinbase crashed, and that kind of led to this breaking down here and not being able to hold that breakout. So if you're holding it, you're still fine. There's nothing of a major concern going on here. It's just that if you're really hoping this goes higher and you want to see that momentum kind of bring it on, so to speak, I'm really just giving it maybe another week or two before I see that, like, hell yeah, this is good. Let me buy in more. Because again, you know, there was a breakout there. There's a breakout right here. I want to trade a breakout. I don't want to be buying something after it's already gone high. Usually it tends to consolidate, and I'm not for that. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's still a good long-term play. But again, looking at it in the short term, it needs to, Coinbase really mess it up. Has this been fixed, though? No, it still has degraded performance, so it's still not back up. Oh. Digital currencies have been updated to degraded performance. Before, everything was green except for these three things. Digital currencies is now degraded performance. Huh. So what's degraded? Polygon. So be mindful of Matic right now. Anything else? No. So Matic right now is having some issues on maybe because people are trying to buy it back up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. But it's the only token having the issue right now. It doesn't look like it, but Bitcoin's down $1,000 since the open right here. That shows you how volatile everything's been, because during this last breakout that we experienced, Bitcoin went up $2,000. Jeez, we're just looking at a crazy market right now. What kind of pretty volatile. We should be moving up $2,000 to $3,000 or down $2,000 to $3,000 tomorrow. Now, I mean, we've already moved $1,000, and that $1,000 move is from here to here, so that kind of explains, like, it's not going to be abnormal compared to what we've seen over the last 24 hours, but it'll still be pretty out there if you ask me. How do you learn about trading? Typically, YouTube videos and books are always good places to start. The important thing is that you spend time paper trading, which means you're trading with fake money. That's usually the way to go here. Coinbase killed every pump today. I know there's only a few tokens that have been able to get back after that pump here, and yeah, there's only a handful right now. And hey, Sam, what's the target for Ethereum? It depends on how long you want to hold it. Both Indian markets to volatility depending on Fed meeting. Oh, that could be interesting too. I mean, right now, you know, you're thinking about what's going on around the world. Germany's in recession territory. I think England's in recession territory. Japan's in recession territory. And China's having their crisis with their Evergrande scandal. I don't know what counts scandal. It's like, you know, real estate crash. You know, there's reasons to be a little bit of worried about where the world is heading. But ultimately, right now, Bitcoin is still going much higher. What's the matter? We're going to go out in a little bit. You got to just wait. Should have done some editing. Oh, well. Oh, hopefully you could. Oh, it's always hard to do editing because you got to listen while you're editing and it's like multitasking. I know. Sometimes I like to have my YouTube videos or music playing while I edit, but it doesn't work out because I can't hear everything I need to hear while editing a video. Will Bitcoin become the one world currency? No, I don't think so. I think it'll be a good vehicle to battle against the United States dollar collapse. But I don't think it's necessarily going to become the currency of the world. No, I think eventually the United States will have some type of like digital currency that'll say like a digital US dollar or something. But I don't think it's going to be a world currency like that. I think people will hold Bitcoin, but I think there's going to be some other coin out there that will stay more stable. Bitcoin, it fluctuates way too much for people to want to store their value into it. You know, imagine your net worth like going down 20% in a day. It's not something that people really want to deal with, right? I bought 150 million SHIB at a number, and so I'm good. So it sounds like a very, very low number then. So yeah, you're very good. Bro, is Coinbase safe to buy from? I would say yes. I would say yes, guys. For me, it's what happened with Coinbase today is that they had too much volume, and their servers couldn't handle all of it, so they got overwhelmed. And that caused them not to be able to buy or sell. That caused a lot of liquidations. And what we saw happen was, on top of everything, we saw that if you looked at the balance of your Coinbase account, you saw that the balance was zero. That being said, it's a server issue. It's not like they were mishandling clients' funds and things like that. I think Coinbase is a fine spot. I would say crypto.com is probably better in my opinion. But if you're looking for like swing trading or day trading with leverage, you know, I have links down below. I think BYDFi, Fairdesk, they're much better. If you want to use those links, they give you like a free $200 when you sign up if you like deposit some money. So they're really good deals. But you know, it's they had a really bad blunder today. But by no means is this an excuse for me to say, oh yeah, don't use Coinbase at all, right? And a heads up, guys, Bitcoin's coming down to test out support. We will see if we break down or not. It feels like we do want to come back down below $61,000 here. We were not able to break out, unfortunately, above that 62,500 level, you know, that went from the one Fibonacci level. So I'm watching it closely. We're watching this kind of plan out here. Bitcoin is down $1,200 already on the day. Of course, it doesn't really matter all too much because we just soared up yesterday. This is kind of just like a little bit of a reflex that we have. But altcoins, they're doing okay. Altcoins are doing just fine right now. I'm curious to see what happens when they break down in a few minutes. But I see that momentum is just not staying strong here on the upward side. You know, we might come back down to 60,400 or so, but basically below $61,000. But we have to wait to see if we break down or not. We haven't broken down yet, so it's not for certain. By the way, earlier Robert Kiyosaki said a big crash is coming. I mean, he says a big crash is coming like once every other week, so it's kind of hard to take him seriously. But I think what he's talking about is a lot of the markets are kind of overstretched right now. This goes to crypto and the stock market, you know, a lot of all-time highs and stuff. And I think people are just expecting a little bit of a breather. And that's not a crazy thought, but I never know what he's talking about because he just says the same thing over and over again. Like he's been calling for a market crash since like 2022 or something. So like a pretty like devastating one. But the economy just hasn't been able to adjust to it. and he doesn't adjust with the time, right? Like I thought we were going to have another bearish move to the downside, but then I saw the technicals and I was like, okay guys, I'm wrong. We got to hop on this train. We got to start making some money. That's the only way I think about it. You know, you can be wrong, but you still got to make money at the end of the day. And Robert Kiyosaki is not some type of stock guru. He makes money in real estate and, you know, doing loans to make money off of those loans and a whole bunch of other crap. So I don't know. We could be looking at something more of a dip involved, but I don't think it's necessarily like something cataclysmic type of thing that he tries to promote. No, they'll say that then say, hey, if you want to learn more about why this is going to happen, buy my book from 20 years ago. Yeah, no worries, Emmett. What are the assets I'm holding right now? Top 5. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. There's a Fetch AI. And the last one is... what's the last one? I don't know the last one. It's I think it's STMX. It's a little bit more of a YOLO token, but I'm betting big on it. But yeah, I think those are some of the ones right there. Which YouTube is good to learn trading? It's better just to search the topic, because some channels have topics on like Fibonacci's. Some topics are better on you know, candles and candlestick trading. Some are better with leverage trading. It just depends. You're not going to be looking at just one channel to learn how to trade. It's almost impossible. But right now, let me see. Bitcoin trying to bounce off here. Maybe we get lucky. I mean, it's still going higher. It's definitely still trying to make a move here. Excuse me. It's definitely moving higher here. Even right now, the Bitcoin chart, it's trying so hard. You know, if you want to get more bullish on Bitcoin, we have to break down out of this trend, or basically, more realistically, don't even worry about the breakout. We need to get back above this level. If we break back above this, I think there's a good chance we go higher. But you have to do that first. We got to do that, which means buyers have to come in right now, and I don't know if they really want to. 1 hour charts a little bit more mixed. 2 hour charts mixed. 4 hour charts mixed. Yeah. 15-hour chart. Maybe if we just stay stagnant for a little bit, but I don't know. It still doesn't look like I'd be happy to buy right here, even though it's a support level. That's not my cup of tea. Momentum isn't on my side, so I typically don't buy into that type of stuff. What are my thoughts on XRP? You buy and you hold. It's been very disappointing. It'll go big eventually, but you have to wait for that breakout to happen, and it's not happening. It's not happening for a while. So you buy and you hold. It's been a big disappointment so far. Let's just say that. Hey, hello, Scott. Your Jasmine Coin. Yeah, we just checked out Jasmine Coin. It's definitely having a pretty nice move right now. Definitely having a pretty nice move. Spell token, it's doing fine. It's still going up quite a bit. All right, let's kind of pay attention to Bitcoin here very fast. What I want to do here is, while this is going on, I want to see if I can exit there. I'm going to try to find some news as we kind of wait for this potential Bitcoin breakdown. Crypto news. There we go. CoinDesk. And let's see. Okay, this is some of the news going on right now. The Morgan Stanley evaluating spot Bitcoin ETFs for its giant brokerage platform. Ooh, that'd be nice. So again, you know, there's so much money waiting to hop in here. Any dip that we get is going to be just fine as a buying opportunity if you guys have the patience to wait for it. You see a few stories out here. Actually, let me pop this open right here. There you go. Morgan Stanley has over $1 trillion in assets there. You know, just a fraction of that causes Bitcoin to go towards $100,000 basically. Bitcoin suddenly plummeted 7% after hitting 64K. I know, $700 million in crypto liquidations based off of what happened with Coinbase. That is absolutely tragic. Winklevoss twins Gemini promises to return 1.1 billion to earn customers. Oh, that's nice to see. I guess. Record highs. U.S. government crypto wallets transferred nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin seized from Bitfinex hacker. Oh. What's happened here? Oh, this is from a while ago. Okay. Okay, this is from a while ago. Now, so basically just waiting for Bitcoin to make the move here. Oh, don't go down. Come on, come please go up. Oh, let's go right here. My spell token is the new Dogecoin play in bull run. As long as it's making you money, hold. Just make sure to be careful about how much money you put into low market cap coins, because I have money in spell token as well, but it only just became profitable. All right, let's go over here very fast. Let's enter this out. I think we're still good. Sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't miss any messages. I've been talking there for a while. There we go. My uncle is asking me for money, but I'm pretty much saying no, which makes me feel bad, but he really hasn't been a good uncle, so I feel like I don't owe him any money. But anyway, it's a weird drama, I guess, in my day. I'm not expecting to have it here. I don't hear from my uncle ever at all. Like, I haven't talked to him since the last time he asked for something. But what do you call? Yeah, right now we're just watching Bitcoin a little bit. Oh, let me see. Jasmine still consolidating. GRT, no. World token. Oh, World token's trying to make a move here. That's nice. Pendle. Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of consolidation. I think they kind of feel that Bitcoin's coming down a little bit. STMX is moving up a little bit. How is that? Oh, STMX got fucking blasted today by Coinbase. It's still grinding higher though. It's heading back up to those old highs. How's Mana doing? I would still say you're seeing some nice potential here from all these plays. Leo isn't doing anything. It never does anything. Gala 2.5. Oh, Gala made a move. So better yet, okay, so we see Bitcoin kind of down about 2% so far. It's trying to break out right here, or excuse me, it's trying to hold right here. We'll see. The longer it goes this way, the better the momentum can shift. We just need one big boom to happen. And we break above the 61,467. I think we're good, but we cannot break down here. That would not be a good indicator of what's to come. So in the last hour, Bonk is up 2%. It looks like it was up 10%. That might have just come down. Jasmine's up 9%, and a lot of other stuff is up just a few percent here. Oh no, I got 4%. It's supposed to be in order, but I guess it's not. 3%, 4%, and so forth. That's pretty darn good, guys. That's pretty darn good, especially with Bitcoin coming down. It shows me that altcoins are still looking for an opportunity to have another breakout here. So we could see another mini altcoin run here over the next 24 hours. Beyond that, I don't know, because Bitcoin may be surging again over the next 24 hours, so we'll see. But we're seeing some decent moves. Because if we go back over here to the numbers, yeah, Bitcoin's also down. Ethereum, though, up 2. So Ethereum came down a little bit more. But you're seeing the altcoins kind of going a little bit of a different path. No, Bitcoin, no. Look at that. It's breaking down a little bit here. Let's see. Oh, there she blows. Logie, don't eat stuff you're not supposed to eat. I see you. Yeah. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a breakdown here. Okay, there we go. It hasn't done it on the 15-minute chart yet, or hasn't closed below on the 15-minute chart, so we'll keep an eye on it. Looks like Death Cross coming, maybe retesting $60,000 and so forth. And hey, Airhead, thanks, Michael, for everything. I've been keeping a close eye on your advice for years. I got stuck in Doge in 2020 and didn't jump off, so I'm learning the hard way, but I've been averaging down. What do you call? You know, everybody learns the hard way. I think that's the hard fact of it. But remember, you don't have to average down into stuff like Dogecoin if you don't want to. You can always put that money into other places and kind of let it grow faster than the returns of Dogecoin may give you. That's always another tip I would give you right there. I hope we pop back up at least to 18 cents. I'll break even and get my 10K back. Thoughts on Doge? Right now, it still seems like it's in a pretty good spot. It just broke out quite a bit yesterday. I would say if you want to break even and just sell, that's probably a good plan. There are other tokens out there right now moving a lot higher. Just make sure that you don't put all of that Dogecoin money into one other token. And the good thing right now is we're still not at the altcoin season kind of all-time highs and stuff for a lot of these altcoins. So you buy right now, you don't do leverage, just kind of let it sit and cook. They should make you some returns, but just make sure at the end of the day you're able to sell those for profits. Even if Bitcoin is still going up, selling for a profit, this token or this token or that token, you're going to be happy with the results if you just hold it out and wait. But again, just it's going to be a little bit of patience for this one. And if you're holding Doge, you're used to the patience. When's a good time to sell Bitcoin? I don't know, man. It depends on when you bought it. It depends on when you bought it, and what your strategy is. I never know what people's strategies are when they ask that question. Never know. All right, let me see right here. Hopefully Bitcoin can hold right here, because we're seeing altcoins still make some pretty decent moves, and I want to see these altcoins continue to go higher. Because heck, look at Jasmy. Jasmy is ready to rocket off to the moon again, even after that small consolidation. It's still going higher. We have 0.023. I want to just see if there's any updates as far as Coinbase very fast. Oh, they did. Okay. This was 57 minutes ago. Wow. So all services on Coinbase.com have been restored, and very few customers may still see an inaccurate balance on their account. Our team is working on resolving this display issue for these users. All right. So that's good to go. Fine. Let's see. Yeah, that's about it for this. I think Bitcoin trending has come down. We see Meek, SCOTUS, Rich McConnell, Wendy's. Oh, Wendy's. Yeah, fuck Wendy's. Fuck Wendy's and their dynamic pricing. I don't eat at Wendy's, but it fucking sucks that they're doing that. It's absolutely insane. It shows you that greed is going to get kind of crazy right now. Like, greed is crazy right now. And I know I can't convince you not to eat at Wendy's, but you should really protest this type of greedy behavior by a company. You should really protest it by just not going there. If some of you guys love a Baconator or something, I can't stop you, but if you ever to protest against a restaurant, Wendy's is it. I would just not go there. I know people are not, but I'm not going to eat there. But I haven't been eating there, I guess. All right. Anything else? Anything else in the new part as far as Bitcoin's concerned? No, still the same. Can we all agree that Bitcoin? Yeah, this is the same stuff as before. All right, there we go. And Jasmine looks like it wants to go up again. Did Bitcoin? Technically, it didn't break down. Technically, we're watching this pretty close. Let's see what happens there. Should I buy USD? I mean, I don't think you buy USD. You can move crypto to the dollars if you want to, but that's up to you. Do you think Bonk will keep rising today? It looks like it wants to keep going up. I'm hoping that Dogecoin can kind of join it. As far as Solana goes, I mean, it is breaking out on the weekly chart right now. Not the craziest breakout, but it's breaking out nonetheless. I broke out yesterday, continue to go higher. For this, you have to zoom out a little bit more. And it looks like that next high could be somewhere around $143 to maybe $136. Let me add on a Fibonacci level here just so I can see. Because this one's probably a little bit outdated, but I think it's still worth it to check out. Looks like the 3.16 didn't actually do anything here. No, so it is outdated. We don't really go much higher than that. It looks like 188 to 255 is that longer term level that you're looking for. Because this is a weekly chart breakout. However, if you're looking for something a little bit more on the short term, where you're looking at something of a larger level of resistance, it does make it more realistic that it's going to be around 146 to 164. The high of this is 143 though, so I would still expect it to wake up a little bit and have a better time. Yeah, pretty much right here is where I would start scaling out 146 level. Yeah, I would have another scale level as it goes up. But it is having a pretty large breakout here, so hopefully that momentum can keep it going. The daily chart has momentum. The weekly chart has momentum, although not a lot, but it does have it. Even the 4-hour chart probably has some momentum. Yeah, it definitely has a lot of momentum here. So it's a good opportunity. Probably another $20 around that level before you start seeing some really large resistance. The only thing that could really kill that is if Bitcoin has something of a larger move down. And right now, Bitcoin's still just finding a way to consolidate to have a larger move. What you're hoping for basically is, I know we're looking at this little bit of a trend line right here. You're basically just waiting for Bitcoin to break out here. That larger move should push it back up above 64,000. That's where a lot of altcoins will get their second steam here. But it's, even now, as Bitcoin consolidates, you're still seeing altcoins take those higher moves right there. And that's a nice move right there. There you go. So Bitcoin's kind of, in my eyes, already kind of had a breakdown effect here. We'll see what happens next, but really focus on that breakout here. Do I think in a few hours we would break all-time high? No, not in a few hours. No, that would happen sometime over like 24 hours to 48 hours type of time if we had a really good move. The thing is, my Doge is stuck on Robinhood, so I'm limited in altcoins. Oh yeah, I would. So when you guys talk about Robinhood, there's only a few tokens there. Honestly, it's easier just to sell your tokens there, get your USD, withdraw that USD into your bank account, move over to a Coinbase or crypto.com. I'd say Coinbase is easier. Buy USTD, transfer that USTD into another, like, it could be a crypto.com if you want to do crypto.com, or stay in Coinbase. Or you can move it over to something like Fairdesk or a BYDFi or a KuCoin or a Binance or something like that if you want to do leverage trading. But if you just want to do spot trading, crypto.com and Coinbase are great opportunities. I'm going to get affiliate links for both of those just so you guys can have them and you can support the channel if you so desire. But for me, the way I look at it, Robinhood just, they have not been able to increase their selection, and it's been very pitiful to watch how they just have not had the willpower to add new tokens. Because one of my goals over the past couple of years was, I was hoping that Robinhood would add on a few lower market cap tokens, so like something under $500 million market cap basically. And with those tokens, I was going to load up on them like a couple $1,000s, which normally I don't add that much money into altcoins usually, unless something really is special about them, but they never were able to do so. So I pretty much just given Robinhood the middle finger as far as crypto, because they're not taking it seriously. They're not investing in it. Where do I take a bath? Bath? Yeah, bath. Yeah. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, Robinhood has just not been living up to expectations. Although I would even say expectations were not even high in the first place, and they still were not able to deliver. So it really sucks. If Wendy's surging prices is popular, McDonald's and Burger King will copycats. I hope it doesn't happen. Well, I expect other companies to do it, but that's not the point. Like, okay, right now, if I go to McDonald's or Taco Bell, what's around me? McDonald's, Taco Bell, Little Caesars, like a Little Caesars pizza is like $10 right now. Not $5. Remember $5? No, that's Subway. But it's $10 right now. So it makes no sense to me to even go to these places anymore because the value isn't there. But again, I'm a guy who trades for a living. I work from home. I make my own bread. I can make my own pizza dough, and I can go to the store. I don't go to the store. I go to Instacart. But you get the point. People that need fast food, I think it's easier if they do some type of meal prep, and that's a much better option if I were to say so myself. But not everybody knows how to cook, nor do they want to do dishes and stuff like that. But the money they're going to start wasting on fast food is going to be insane. And it almost reminds me of, like, how do I say this? If you go over here while waiting for Bitcoin to make a move, you go over here to, let's see if I can do this here. Eats. All right. This is Uber Eats. I put in a mall near me. And let's say I want to get some Wendy's, okay? Let's say I want a Baconator combo. You know? A small combo is $14.14. Let's say we want a small combo. We want a Baconator. You know, we want all our normal stuff. We don't want cheese and extra stuff on there. You know, we save $14.14. Save. Oh. I want a small Coca-Cola Zero, whatever, or a small Sprite. Let's go small Sprite. Sprite's life. Okay. And that small fries, small soda, and a Baconator, you know, and I don't think this is a double Baconator. I'm not getting a double. I'm just getting one patty, I think is the way it works. I add to my cart. That alone is $14 right there. That is wild. It should not be more than $10. So, you know, it just shows you how wild everything has gotten. And I just, you know, let it be. You know, I don't care anymore. I'm just not going out to eat fast food. I will go out and eat food. Like $14 there. Let's go over here to Applebee's. Now, I can't remember the last time I went to Applebee's, but menu. A burger. Impossible Burger, whiskey bacon burger. Okay. I just want to know the price. Oh, it doesn't tell me the price. I bet this is cheaper. Than what do you call it? Than going and getting a burger from Wendy's. And you get to sit down, you get to have unlimited drinks and stuff. It just doesn't make much sense, my guy. It just doesn't make much sense. Let's see. Oh, hold on. People are pissing me off right here. There we go. They did that today and nobody could sell the Doge. I'm pumped today. Crashed again. Trash Exchange Robinhood. Is they hold most of the Dogecoin. I think people think they coordinate plan to stop people. I don't know. I mean, Robinhood stock has been outperforming. It's been doing okay recently. But I think the issue with Robinhood is they just don't know how to innovate. And because of that, it becomes a little bit more of a, like, why would you want to trade crypto there? You trade crypto on Robinhood because you have a lot of stocks on Robinhood, and it's just kind of a side thing. They don't want you to go over to Coinbase. They don't want you to go over to crypto.com. They want you to stay with Robinhood. But they're not giving you enough to keep your money there to do, crypto. For me, I don't really advise many people to go into Robinhood. I just not my cup of tea. But I wouldn't say it's some type of terrible, terrible company. They're just a bad CEO. Maybe that's the same thing, but you never know. After Dave died, Wendy killed Wendy's. Oh my gosh. What would be the next signal to buy Bitcoin? This breakout right here. That trend line right there. This is a 15-minute chart from the highs we experienced before the Coinbase crash. A little bit of a high we had about an hour ago. That trend line breakout is what I'm looking for. When that breakout happens, you do want to have some momentum behind it. So preferably, you would want to see maybe an RSI and a MACD. You'd want to see those both being bullish and having crossovers. If you're not seeing those crossovers occurring at the time of a breakout, it might be a little bit more risky to actually buy into them. But I think overall, it's still going to turn out to be a pretty good move here. But yeah, it's basically a waiting game right now. All right. But okay, buddy, I'm going to end the stream right here. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. I'm kind of tired of my throat. I think it's giving me a little bit more issues than I thought it was going to be, even despite drinking all this tea. I need to go check the mail. I need to get Loki on a walk. He's really bugging me right now, which I think he has too much energy, and I need to get that energy out before it gets too dark here. But if we see Bitcoin break out above this trend line maybe tonight, I will hop back on. It'll be a little bit of a later stream. So if you guys can, please make sure to subscribe and like. That way YouTube lets you know when I'm back online. 5.5 hours. I was going to say I'm sorry I couldn't stream longer, but honestly 5.5 hours is pretty darn good. I will see you guys a little bit later on tonight if we have that breakout. If not, whenever the breakout happens tomorrow morning or even tomorrow afternoon, maybe tomorrow afternoon, I doubt it. I hope it happens a little bit sooner. I will be really just going straight forward and streaming quite a bit. So you guys may see me about like another hour or so, or you guys might see me sometime tomorrow morning. Okay. So thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys all have a good rest of your day. And if you guys want to continue on your personal conversations, I'll move this over to one of my 24-hour streams. That way you guys can still talk and hang out. Thanks, everybody.